Good evening. We're ready to begin. This Planning Commission meeting is called to order. This meeting is improperly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being video recorded as well as presented live on KCLV, Cable Channel 2, and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. Please note the customers essentially can view this program in high definition on channel 1002. I'd like to ask Troop 747 if they could come up and lead the Pledge of Allegiance with us today. And would everyone please stand for the pledge? Yep. You can come up right here, Jim. Yeah, it's okay. All right, we'll have you started off there. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Thank you, Troop 747. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Cherry.
Present.
Vice Chair Quinn. Here. Commissioner Schlottman.
Present.
Commissioner Toussaint. Excused. Commissioner Rausch.
Present.
Commissioner DeSalvio.
Present.
Commissioner Williams.
Present.
Thank you.
To the public, I call your attention the information printed in your agenda concerning our actions in the appeal and review process if appropriate. Please read this carefully, and if you have any questions, staff is available. Also, the second page of the agenda contains rules of conduct. We appreciate you adhering to these rules so we can have a smooth meeting. Thank you. I'd also like to point out on each side of we used to have agendas. It looks like we've run out of agendas since we've had such great attendance tonight. Paul, do we have any? No, we are out of, okay. Okay, item number 4, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to the matters on the agenda for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made under this specific item for specific action items will be cross-referenced to those items. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak under this portion of the agenda? Councilman Creer, how are you?
Good evening, Chair Cherry. Thank you very much for having me. Members of the Planning Commission, I just wanted to come and thank you all for your service. As you know, I was recently elected to the Ward 5 City Council seat, and for 2 years I served on this Planning Commission, and I wanted to come back and thank you all for all your knowledge, your wisdom that you instilled in me to prepare me to move on to the position that I'm in now. I have learned a great deal from each and every one of you, and it is my pleasure to call you my colleagues, so thank you very much. And in addition, I wanted to welcome our newest commissioner from Ward 5, Ms. Brenda Williams. As many know, she served as our city council person for Ward 5, in between Commissioner Weekly and Councilman Barlow. And we are blessed to have her in our position to come serve our community. Welcome, PC Williams. I know you're going to do great, and thank you guys once again. It is a pleasure to be with you guys. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you for the kind words. And
Chairman,
yeah.
if I may, I just want to say I appreciate all the time and effort that you put into the Planning Commission, serving up here with us for the year and a half that you were here, and enjoyed staying here. Well, I don't know if I could say I enjoyed staying here till 1:32 in the morning, but we did stay here till 1:32 to 2:30 in the morning. So, and I've stayed here till 4 in the morning when my battery wouldn't start in the parking garage. So, anyways, thank you for all your time and effort, and wish you luck with all your future endeavors with the City Council, and best of luck. I know that's a heck of a lot bigger job than what we're doing up here, a lot more hours. So, congratulations.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, member of the Commission. Pui Premstrat, 520 South 4th Street, present on behalf of New Leaf CLV Dispensary. My comment is in relation to item number 23. I'm speaking on behalf of New Leaf, not necessarily in opposition, but it's imperative that New Leaf make its record before the City Planning Commission as well as the City Council. New Leaf CLV was the holder of a provisional certificate for medical marijuana dispensary and applied for an SUP. Originally, it was denied at 4500 West Charleston, instructed to relocate. During that process, we submitted an application circa July 2015 and again November 2015 to relocate to 1600 Las Vegas Boulevard. During that time, Acres Medical filed a lawsuit which resulted in the district court stripping New Leaf of its certificate, as well as requiring the use permit process to come to a screeching halt. We filed a notice of appeal before the Supreme Court. After 2.5 years, we've been victorious. Our provisional certificate has been reinstated, and we have every intention to proceed with our SUP application as filed as of November of 2015. I'm appearing today not necessarily to object to that particular item, but to let the Planning Commission know that if clustering or having more than one dispensary in that proximity is a problem, then we would like to know that so that we can take appropriate steps to preserve our rights. If Mr. Commissioner, Chairman, if you'd like me to remain for that particular agenda item, I would be happy to. Otherwise, that would be my public comment.
Thank you.
And I also, for City Attorney, I did bring copies of that decision, if I may leave it. Thank you.
If you could give it to the clerk, that'd be great.
And I think it would, it is on the one motion, one vote at this point, so it would be nice for you to stick around as, if you're representing the applicant, or...
Well, the criteria to have it removed or to speak on that is if I'm in fundamental objection to it. I do have reservations, so perhaps it would be conservative to remove that from the one vote agenda and have that heard with additional comment and record. Thank you so much.
Noted. Thank you. Get your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Nasko Balakchiev. I'm a resident of Las Vegas, and I come here today regarding action item number 12. Seeing the Las Vegas Club get torn down was very saddening. We've destroyed most of our history on the Strip, and seeing that property on 18 Fremont get demolished is a precedent. We've never had something that large be demolished in downtown Las Vegas before. I think moving forward as a city, we definitely have to stop tearing down buildings, and with the building already gone, and I don't think my opinion is going to stop the new one from going up, but moving forward, we do need to think about preserving Las Vegas and preserving our cultural identity and our built environment. So with that being said, I hope that you limit the height of the new hotel that's going up. 469 feet is, I think, excessive for that area. It's totally out of scale with the other casinos surrounding it. So please take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else like to be heard in this public portion on agenda items? What's your name and address for the record, please?
Of course. My name is Sidney Oster. I live at 3204 Compass Point Circle in Las Vegas, in the Lakes. I'm coming here to voice my strong opposition to items 68 and 74. These are for short-term rentals in the neighborhood. For several reasons. My wife and I, this was our first house that we bought back in 2014. The Lakes is completely unsuited towards short-term rentals. It is a very family-friendly neighborhood. Across from me is a woman who originally bought the house in 1987.
Sidney, if I could interrupt, those are either withdrawn or scheduled to be held, and so at that moment in time, you'll have the opportunity to come and speak up specifically on that item.
Okay, so we'll have time to speak later?
Absolutely.
Okay,
yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you very
Yep.
much.
I wanted to speak on item number 75, and
Item
I have
number
to wait
70.
on that.
Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Joan Marcotte, 8528 Crest Hill Avenue, 89145.
Give me 1 second, Mr. Martin. So 75 will be heard tonight.
So I can speak at that time?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Chairman Cherry?
So everybody knows, as we get to the applications that are there, they'll definitely have the opportunity to come up and say if they're for or against the application.
Chairman Cherry, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Rausch.
I want to just make sure that I clarify that item number 68 has been withdrawn without prejudice completely. Item number 74 is asked to be obeyed until August 14th, and I would hate to see the gentleman from the audience wait until
I will say there will be a
midnight.
vote on that if it's going to be withdrawn.
a vote on
and-
whether it's to be withdrawn or not.
And obeyed. We will, in our housekeeping portion, that's brought forward in that portion.
All right. I'm just trying to avoid having to have him stay here until midnight.
Absolutely. That's why I was mentioning, it will be, I mentioned the same thing, but we have to vote on it. So
I understand. Just make sure you make the announcement at the time. Thanks.
Get your name and address for the record.
Mr. Chairman, Mike Villion, 6550 Hinson Street, along with my partner Barry Moore, same address. We just request items 12 to 18 be heard, removed from consent and heard today.
Thank you. Noted. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Larry Robbins. I'm the president of the West Sahara Association Homeowners Association, which is what this gentleman came to speak about.
Get your address, Larry.
I'm at 8728 Carlitas Joy.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, I understand that you really can't speak on this until that time, but I was just wondering if it helps now to present a part of our CCNRs where these rentals are illegal because...
I think it's, when we
or do I
get to
need to
that,
wait?
to the application, it'll be appropriate to turn it in at that time. We can take it in.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Absolutely.
Because you said it may take forever, so...
Yeah. Well, I can't help how long
Yeah,
things
I
take.
know, I get
have
it.
to be here, too.
I get it.
So, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Items. Okay, so the public portion is closed at the moment, and we're going on to item number 5 for possible action to approve the final minutes for the Planning Commission meeting of April 10th, 2018.
Thank you. I make a motion for approval of the April 10th Planning Commission meeting.
So motion on the floor, please cast your, excuse me, Commissioner Rausch?
Thank you. I just have a couple items of clarification and correction, please. Starting with item number 19, we did not, in the minutes, note that there was a motion made by Commissioner Schlottman to deny, which failed 3-3, so I just wanted to make sure that that was noted. And then, secondly, I wanted to make sure that the record reflect on item number 27, which is SUP 72576, Emerald Investments for short-term rental. I wanted to make sure the record reflected that in my comments, we wanted to make sure that both parties were able to get along in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. Noted. Commissioner Quinn.
Excuse me?
Commissioner Williams has something.
Mr. Chairman, I will be abstaining. I was not here, so I will not be voting on the minutes.
Thank you for that note, Commissioner. Thank you. So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. Yeah. That motion carries, noting Commissioner Williams' abstention because she was not here. Thank you. Okay, item number 6 for possible action. Any items for the Planning Commission staff or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and act upon at this time. Are there any items that commissioners, staff, applicants, or member of the public would like to pull forward for action? Does anyone like to speak on these items? Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Michael Livingston, 2851 Huber Heights Drive, Las Vegas. I'm the architect for the owner for item number 44. We'd like to request an abeyance to July the 10th because of the staff denial. The owner wants to have more time to go and meet with the commissioner, and plus they have other sort of family issues going on right now.
What number was that?
Item 44.
44.
Thank you. That's noted. I'm going to quickly turn to staff if they could read the housekeeping items that we have on the list. That way people know where it stands at the moment.
Chairman, Commissioners, Paul Bankson with the Department of Planning. On the housekeeping items for this evening, we have items 32 and 33, the applicant has requested abeyance to the July 10th, 2018 Planning Commission meeting. This is the fourth abeyance request. Item 34, the applicant requests abeyance to the June 12th Planning Commission meeting. This is the second abeyance request. Items 36, 37, and 38, applicant requests abeyance to the June 12th Planning Commission meeting. This is the second abeyance request. Item 45, applicant requests abeyance to the June 12th Planning Commission meeting. This is the second abeyance request. Items 46, 47, 48, 49, and 50, applicant requests abeyance to the June 12th Planning Commission meeting. Item 68, the applicant requests this item be withdrawn without prejudice. Item 72, the applicant requests abeyance to the September 11th Planning Commission meeting. Item 74, the applicant requests abeyance to the June 14th Planning Commission meeting. And then we have item 44 that was just requested to be obeyed to the July 10th Planning Commission meeting. Staff would like to state that for items 72 and 74, where they've requested abeyance to September and August, that staff would recommend those items be tabled instead of obeyed. Tabling the items would allow the applicant to bring them back within 6 months. They would have to pay a re-notification fee to do so, but that's staff recommendation for anything that's not prepared to move forward in the following months.
Thank you for reading that in. 72. What's your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Mitchell Menick. I'm president of the Meister Park North Homeowners Association. I live at 5409 Verbena Creek Court, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89131. I'm here to speak about the request for abeyance for items 44, 45, 46, and 47.
Mr. Chair, we need to hold off on that. I think Commissioner has more items to be pulled.
For abeyance?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, well, for at least for pulling off of the.
Yeah, we're going to get
Okay.
we're going to get there.
Okay.
We're going to get through the abeyance items, and then we'll get to those items. Thank you.
So we're objecting to the abeyance. We do not want to have a continuance of this meeting. We've already met with KB Homes and had discussions with them. We're not willing to accept anything less than quarter acres in that area, quarter acre lots to build on. For them, it's economically not viable to build, so we're at an impasse, and we respectfully request we continue with this meeting and not have it in abeyance.
Could you state the item numbers one more time, please?
Yes, it's item number 44, 45, oh, I'm sorry, excuse me, 46, 47, 48, and 49.
And 50.
And 50.
So 46
Yeah.
through 50.
46 through 50, thank you.
Noted, thank you.
Thank you. Oh, also, I have another 160 names on the petition. We've already submitted probably 180. This is in addition to what we've already submitted in opposition to the KB Homes request. I want permission to turn these in now.
Please. Thanks, Lucian. Thank you very much. We're here talking about abeyance requests, and can I get your name and address?
Ian Christopherson, 6205 O'Bannon. On item number 72, I understand they're asking for an abeyance on that. I would like staff to note for the future, if there's any other request, that the request for a variance was incorrect because it says the nearest house is 300 feet. There's one directly across the street and over the back wall. I count 5 short-term rentals within the 600-foot radius, so if it comes back, I would ask staff to make a proper survey of the neighborhood and get the houses and enforce the rules, because there's 5, not 1, 300 feet away.
Thanks for the note.
And just for the record, Chairman, they only count the ones that are legal, not the illegal ones. So.
I understand. Is your name and address for the record, please, sir?
My name is Bob Mara, and I live in Meister Park North also. I live at 6485 Gazania Street in Las Vegas. And I'm here And I have with me some petitions. So I'm here with an additional 210 names.
Bob,
that
what item are you speaking about?
We're speaking about the 46 through 50.
Okay, so are you for an abeyance or against an abeyance?
Myself and these 250 are against it.
Okay, would you like to turn that in for the record?
Yes, I would.
Yeah,
I'd like to
against.
make an additional comment on the abeyance. Excuse me. It's apparent by the looking into the background on the owners, they bought this thinking they were going to cut a fat hog and whatever, and they've been unable to sell this property because of a dead-end road that has been put in there. And I don't know why the neighbors would have to pay for their mistake in investing. And also, the every point that they've made in their meeting and since, it's always been because this property would be too high. That's why they have to put that many. And
I don't want to mean to interrupt you. Your words are important. It's specific to whether we should obey or not. And if it is heard, then you can
well, I don't
have
see
your
any
comments at that.
change in their position, so I don't know why a ban it would have
I understand.
anything.
It's something
Thank
we have
you
to
very
weigh. I just want to make sure, because we could go on quite long,
Sure.
we want to make sure we discuss it at the proper time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Get your name and address for the record.
Hello, my name is Scott Shapiro. I'm at 3236 Shoreline Drive. I wanted to object to the abeyance for item number 74, as they are currently listed on a website, VRBO, as a rental property. My objection would be they are conducting this business against the law, and it should be dealt with, and they'll likely continue all the way into September, if not dealt by the commission today. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Quickly, with business licensing, if I could ask how that works in this situation, Mary. Thank you.
For the record, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. So basically what happens is if we find out that they are renting and they're not licensed, we will issue them a notice and order. Basically, they have 30 days to stop the activity, or else they end up getting civil penalties. So with this information, we'll follow through and follow up with that.
Okay, and isn't there also on the website and a hotline that constituents have to call in if it
Yes,
goes
there
on?
is. There is a hotline that is set up, and the phone number is 702-229-3500. So if there's any short-term rental activity that's going on illegally, or if there's any disturbances that are going on in the neighborhood, even if one is licensed, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we would like someone to call that number and alert us to that.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Chair. Thank you. How you doing? Get your name and address for the record, please.
Good evening. My name is Denise Reitz. I live at 1912 Blue Jays Circle here in Las Vegas. I am talking about number 72. I hope it doesn't go to abeyance. It is within shorter amount of distance of 327 feet. I actually have a listing of over 13 different short-term rentals in our little tiny neighborhood, 2 of them which are legal, all the rest are not. I have been in contact with the short-term rental person, Anthony Craig is his name, and he is the code enforcement person that went around, and I actually stopped him and asked him what we can do about this, and he said the only thing that you can do is if you can look on Airbnb and all the different places that they actually advertise. That's the only way. And then he can go to the different homes. If there's someone home, then he can talk to them. If they can talk to the owners of the home, usually they're out-of-towners, people that live out of state. Like I said, I have a listing here, and I don't know if you want it. I'm going to actually give it to staff. They're all LLCs. I don't know. Can I put this on overhead?
Mr. Chair, I think we're going a little far field.
We can't get,
Okay.
it's specific if it's going to be
Anyway,
obeyed or not. And
okay, but my point is, I've been working on this for quite some time. The only thing that he told me, this is the person that goes and gives the citations to these different homes, and put a piece of paper and tape it on there and says, you're in violation. And he said that they charge $500 a day for when they are in not compliance. Well, the only way that these people are going to stop is when they're going to sell their home.
Okay, we need to carry on with me. If you'd like to turn it in for the record, we will
would.
definitely keep it for the record.
I just don't know what else to do about
I
this.
totally understand. Mary can help you out more specifically with more information. But it's noted that you don't want to debate. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Diana Guthrie. My address is 7598 Comanche Canyon. I'm here on behalf of my mother, who is item 72. We do want to ask to have it held or on the table as they requested, because we've already met with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and we've already met with several of our immediate neighbors. They don't have a problem with us doing the short-term rental, and we're continuing to want to work to do this the right way with the licensing so that we can, be a part of the system, be monitored. So I just want to say that we need some more time if we can at least get this abated or tabled.
Thank you for your note, 72. How you doing?
Kevin Bailey, 5216 Hackberry Hill. This is going to be item 46 through 50. Just so you know, we have well over 50 to 75 people here, so we would like that advance tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Anyone else for the abeyance portion?
Rosemary Weatherspoon, 5208 Hackberry Hill Avenue. We had a meeting with KB Homes, and they made it clear that it was going to be their way, and they were not concerned at all
I'm
on
sorry, Rosemary,
our opinion. So we would like to get this settled. I'm sorry, items 46 through 50.
Thank you.
So we would like to get this settled. It is becoming a hardship to make it to meetings for some of us, but we feel it's very important to let you know how we feel about what's going on with our neighborhood.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we will turn this over to the commission and sift through this a little bit here. I believe we have item number 44 that will be added to the abeyance list. Yeah, and I'll get to that in one motion. Yeah, okay, so is the applicant here for items 46 through 50? I'm hearing that they might not be here. Okay, so we don't have an applicant. Yeah. Yeah, so we don't have the applicant for items 46 through 50 after that letter has come in, but I understand it is a hardship to come out, so we're going to get to that portion of the agenda, and then you guys can go on the record with your comments, and we can have those on the comments, and at that point the commission can decide what it's going to do as far as obey up or down. But just so everybody that's made an effort to be out here can be on the record and have their voice heard and not have to come back again. So at this point, item 46 through 50, we will pull off the record and we will hear through the public. Maybe the applicant shows at that point, but we will be hearing it. And the other two items were 72 and 74. 72, the applicant mentioned that they're okay with tabling. 74, we didn't hear. And just for clarity, if it is tabled, it is re-notified, and so residents or people in the neighborhood have a chance to come hear it again?
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, if a application is tabled, that application can be brought back onto agenda within 6 months' time. To do so, the applicant must pay re-notification fees. To do so, if they fail to do so within that 6-month timeline, that application is then stricken, essentially.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, so I'm going to move on from motion from Commissioner Quinn on these housekeeping items. Not at this point. Yep. Oh, excuse me, Commissioner Roush.
I have one item I'd like brought forward to be heard,
I will get, yeah, definitely.
and then I have another item that is an abeyance item that I'd like to be heard. Would you like me to address the abeyance item first?
Please, because I'll get to the other one after. Yep.
I would like numbers 32 and 33 to be heard. This is the fourth abeyance request. I read the letter for the justification, and I felt it insufficient. The letter states that it would be an inconvenience for them, and they want to bring forth a application for a restaurant at the same time, and I'm sorry, but this item has been obeyed at least 5 different times, maybe one time at staff's request, but 4 times since then, and I'm tired of kicking the can on this. I really want to hear it, and I don't know if there's residents here that want it heard, but I definitely want it heard, and I want to have some justification for what's happening next on this.
Thank you for your note. Can you get your name and address for the record?
Good evening, Liz Delk, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. With me is Nathan Taylor. We have been working closely with the residents and with Nathan Taylor, who is representing them. We've also met several times with Councilwoman Fiore. We are working on a new site plan to share with the residents. My understanding is they are not here. We have been working with them to let them know that we're working on the new site plan to try to get something that everyone is going to be happy with. That's where we are right now. We are bringing forward another application in that same center for a restaurant, so we would like to try to keep them together to try to keep the residents at one neighborhood meeting, or, excuse me, one planning commission meeting, so they don't have to keep coming out.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, representing the Homeowners Association in this matter. I understand Commissioner Roush's concern, and I share that concern. This has been going on, at least for me, representing the HOA since September. So I share your concerns about this being constantly obeyed, but I can say that Ms. Delk's representation of us working together is true and accurate, and Commissioner DeSalvio knows. We have been negotiating, literally negotiating with them since September on trying to get something that the HOA will be acceptable to, that the neighbors can be acceptable to, and it's been a process, and working with the councilwoman's office and trying to find something that we can all live with as far as development on that property. We're very, very close, and I do believe this is the last abeyance. There will not be another one.
Okay.
Through you, Chairman, you're asking for an abeyance until July?
Yes, ma'am.
And this will be your last one?
As of right now, that is our plan, yes, correct.
Because I will not look favorably on it when July comes and you ask for another one.
Right now, we should have our revised plans into planning by the end of this month, so we are planning to move forward in July, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both for your comments. So at this point, it'll sit on the abeyance, on the housekeeping items, and we'll move forward. So Commissioner Quinn?
So we are going to obey item number 32 and 33 to July 10th. Items number 34, 36, 37, and 38 till June 12th. Number 68 withdrawn, and number 72 and 74 withdrawn without prejudice. And 44.
I believe 72 and 74 to
72
table.
and 74 are tabled, and number 44 to July 10th. That's my motion.
You mentioned number 45 as well.
I did.
Okay. Okay, there's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
I did.
That motion carries. Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Just for clarification, item number 44 was obeyed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, we are on to the one motion, one vote items. The following are items that may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine, non-public, and public hearing items. All public hearing, non-public will be open at one time. Any one person representing an application or a member of the public or a member of any of the Planning Commission is not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the applicant recommended by staff. It's request to have that item removed from this part of the agenda. Commissioner Williams?
Yes, Chairman Cherry. I move to pull forward items 7, 12, 15, 16, 18, 19, 20, 28, No, that's, yeah, 28. And I believe that's it.
Just, if I could read it back one more time. 7,
Yes,
12,
yes. 15?
15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20? Is that correct?
Take 17 off.
Pardon?
17 is not one. It's 18, 19, and 20.
Yeah, I think we have to pull,
Okay, you're
it's the
going
same applicant, we have to pull
inclusive,
them all. And then 28
Yes,
for clarity.
yes.
So that would include 12 through 20 is the same applicants, all
Okay.
those applications. Okay.
Okay.
And 23 will be pulled. Commissioner Roush?
I would also like to have items 8, 9, and 10 pulled, please.
Okay. All right, and 8, 9, and 10. So, for 30, yeah. Okay, so starting off with item number 11, ZON 72921, applicant, City of Las Vegas, owner, United States of America, for possible action request for rezoning from RE Residence Estates to CV Civic at the southeast corner of Grand Teton Drive and Bradley Road, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 21, SUP 73048, applicant Kalita Residential LLC, owner Sequoia USA LLC et al., for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed mixed use with a waiver to allow residential uses on the ground floor fronting on a primary public right-of-way at the northeast corner of Trinity Peak Avenue, Buffalo Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. 22, SDR 73050, for possible action request for a site development plan review for proposed three-story, 196,923 square foot mixed-use development consisting of 4,075 square feet of commercial space and 220 multifamily residential units, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Item number 24, SUP 72991, applicant Floor and Decor, owner JPMCC 2006 LDP9 North Rainbow Boulevard LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed building and landscape material lumberyard use at 3071 North Rainbow Boulevard, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item number 25, SUP 72996, applicant Shinya Ramen, owner Ike Gaming, Inc., for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 2,718 square foot tavern limited establishment use at 520 Fremont Street, Suite 150, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 26, SUP 73006, applicant Blinders Burgers and Brunch, LLC, owner Monaco Properties, for possible action on request for a special use permit for a proposed 2,068 square foot beer wine cooler on sale establishment use at 6410 North Durango Drive, Suite 110, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. Item number 27, SUP 73012, applicant Classic Jewel, owner DK Jewel LLC, for possible action request for a major amendment to a previously approved special use permit for a 1,031 square foot expansion of an existing 1,052 square foot tavern limited use with 115 square foot outdoor seating expansion at 353 East Bonneville Avenue, Suite 109 and 111. Staff recommends approval. Item number 29, SUP 73141, applicant Bella Vita Recovery Center LV, owner Happy Cock Holdings LLC et al., for possible action on request for a special use permit for an alternative parking standard to allow 44 parking spaces where 80 are required for a proposed facility to provide testing, treatment, or counseling for drug or alcohol abuse at 2651 Westwood Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Items number 30 and 31. 30 is VAC 73011, applicant owner PN2 LLC, for possible action on request for a petition to vacate public utility easements on the northwest corner of Eagle Canyon Avenue and Egan Crest Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval. I believe staff has a condition that they'd like to add on to this.
That's correct. Chairman, Commissioners, on item 31, the applicant has requested and Public Works staff has agreed to strike condition number 10 from item 31.
Thank you. That's noted. Item number 31, TMP 72977, applicant owner KAG Development West LLC et al. For possible action request for a tentative map for a 79-lot single-family residential subdivision on the northwest corner of Eagle Canyon Avenue and Egan Crest Drive, Ward 6. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I did leave out item number 44 to be held in abeyance. So if we could, please, I apologize. Oh, I'm sorry.
We'll do that.
Let me do it after.
Yes.
So can I get a motion on the,
Motion for the one motion, one vote.
Any public hearing on this?
The
Since they're
public hearing items.
Are they public hearing items?
What?
If the one motion, one vote items are public hearing items, we probably need to hear some public hearing on those items.
I did read it in the beginning.
Oh, did you? Oh, okay.
I did, yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Chairman, I would like to clarify that Ms. Primsrat was here to talk about item number 23, and she wanted to make sure that she
pulled that
was
off
able
the-
to... You did pull that?
I did,
Okay, thank
yeah.
you.
So here we go. So on the one motion, one vote, we are going to make a one motion, one vote on items number, here we go, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Am I mixed up here? I'm sorry.
read everything, so the motion would be to approve item 11.
Yeah.
Item 21 and 22, 24 through 27, 29, and 30.
Okay, so my motion for approval is for item number 11, because we pulled so many. Item number 21 and 22, item number 24, 25, 26, 27, 28.
28 is pulled.
28 is pulled, sorry. 29, 30, and 31 is for them. One motion, one vote for approval. The rest will be heard. Thank you.
There's a motion on the
Sorry
floor.
about
Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like the record to reflect that my vote, I'll be voting with the one motion, one vote, but I'd like to have the record reflect that my vote will be no on items 21 and 22. Thank you.
This is wrong, something right.
Thank you. Noted. There's a motion on the floor. Everyone cast their votes. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, on the one motion, one vote, item 11 will move on to City Council at the June 20th City Council meeting. All other items from one motion, one vote are final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Okay.
Now, Chairman, if we can go back to 44.
Thank you. And regarding item number 44, that is held in abeyance, I believe, to the June meeting. Thank you.
We need a date.
Obeyed.
Chair, all right, for the clerk, we need a date. Okay.
June 12th.
I apologize, Mr. Chairman, I need to clarify my final action report as well.
I think so.
So there's a motion on the floor on item number 44 to be held until the June, what is?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the applicant had requested to July, just to clarify.
Okay, till the July 10th meeting, is that correct? Thank you.
Okay. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. And we'll go to our director now.
Again, my apologies, Mr. Chairman. So item 24 is not final action. Item 24 will go on to City Council and be heard at the 6/20/2018 meeting. And then on the tentative map, I just want to clarify with staff, tentative maps, they have 7 days, correct? Not 10 days. So on item 31, that tentative map is final action tonight unless appealed within 7 days to the city clerk's office.
Thank you very much. And we will be moving on now to the public hearing items. I'll be bringing forward item number 77 to start, and then we'll go back to 7 and down the list of what was pulled off the one motion, one vote. So item number 77, VAC 72978, applicant owner Howard Hughes Company LLC, for possible action request for a petition to vacate a portion of Alta Drive between Sky Vista Drive and Crossbridge Drive, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, vacating the subject right-of-way will facilitate the undergoing roadway construction and reconfiguration of the roadway network in Summerlin West. Staff has determined the petition to vacate will not result in a non-uniform right-of-way width, a reduction in traffic handling capability, or loss of public access to the adjacent parcels, and is recommending approval of the request. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here tonight on 77?
Good evening. Jennifer Veras, representing Howard Hughes Corporation, 1555 South Rainbow Boulevard. We are requesting, I'm just going to read what I wrote. The parcel entry to the north was relocated over to the west side. Therefore, the left turn pocket is no longer needed in this area. We are currently shifting it to the west via an amended final map that is in process with the city. We are asking to vacate the current location as it is no longer required.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing, turn it over to the commission. Anyone from the commission have any discussion? Commissioner Roush?
I'm good with it, thank you.
You good? Anyone like to make a motion?
I make a motion that we move for approval on VAC 72978. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Roush. There's a motion on the floor. That motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a good
Mr.
evening.
Chairman, that item will move forward to the City Council and be heard at the June 20th City Council meeting.
Thank you very much.
Okay, going back to item number 7, abeyance item SDR 72382, applicant owner, City of Las Vegas, for possible action on a request for a major amendment to an approved site development plan review, SDR 71773, for a proposed 13,513 square foot government facility, a fire station, with a waiver to allow a 10-foot perimeter landscape buffer width along the north property line where 12 feet was previously approved at 2645 West Washington Avenue, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval.
Mr. Chairman, this amendment includes a further reduction of the landscape buffer along the north property line and minor facade changes to the fire station that include a lower roof line and alternate color scheme. The reduction in landscaping will have minimal impact on the function and aesthetics of the subject site while continuing to provide site visibility for fire apparatus ingress and egress. Staff therefore recommends approval of the request.
Thank you. Your name and address for the record, please.
Sam Tolman, architect for the Capital Project Management, City of Las Vegas, 323 North Rancho. I'd like to express my appreciation for the Planning Commission bringing Myrna Williams on board. I think she's a good addition to this commission. I've had an opportunity to work with her on West Side School and other projects. Brenda Williams. Well, there's a Myrna over there.
It's going to be a tough vote.
Anyway. We agree with all staff recommendations. I might mention the reason that we have a change in elevation on the elevations of the fire station is that we have a CMAR, Construction Management at Risk, project going, and as we got into the final design, the budget was overrun, and so we had to do some changes and value engineering. It's still a very attractive fire station, and I think it'll be very functional. This is replacing the existing fire station that is on the site at this time.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on item number 7? Seeing no one, I'll close the public portion, turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Woods.
Yes, Chairman Cherry, I am definitely not opposed to 72382. Actually, my husband was one of the first black firefighters. He was the captain at Station 3 for many years. Monroe Williams was his name. And I brought this item forward because in reviewing the information regarding the disclosure, financial disclosure interest, I found the statement, but it's not completed. And I wondered, it's probably a housekeeping situation where they ask whether or not there's any city council person or mayor who has financial interest, and it's not answered yes or no, but it is signed and notarized. So I thought that might be something we need to take care of, because I would hate for that to come back later.
That's a great question. I'll turn it over to our city attorney.
I'm assuming that the gentleman could answer that question. Since the city of Las Vegas is the property owner, the applicant's Eric Singman, architect. So I'm assuming there'd be no, there is no, since it's the city of Las
Yes,
Vegas
this
property.
was submitted by Eric Singman. It was actually submitted to Teresa Boyce, who signs those non-disclosure agreements.
Right.
And the intent was to say there are none.
Right, but it's city property, so there are no, the city council would not have a financial interest in the city of Las Vegas
Right.
property. So it should be no.
Should be okay?
Yes.
Commissioner Williams,
That's
you're good?
good.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
Catch.
That was my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. Would you like to make a motion on the item, if there's no further discussion?
Yes, I would like to move to approve SDR 72382.
Motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Good seeing you, Sam.
That motion carries.
Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, that action is final tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Okay, Commissioner Schlottman?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, on items number 8, 9, and 10, I'll be abstaining on these items as was employed by the company for about 16 years and recently resigned this past November, so out of abundance of caution, I'll be abstaining on those 3 items.
Thank you for the disclosure. I will now read them in the record. Item number 8, ZON 73055, applicant Interurban Construction LLC, owner Urban Lofts Limited, for possible action request for rezoning from RPD 13 to RTH Single Family Attached at the northwest corner of Charleston Boulevard and 25th Street, Ward 3. Staff recommends approval. Item number 9, WVR 73056, for possible action to request for a waiver to allow 24-foot wide private streets that terminate into non-standard design behind a gate where 47 feet wide streets are required. Ward 3, staff recommends approval. Item number 10, TMP 73057, for possible action request for a tentative map for proposed 79-lot, single-family attached subdivision with a waiver to allow a 3-foot landscape buffer along a portion on the north and south perimeter where 6 feet is required. Ward 3, staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed RTH zoning district is consistent with the existing MXU, or mixed-use general plan land use designation, and is compatible with the existing commercial and residential developments in the area. Staff therefore recommends approval of the rezoning request. A similar development was approved on this site in 2006 under the current RPD 13 zoning district, which included an open space variance, a waiver of private street standards, and site development plan review, which subsequently expired. Staff supported those items at that time and recommends approval of this similar proposal under the RTH zoning district requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Raymond Dominic Radford, 626 Hamilton Hill Road, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89113.
Thank you.
My name is Joe Hahn with Hontech Civil Engineering Company, 2721 Ironside Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you, gentlemen. Anything you'd like to add about the application?
Not really an addition, but we'd like to say thank you for taking the time to hear us out and possibly let us get another community here in Las Vegas.
Great, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one from the public, I'll turn it over to the commission, and I will start off by saying, I appreciate what's happened down in that area for years ago, and it's continued on, and you guys have done a great job with the development. I know Trinity had involvement in the past and is no longer there, but it's exciting to see something carry on, and I think it's a good fit for the neighborhood. Commissioner Roush had some comments. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Chairman. I just have several things I'd like to just go on the record and say. This development is troubling to me in some ways, and I'm conflicted because on one hand, I'd really like to see something built on this lot. I think that it really does need some development. However, I just feel that it's very dense. I think that the proposed plan is a lot more density than the area should probably endure, I guess I'll put it that way. The way that staff's comments read, it's approved for 79-lot, single-family subdivision back in November of '06, and that you should have an extension of time since then. And you've been getting an extension of time since then for various different aspects of this property. But I'm not really interested in affirming what was approved in 2006 just because this plan is consistent with that old approval. That's a very long time ago. So I have some serious concerns about the reduction in open space down to 11,000 square feet where 61,000 square feet is required. And I also, as I usually do, have serious concerns about the schools being over capacity and adding another 34 students or more based on the projection that we got from the school district report. I'm curious why there's no visitor parking or any kind of open space or parks for kids if there is going to be 34 students or more that are going to live in this project. So those are some of my main comments. Lastly, I think that we have a burden to try to look out for all areas of our community, and it seems that in a lot of our inner city areas, we don't get as many folks that come forward to this meeting, probably because of a variety of factors, including which that they either can't get off work, can't get transportation here, or feel their voice will not be heard fairly. And I want to put an end to that and make sure that everyone knows that I'm looking out for all neighborhoods, and I want to make sure that we give this development the evaluation that it requires in terms of the density and in terms of what we're doing to better the neighborhood, not continue to cram as much as we possibly can onto a site. So with that, those are my comments, and I don't know if the planning commissioners have any other comments that they want to add to that, and then I'd like to hear what the applicant has to say in response to that.
Anyone else have? Please, 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 hold your applause, please, please. Any other comments that we have? No? Okay. So Commissioner Roush, were those questions that you'd like the applicant
So
to?
since no one has any other comments, I'd like the applicant to please address my concerns, primarily what you're doing in the way of visitor parking. I've been in the project that Mr. Schlottman lives in. It is impossible to navigate those streets. There is no place to park. If the applicant I would like to have some sort of visitor parking. The streets are very narrow. You're asking for 24 feet where I think, 37 feet is required? I can't remember. I apologize. I'm not that up to speed on all of the codes. I'm still learning. And I'd like to have some sort of a park for open space. It's hard for me to say these words, but it's like having a bunch of tin cans crammed onto a site. And I know that that's the urban design, and I know it's the urban loft plan, but this is not a neighborhood that is downtown. This is not, you might think it's downtown, but this is a neighborhood of single-family residences. And I think that it's a cutting-edge use in this location. I understand the land was probably inexpensive at the time that you bought it, but I'd like to do something respectful for the neighborhood. So can you please address the concern?
You want to address it or you want me to? Okay. Yes, ma'am. There are two other developments in the downtown area of Las Vegas, very similar to these proposed project. In that area, the demographics, as we've already can show, is that the number of children in those developments is very low because of the demographics of the type of people who live in those type of lofts. We don't think there would be a major impact to the school system in that area because of looking at what the other ones are like. I believe we say there's how many children in the other two developments?
There's a total of 3 at the Fremont Street lofts and maybe 2 children at the 11th Street lofts that are from a renter that I don't believe their kids even attend the school district in downtown Las Vegas.
Far as the park system, when the project came in 2006, the developer paid a substantial amount to the city of Las Vegas to build parks in this same area. So they've already contributed to that, and it was recognized at that time that there was a limited amount of parks in the development. So yes, that has been taken account of by the developer, and he is well aware of that, and that's why they paid a substantial amount of money back then to the city of Las Vegas to pay for parks in the area. The width of the streets, they are less, and that's why we are requesting the waiver. But again, it is what's in the other two developments that are exactly the same, and the tenants live there, and they have had no problems in that area. The number of visitor parking spaces are actually what's required. It shows on the plan, the number of parking for visitor parking. And so that was also addressed in 2006, and again, this time we've made sure we had at least that number that's required by the standard.
So because you did it before, you want to do it again?
No, ma'am. What I'm saying is that we are meeting the standards as stated in the City of Las Vegas Development Code, and that there was already a major amount of money paid for parks, so we have already covered that, and that's what we're stating here.
As part of this project, or as part of your prior projects, or as a package deal?
No, ma'am. How do you want to address it?
As far as I've been informed by our company, this amount that he was speaking about was for this project specifically to address the issue that you did have about the park inside the community.
Well, I've heard your answers, but frankly, I don't like them, so I'm probably not in favor of this project at this time. Obviously, only one vote out of the rest of the 7 commissioners, so I'll let everybody else vote with their conscience, but I really would have liked to have seen some even small amount of open space. I do believe kids will be in this area. There's a school right down the street. I think it's foolish to think that this is an urban-type product like we would see at 4th Street and Garces or somewhere. This is a more of a neighborhood area, and I would just like you to be more sensitive to that, but it sounds like you've made up your mind on your plan, so I'll vote accordingly. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Any other comments? Is there a motion? Commissioner Roush, would you like to make a motion?
Well, since I was going to vote no, I'm going to make a motion for denial, so that's probably going to be a surprise to all of you, but I'm going to make a motion for denial of ZON 73055, and we'll see how that goes.
Okay, motion's on the floor. Please cast your vote. The yes vote is for denial. Did we break it?
Motion fails, Chairman. This is a tie.
The motion fails, is that
Yes.
what I'm hearing?
Yes.
Okay. That motion doesn't carry. Or no, it... It's 3-2. 3-2 carries.
That's 3-2, and somebody abstained, right?
Yeah, there's an
That's 3-2. The
abstention by
motion-
Commissioner
Yeah, the motion
Schlotman.
carries.
Okay, so that motion carries.
All right, item number 9.
Excuse me one second.
The clerk informed me there was a 3-3 vote, so and then looking at the screen, it was a 3-2 vote with 1 abstention. That means her motion to deny carried.
Motion for deny carries.
Correct.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. So that motion has carried as a denial. Great. Item number 9.
Item number 9, WVR 73056, to allow 24-foot wide streets where 47 wide street is required. My motion is for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And the companion item number 10, TMP 73057, my motion is for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Mr. Chairman, those items will move forward to the City Council for their consideration at their June 20th, 2018 meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to Okay, moving on to items number 12, related items number 12 through 18. I will be abstaining from this vote. I work with another property, and we are going through some negotiations on stuff that I work with, so I will be abstaining. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. Regarding special use permit 729998, special use permit applicant owner 18 Fremont Street acquisition for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a 459-foot tall building where the airport overlay district limits the height to 200 feet at the southwest and southeast corner of Ogden Avenue and Main Street. Regarding item number 13, SUP 72999, special use permit related to SUP 72998, a public hearing item for the applicant owner 18 Fremont Street acquisition for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 117,740 square foot gaming establishment, non-restricted use at the southwest and southeast corner of Ogden Avenue and Main Street. Companion item SUP special use permit related to number 14, SUP 72998 and SUP 72999. The public hearing, the applicant is 18 Fremont Street acquisition for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed 608,965 square foot nightclub use at the southwest and southeast corner of Ogden and Main Street. And companion item, special use permit number 15 related to SUP 72998, SUP 72999, and special use permit 73000. The public hearing item is applicant owner 18 Fremont Street acquisition for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 7,865 square foot massage establishment at the southwest and southeast corner of Ogden and Main Street. Item number 16, special use permit SUP 72998, SUP 72999, SUP 73,000, and SUP 703,001. Public hearing, applicant owner 18 Fremont Street acquisition LLC for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 300 square foot. Oh, missed that, not number 16, sorry. So we stopped at number 15, I apologize. Mr. Kessler, good evening.
Good evening.
Name and address for the record.
Todd Kessler, 300 Las Vegas Boulevard North. And I believe you've got some other
Oh,
items.
excuse me, staff report first, please.
Vice Chair, Commissioners, this is items 12 through 18, so you need to read all 12 through 18 into the record for this related item.
Oh, okay, I saw the car dealership, so I'll keep going. All right, SUP 73002 to 72998, 72999, 73,000, 73001. Public hearing, applicant owner 18 Fremont Street acquisition for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 300 square foot automobile rental use at the southwest and southeast corner of Ogden and Main Street. And related item number 17, SUP special use permit related to SUP 72998, 72999, 73000, 73001, and SUP 73002. Applicant owners 18 Fremont Street acquisition for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed valet parking use at the southwest and southeast corners of Ogden Avenue and Main Street. With that, we'll have no, there's more, number 18. SDR 73004, Site Development Plan Review related to these items 72998, SUP 72999, SUP 73000, SUP 3001, SUP 3002, and SUP 3003. The applicant owner's 18 Fremont Street acquisition for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for a proposed 1,224,485 square foot, 459 foot tall hotel and casino with an 817,605 square foot, 143 foot tall parking garage on 4.84 acres on the southwest and southeast corner of Ogden Avenue and Main Street. Abeyance item number 19, a renotification of SUP 72469, special use permit public hearing. The applicant, L. Las Vegas Food Trucks. The owner is the 18 Fremont Street acquisition for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed temporary open-air vending transit sales lot use at the northwest corner of Fremont Street and First Street.
Madam
No more.
Chair.
That's it. I'm sorry. At 18. Okay. Later. Okay, so this is between number 12 and number 18. Good evening, Mr. Kessler.
Good evening.
Staff report.
Madam Vice Chair, staff finds the proposed hotel and casino development furthers the city's goals as expressed in the Vision 2045 Downtown Master Plan and is recommending approval of all applications. Please note additional letters of support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Kessler.
Good evening, Vice Chair Quinn, Chairman, who's not here, and Commissioners. It is my honor to be here tonight on behalf of...
Name and address, please, for the record.
300 Las Vegas Boulevard North, Todd Kessler. It is my honor to be here tonight on behalf of the applicant. I've had the honor of being up here on this dais before for many significant projects downtown, and I can honestly say that this project it will be the most significant and the most transformative. And I'll quote the mayor from today's newspaper that this project will blow the lid off of everything else downtown. And so I'm very excited to be here. I'd like to thank staff at this time. We've been working for almost 2 years with staff on this project. As you could imagine, the significance and the size of this project requires a lot of detail, and there's no better staff than the City of Las Vegas, and we've had the honor and privilege to work with them to get to this point. I am here tonight, again, not prepared fully to speaking because we got pulled off the one motion, one vote, but we have a lot of different items that are built into this thing, as you saw from how much you had to read, Vice Chairman. There's a lot of different SUPs, and I'm happy to address all of that. In general, I first ask that you offer your support, so we'll take that subject to staff conditions. There's some unique items for SUPs. For instance, we have a 608,000 square foot nightclub, and of course, that's really not its square footage, but it's simply how square footage is measured if you put live music at any portion of your hotel casino. I'm happy to talk about the specifics of it. In highlights, I think you saw through my justification letter, this is a 777-room hotel. There's 1,488 parking spots that are located on the parking garage across Main Street. There's a pedestrian bridge that connects that parking garage over Main Street into this project. There is a significant pool experience. There's many food and beverage operations. And as we progress forward to opening, there'll be a lot more detail revealed as it relates to those operations. Again, I'm really here to answer any questions and provide any further comment that's needed. Commissioner Williams, I look forward to working with you in this ward in the future, and I'm glad to have you on board. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions, and of course, we'll make some public.
Thank you. Is there anybody here from the public that wishes to speak on any of these items?
Madam Vice Chair, Commissioners, Mike Villion, 6550 Hinson Street, along with my partner Barry Moore, same address. I'd like to congratulate the applicant on a well-designed project. Obviously, as a neighboring project developer, we can appreciate how difficult it is to develop on Fremont Street with encroachments. That being said, I just had one question. I didn't see in the review package the Fremont Street approval letter, and I was curious if it included the exterior elevation and the encroachments that were listed, or just one or the other. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, we'll ask staff. Is that a question for staff, sir? If it includes The encroachment?
Staff or the commission, sure.
I'm sure.
I didn't see it in the package, so I'm not sure.
Okay, well,
Obviously, I saw the
The
encroachments.
staff wouldn't have the answer to that.
Madam Chair, as the project progresses through the development stages, it will have to go in front of the Downtown Design Review Committee as well as Fremont Street as they get closer to finalizing the elevations and signage for the project.
Thank you. Is that good? Okay.
So yeah, one of the conditions of approval will be a subject to Fremont Street Experience's approval.
Thank you. With that, I'll open it up to the Planning Commission. Commissioner DeSavio.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I have a question through you to staff. How did item 12, and just as curiosity, how did item 12 make it on one motion, one vote when you're only allowed to have a height of 200 feet and they're requesting 459? I thought to be on one motion, one vote, you had to be within the criteria of that code.
As part of anything that would exceed the height limitations for the airport overlay, we do send the reports over to the Clark County Airport Commission to review, and they do then return to us conditions that are placed in the report that the applicant will have to obey by, since they are exceeding that height limitation for the downtown area.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams?
Yes. My question, first of all, is for the benefit of all of us, how many stories is this 459-foot building?
It's a good question, because I know stories doesn't always equal to what you might read.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
I believe it's in the high 30s, and I don't want to misquote it. It's in the staff report somewhere. But if you look at the sort of flooring plan, it's a little different just because of numerology. Certain floors are no longer exist in hotels, for instance, floor 31, for instance, and Chinese and other bad numbers get removed.
Yes.
But I believe it's in the staff report, and I believe it's in the high 30s.
Is there any other downtown hotel that compares to this height-wise?
Well, this is the largest building this side of the stratosphere. The D Casino Hotel today is the tallest building in downtown, and that's 400 feet. And so this is an additional 59 feet taller than that.
Let's see. I think this question, my next question is for staff. And it just seems to me that we're talking about the overlay from the FAA or from what is it? From Clark County. And I understand that you've gotten information from them. Why would you want us to vote on an additional 200 and some feet above what's already set up? Why not go and get that information, get the approval from Clark County, and then ask us to vote on it? It just escapes me that we have rules in place, but we don't abide by them, and then we said, well, let's get a waiver. And I'm confused about that. It's the same thing, sir, and not personally, with your massage parlor. My God, it's 7,000 square feet or whatever it is, and you're supposed to be X number of feet from an existing, and you're not. So there are a lot of exceptions that I'm seeing here that I don't like.
I think it goes to the uniqueness of the code, and I bring an example of our large nightclub, which is really never that large, but just simply because the way nightclubs are defined, it has to be that way. And I also say that to you about the massage parlor. It is not a massage parlor, it's a spa. But there's no classification in the current code that allows for that to be deemed, and therefore it's labeled as a massage parlor, and that's a funny word, and it has different connotations for other folks, but it's really a spa. And in addition, as you relate to the 200-foot height issue, it's a standard condition that we'll go out and get the FTA approval. We've been working with the FTA for a long time, and we're expecting that approval very shortly. It's a different process, and so one of the conditions that would be given to us today will be that we could not build this until we receive that approval. And we have already begun that process and are about to finalize that, just so for the record.
So am I to understand, because we are where we are today, that you're almost assured that you're going to have this approval?
Well, I'm conditioning my approval upon it, so yes, meaning this SDR package will not be allowed to go forward unless we receive that approval. We will not be granted a construction permit until we receive that approval.
Madam Vice Chair, if I may, we submitted the proposed plans to the Aviation Department, which they then returned to us conditions of approval for staff to place within this report to condition the approval for the applicant. And they will have to work with the department and meet the conditions that they have placed in order to be able to pull building permits at a later date in order to construct the tower.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Rausch?
I don't even know where to start. I'm going to start by saying to Mr. Kessler, this is a very complex application. And you and I met, and I didn't even know what questions I wanted to ask yet when we met. So to be fair, I probably didn't give you a very fair and balanced meeting. I merely listened to what you had to say, and then I started digging into it a little more. I share the concerns of my fellow commissioners. I don't like the way that this has been handled. I don't like the way that it was put on the consent agenda, and we've been given the bum rush as if we're just supposed to rubber stamp it. That said, I am all for new development downtown, and I'm super excited to see a cutting-edge, brand-new project on Fremont Street. We desperately need it, and it's going to be wonderful. But I don't know why staff feels the need to push this through and act like we don't need to be properly briefed on it, or that the FAA is just a foregone conclusion, or that our oversight is really just a minor detail in the cog of the wheels of the city as we go forward. I share what Commissioner DeSalvio said. I mean, if this is something that requires approval, then we should be talking about it. We shouldn't be putting it on a consent agenda. And I don't accept staff's explanation that we're trying to keep things moving along or that we want to keep the agenda moving forward. That's not suitable either. I think that a proper briefing with all of us, whether it's individually or in small groups, so that we can understand what's happening, would make things run much more smoothly than us having to pull this and have no trust or faith in the process. And I just don't like the way it's been handled. The other thing that I wanted to say is that I wanted to get some clarification around the food truck issue. I had some communication with others with regard to how do food trucks work. And I went in Title 19 last night, and I found out that you can only have 2 food trucks on one parcel. They can only be there for 4 hours at a time. If this is the case, are we approving a waiver of this? So all of these things, part and parcel, were going to be approved on one motion, one vote, and I just am not comfortable with that. That said, I don't want to necessarily hold up the process either, so I'm going to try to look to my wise and more experienced fellow commissioners for some input on what we should do next year, because I'm really at a loss.
We're not hearing the food trucks on this item at this moment. It's trailing next, and that this is not a final action item. It is going forward to City Council, not on a one motion, one vote.
We understand that, but it was presumed that we were just going to approve it without even hearing it at all, as you mentioned, because you were not prepared to speak today. So we didn't get exhibits, we didn't get, any explanation from you in your presentation, or any explanation of all of the various special use permits, the SDRs.
I'm happy to do that. Again, when I spoke with you in person, I went over the SUPs that we were requiring. Based on uniqueness of the nightclub was a great example, I thought, when I discussed it.
And
but I'm happy to answer any questions.
And with all due respect, you were a little bit dismissive of that process. You said, this is just kind of a formality, and, this is a spa, and that we're going to have valet, and that we're going to have all these things. And I'm not trying to put you on the spot, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful of you or the process. I'm just trying to say to staff, to the city, and for the record, that this is a major project, and it should be heard, and we should have been briefed.
I'm not controlling the briefing, but
Mr. Chairman, Chairwoman.
Go ahead, Commissioner Schlotman.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I mean, regardless if it's on one motion, one vote, us as planning commissioners have the right to pull anything off of one motion, one vote. So I'm not going to hold that against the applicant. And, as far as the height goes, and if you read the backup report, you'll see all the exhibits are in the backup information. And in regards to the overall height and FAA regulations, it states that you'll have to comply with all FAA regulations and Department of whatever it is, the Department of Aviation. Thank you, Commissioner Rausch. Prior to moving forward and pulling a building permit, I am a pilot, and I've flown down the Strip many a times, and I've always seemed to miss the Stratosphere. And I think the Stratosphere is higher than this building, so the height of this isn't a big concern to me. I think it's the new downtown, and where we are right now is a lot of old buildings. The Golden Gate was torn down. The Golden Gate was dilapidated. We need something new, exciting on that end of Fremont, near Fremont and Maine. Nobody was going to the Golden Gate. Yes, Las Vegas Club. Derek Stevens come in. He did a great job with the D and the Las Vegas or Golden Gate and a couple other places. And so I think he's going to do a great job with this, and you'll see my full support. And I assure you my aircraft will stay clear of your hotel.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, Commissioner Williams, would you like to make a motion on starting with item number, did you have a rebuttal, Mr. Kessler, or would you ready for a vote?
No. Thank you,
Okay.
Trinity, for the
Thank
words.
you, sir.
I'm happy to
So with that, Commissioner Williams, regarding item number, we'll start with item number 12.
Item number 12, I would like to obey until June 12th.
Thank you. The motion is on the floor for the abeyance of SUP 72998.
Vice Chair, if you're planning to obey them all, you can take them all at one time if you'd like to.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd like to obey them all, with the exception of, let's see, 19 and 20. Those are the food trucks.
Okay, so items number 12 through 17.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Correct?
Through, let's see.
Through 18.
Through 73004, site development plan.
So numbers 12 through 18,
Yes.
you're requesting an abeyance for
Yes.
how long, Commissioner?
Until June 12th?
Till June,
I
for,
believe, yes.
till next month.
Yeah.
So the motion's on the floor for an abeyance till next meeting, 1 month. A yes vote is for the abeyance.
I think I already voted, did I? Okay. And then 19, 20.
Thank you, and that motion carries the abeyance. And that will go on to the June 12th meeting, correct, staff?
Madam Vice Chair, yes, I believe that's June 12th. Also, Madam Vice Chair, because items 19 and 20 are for concurrent entitlement,
Yes.
since you have obeyed items 12 through 18, I would request that you obey items 19 and 20 as well.
Thank you. Through you, Commissioner, would you add those two to your abeyance?
I can
item?
add it, even though I choose not to. I think it's separate and apart. I don't understand what this 19 and 20 have to do with the high-rise hotel. This is a food truck situation, and that
Okay.
I think,
You want to hear it?
I
She
want to
wants
hear
to hear
it.
it.
I want to talk about it.
And that's fine, Madam Vice Chair, through you. That's fine to hear them if you'd like. However, procedurally, the request of the applicant is for concurrent entitlement until you've approved the primary entitlement, which was the prior set of applications. Approving a concurrent application is procedurally problematic for us. So while you can hear it, if you act in the affirmative, that becomes a problem for us since you haven't approved the primary.
I choose not to
application.
have any problems. I just want to make sure that this is heard, so this would be in accordance with the abeyance to June 12th, in addition to
Yes,
those
yes,
others.
ma'am. Okay.
And,
Is that
Madam
clear?
Vice Chair, Seth Floyd, Deputy City Attorney, if you
Yes.
could read these into the record before you
One
take
by one.
action on these, 19 and 20. Thank you.
Starting with number 12 or 19 and 20?
Just 19 and 20.
Thank you. So regarding abeyance item, re-notification, SUP 72469, special use permit, applicant LV Food Trucks, owner, 18 Fremont Street Acquisitions, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed temporary open-air vending transient sales lot use at the northwest corner of Fremont Street and First Street. It's number 19. And number 20 is abeyance item SDR 72470, development plan review related to SUP 72469. The applicant is the Las Vegas Food Trucks. Applicant 18 Fremont Street acquisition for possible action on a request for a site development plan review for the installation of 7 temporary tables in conjunction with a temporary open-air vending transient sales lot on 2.76 acres on the northwest corner of Fremont Street and First Street. Mr. Kessler, or staff, please. We're just going to hold them. We're just going to hold them. So your motion is to hold them?
Yes, my motion is to hold them.
There's a motion on the floor to
until
hold
June
them. Thank you.
12th. We ready to vote?
Thank you, and that motion carries.
Thank you.
Until June 12th meeting. Thank you.
Item number 23, SUP 72982, applicant Blackjack Collective owner, 1700 Vegas LLC, for possible action on the request for special use permit for proposed 3,200 square foot marijuana dispensary use at 1736 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward T. Staff recommends approval. Vice Chair, I'm going to have to turn this over to you. My family's involved in this industry, and so I will be abstaining. Yes.
Thank you. Regarding item number 23, SUP 72982, applicant Blackjack Collective owner, 1700 Vegas LLC, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed 3,200 square foot marijuana dispensary use at 1736 South Las Vegas Boulevard, Ward Coffin. Staff is recommending approval. Applicant.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners.
Chair?
John Vornsand, 62.
I'm sorry, staff report. Sorry.
Apologies, Madam Chair,
My
Madam
fault.
Vice
I'll
Chair.
get the hang of it.
The requested use meets the minimum special use permit requirements for marijuana dispensary use and can be conducted in a manner that's harmonious and compatible with the adjacent commercial uses. Staff therefore recommends approval. Please note that there were 2 additional protests and 1 approval received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, applicant.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Again, John Vornsand, 62 Swan Circle, Henderson, representing the application. I'm also standing in for Lucy Stewart this evening, who is out of the country. Blackjack Collective has an existing dispensary located at 1816 Western. 60 Western Avenue. They propose to relocate that particular facility to this location on Las Vegas Boulevard. This is the old Burger King located directly to the south of the White Cross Drugs. This location is presently vacant and is basically abandoned. The applicant proposes to remodel and renovate the entire property, including the parking lot and landscaping within the area. They also plan on remodeling the building itself. This would be an elevation of that remodel. The request fully conforms to all city code requirements, including separations, and Nevada statutes. We would respectfully request that you follow staff's recommendation for approval.
Thank you very much. Good evening.
Good evening, Madam Chairwoman, Commissioners. Pui Premser at 520 South 4th Street. Here on behalf of New Leaf CLV Dispensary LLC. During public comment, I did provide some previous coming attractions as to what the purpose of my appearing here today is. I did give some brief background, but with your indulgence, I'd like to take you at least a little bit more in depth through the process as to what happened to New Leaf from end of 2014 and 15. I know that City Attorney Scott was present on quite a few of those proceedings and meetings. During the application process, wherein multiple applicants applied to the state of Nevada to receive medical marijuana dispensary provisional certificates. New Leaf was one such applicant. Among the 12 awardees in the city of Las Vegas, New Leaf ranked extremely high. New Leaf was ranked number 3. In conjunction with their application, they sought a special use permit located at 4500 West Charleston. That site was located across from the Walmart. While staff for planning did recommend approval, Councilwoman Tarkanian was not in favor of that location and instead suggested, and more so insisted, that we relocate if we wanted to do anything at all. So concurrently, while New Leaf was applying with the 4500 West Charleston location, Boulevard Medical, with the property owner Cook Living Trust, sought an SUP application approximately July of 2014. That was submitted, it had run through planning, everything was moving forward. Unfortunately, Boulevard Medical had a different situation. While their SUP was looking great, their chances at being awarded the provisional certificate from the state was denied, or did not rank in the top 12. Once New Leaf was required to relocate, we sought that property, and coincidentally, Lucy Stewart filed the application on behalf of New Leaf, and this was submitted November of 2015. While that was going on, there were 2 other applicants that did not score within the top 12 that somehow felt that because New Leaf and its original location was not satisfactory, somehow was not eligible for the state provisional certificate. In essence, it resulted in a protracted litigation before Department 20, I believe that's Judge Eric Johnson. It essentially was GB Medical, GB Sciences that sued New Leaf, and then Acres Medical catapulted into our lawsuit, essentially did what I called a croquet bump, and croquet bumped New Leaf and GB Sciences, and was awarded by the district court the provisional certificate. As a result, this created a domino effect. This quelled New Leaf's chances to move forward, and in essence, we not only put that on the record with the city council, so we'll be seeing Acres Medical very soon, but we filed a notice of appeal. There were cross appeals. After 2.5 years of litigation and additional briefing, a unanimous decision was issued by the Nevada Supreme Court in favor of New Leaf, that at all times New Leaf was the correct holder of the provisional certificate. So that's in essence why I'm here today. Unfortunately, it puts us in a predicament with the current applicant for the SUP for the sole purpose that our location sought is located at 1600 Las Vegas Boulevard. That location is across the street from the Olympic Gardens building. I believe currently the use is a tuxedo shop. It's in the Viva Arepas shopping center. The same landlord. We're still ready to move forward. The ink is just fresh on the Nevada Supreme Court decision.
So through you, Pui, the point is that you want to make sure the distance separation of this application does not affect your location.
Correct.
I don't want you just want it on the record.
Exactly.
Okay.
And also, I don't want anything that I say to prejudice this applicant.
Right.
However, I don't want them being granted to prejudice us in our rights, which I believe should relate back to 2015.
Right. Through you, Mr. Scott, is this the correct process? I'm sorry it went so long, but I wanted it on the record.
Mr. Vice Chair, if we could talk to Mary in business licensing, she would have your information.
Mary.
Madam Vice Chair, for the record, Mary McElhone, Deputy Planning Director. There is no distance separation from other dispensaries. There are distance separations, but not from other dispensaries. I should also like to point out that the applicant before you today is not involved in this lawsuit. They simply just wish to change their location.
Right.
New Leaf, who is speaking before you right now, does not have a special use permit, nor have they filed for one.
Okay. So this is all on the record, and that's all we can do right now here today, right, Mary?
Yes, that is correct.
Madam Chair, I think the Pui just wanted to indicate that there was no distance separation between dispensaries.
Right.
Get that on the record.
Okay.
That, and just, I know that there's some penchant among certain and maybe not certain individuals, but the anti-clustering, or, well, they might be too close, and that might be a reason, even though it doesn't violate a
Right.
particular
And
code or
with all
requirement.
with all respect to you, because I think the world of you, the application that's in front of us is this application.
Understood.
And we're going to move forward on now with your remarks on the record, and
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. I don't, and if you could give that to the clerk,
And
that would be
Madam Vice Chair,
great.
just one more thing for the record. Just because this commission or the business licensing doesn't have a distance separation doesn't mean the council couldn't consider that particular issue when it
Right.
considers
But
the...
not this body right
Correct.
here.
That's correct.
Understood. And I just want to thank you, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners, for allowing me to speak. My client's just been really put through the ringer in this process.
Right, and we
so
understand that. So
Thank
we're-
you. And
if we
thank
let
you
the
to the
meeting go on
applicant
much
for
longer, I'm going to be
understanding.
put through the ringer, so let's put that on the record, and then we'll, okay, so with that being said, thank you, Pui. With that, number 23, Commissioner Schlottman. Did you want to make a motion? Or public comment? Okay, does anybody wish to speak on this item up here? Commissioner Roush, go ahead.
I just have a question of clarification, either for Mr. Scott or for staff. Or maybe it's for Mary McElhone, excuse me. I can't see you behind my monitor here. I know that there is no distance separation between two dispensaries, but is it a possibility that if we approve this dispensary tonight, then it puts the other dispensary in a situation where they are closer to a school, a place of worship, or something like that, that would then knock them out of the box? I just don't know because of the addresses. Have we looked at that? And is that something?
For the record, Mary McElhone, no, this particular location for Blackjack Collective, we've looked at the distance separations for churches and schools just based upon this single location. And whatever location New Leaf may find at some point in the future, we would look at that distance separation from churches and schools and all those requirements. So one has nothing to do with the other. Each location will be looked at individually.
Understood. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, if there's no further comments, it meets the distance separations, it has staff's approval, and I will make one disclosure, as I've always made in the past. I've worked on several medical marijuana and marijuana dispensaries, cultivation facilities, and production facilities, and testing facilities, and so on and so forth. And, all of my business is concluded, and it wouldn't have any effect on my opinion one way or another, so I'll be voting on this matter. So, Madam Chairwoman, if I may go ahead and make a motion?
Go ahead, yeah. Make the motion, please.
On item number 23, SUP 72982, I'd move to approve, subject to the staff's conditions. Thank you.
Madam Chairman,
Sorry.
I would like to make a disclosure also that I own the property at 201 East Utah Avenue, and I feel that the property's proximity is very close to this applicant, so I'll be abstaining from this item.
All right, thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your votes. Thank you. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Madam Vice Chair, that item will go, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to item number 28, SUP 73064, applicant Trans Plus 2 LLC, owner Red Feather Property LLC, for possible action request for special use permit for proposed auto repair garage major use at 4930 West Cheyenne Avenue, Suite 140, Ward 5. Can I get the staff report, please? Staff recommends approval.
Mr. Chairman, major auto repair garage is a conditional use in the C2 zoning district. This proposal does not meet the conditional use requirement prohibiting the use adjacent to a single-family residential zone property, thereby requiring a special use permit. The site is in a shopping center with a number of similar auto-related uses that have been found to be compatible with the surrounding land uses. The applicant performs third-party transmission services in a completely enclosed building. Customers are not likely to visit the property. Staff therefore recommends approval, and note there was one additional approval received after publication.
Thank you. Is the applicant here tonight for item number 28? Okay, not seeing an applicant. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on item number 28? We will close the public hearing portion. Turn it over to the commissioner. Commissioner Williams?
Chairman Cherry, I want to thank the staff person for your report about the fact that they rarely perform certain works at that facility. I happen to drive by there on occasions, and so this weekend I went by, and of course I've seen it for a couple of years, that Classic Automotive, I believe is what it's called, has been there for a while. So I looked it up on the internet, and they advertise themselves as a full-service auto repair since 2015. So that tells me that either I'm mistaken or they have been doing full-service auto repair all the time. And so I'm asking you, I guess, what's going on here? If they were doing full-service auto for the last 2-3 years, and now are asking for permission to do full service, have they been operating outside of their license? And if they have been, is there a penalty afforded such actions? I guess that's 3 or 4 questions. Those are the only concerns. I don't have a problem with them being there or what they do. I just want to make sure that we all know that when they say they are a proposed auto repair garage major, I don't know how much more major you can get unless you are a full-service auto repair shop.
And Mr. Chair, through you, there is approved business license for a minor auto repair, which covers most repairs, but not major engine repair or transmission or differential repair. And so if those things are included, then they would be in violation of the minor auto repair license definition. Yeah, and the applicant also operates another minor auto repair at a different location on Decatur. So I don't know if that was what you had seen also.
No, this was at that Cheyenne location. That's what I'm talking about. So there's some misinformation somewhere. And the fact that he's doing minor repair, if he tells you he gets people to bring in their transmissions and they repair the transmissions and then the person comes and picks them up, you know, like a delivery service type thing, that's still major. So I'm trying to get my head around whether or not we're getting the true facts. That's all I'm trying to say here.
Chairman, Commissioners, if I could, on that site in that shopping center, there is already a major auto repair service that's operating. That's not this applicant. So that may have been the business that you observed?
No, it's not. It's not. I went specifically to this. You can go on the internet right now and look it up. It's this. I don't have a problem with approving it. It's simply that I want the truth when I'm sitting here. I need to know what's going on.
Commissioner Williams, if I may.
Yes.
We don't have an applicant here. I think we should still have a vote, and regardless which way it goes, it will go on to City Council. So if you're inclined for denial, then...
I'm not inclined
or
for
whatever, you know,
yes.
your motion
Yes.
would be.
Yes.
I think we should still have a vote. I mean, if someone puts forward an application, they should come forward regardless if it's on one motion, one vote or not.
Okay.
So I think we're good to hear a motion if you'd like to hear one. And I also would say, in this circumstance, this is something where we can have staff look into this more between now and City Council to actually have some more answers for you and for Council at that time.
So then, would I move to approve?
And I was going to indicate,
With
Mr. Chairman,
conditions?
also, if they are doing major auto repair there and should be only doing minor, code enforcement should indicate that to them.
Exactly. Right,
Have them
right.
cease and
Exactly.
desist that operation until they get a full approval.
Yep.
Are you ready for motion?
Sure, unless there's, yep.
I move to approve.
So motion on the floor to approve, item number 28. That motion carries.
And Mr. Chairman, as you indicated, that item will go forward to the City Council at their June 20th, 2018 meeting.
Okay. No, 32 is held in abeyance, 33 is held in abeyance, 34, looks like we're on 35. Right?
Yep.
Item number 35, abeyance SUP 72419. That's held in abeyance until June 12th.
34 was?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Abeyance item SUP 72419, applicant owner, the KFLT Financial Trust, for possible action request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 290-foot distance separation from similar use where 660 feet is required at 2809 Merritt Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can we get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There is one other short-term residential rental unit within the separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note there was an additional letter of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Absolutely, Chairman. Matthew Seibert, Moran Brendan Ben David Moran, 630 South 4th Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. To start, just to put on the record, I'd like to say congratulations. I heard you got married, so congratulations, Chairman.
Thanks. Appreciate that.
And with that said, I'd like to get into...
This is my honeymoon.
I admire your dedication, sir.
Thanks.
So as you guys are probably very well aware now, this is an application for a special use permit here on Merritt Avenue. We've obeyed this application 3 times now, twice to meet with the neighbors and try to resolve some issues that they had. We appreciate you allowing us to obey those. We did get a chance to meet with the one neighbor that we were really eager to reach out to after the last meeting. We had some wonderful discussions with her regarding this use at this property. Here's the thing. So a lot of things have changed since we originally filed this application. Originally, we were asking for a 290-foot distance separation waiver. We're no longer asking for that. That use that was on Alcoa Avenue has ceased. It's not going to be resumed. So basically, there's only one house. And I don't know if you have this display up, but I wanted to show you this map here. This is it. Your radius goes right through the middle of that property. That's the only use. So we're asking for a 43-foot waiver. I mean, that's... I mean, obviously, we measure property line to property line. That's how we get to the 43 feet. I mean, if we're going door to door, it would be outside the distance separation radius. That said, I think that the neighborhood actually has a unique opportunity here. My applicant, the KFLT Financial Trust, is actually the trustees of that trust are locals here in Vegas. They live about 5 to 7 minutes away from this property. We've met with the neighbors that were concerned. I've never seen an applicant offer as many concessions to his neighbors as my applicant, Mr. Shook, has. I mean, you have an opportunity here to put a short-term residential rental that you will have absolute control over, that you could put conditions on, that will not be a problem. Whereas if it's denied, obviously, the guy right next door, he could apply for this use, and he's not going to have to meet the distance separation requirements, and who knows what's going to happen at that property. I feel that my applicant has gone above and beyond what most, I think, operators of this type of use would do for his neighbors. He's, willing to accept conditions on the license that would be above and beyond what are normally placed on these applications or these use permits. I understand that, obviously, we're still going to have to ask for a waiver. It's 43 feet. But I do think that if you would be so kind as to grant that 43-foot waiver, you would do very well by this community, because you're going to have an operator in there that's going to do it right, that you're going to be able to contact day and night, that's going to keep that property well maintained, and it's also going to make sure that no other operators, can move forward in this neighborhood without, requesting a significant distance separation waiver. With that, I'd, be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? I am going to, yeah. Seeing no one from the public. Oh, okay. And before we go further, I noticed as I looked at the map again, I will have to abstain from this. My now new family owns a property.
Yay, buddy.
Is adjacent. So Commissioner Quinn.
I got this. Good evening, ma'am. Name and address for the record, please.
Yes, Patricia Dorsey Montgomery. I own the home at 2901 Merritt Avenue. And my objection to this is the same as it's been all along, that there is a brand-new school in this neighborhood. It's an affordable neighborhood. It gives families a chance to live right near this elementary school, Rex Bell. And I'm not sure where the school is on his map. I can't find it. Do you know where it is?
It's up to you. I don't care. Thank you.
Which school are you talking about? These things over here?
This one right here.
So, I apologize. I don't know where the school is that you're referring to.
Well, I'm going by this one that I printed out from the city website. And it has this beautiful school right here.
So you're saying it's too close to a school?
It's too close to the school. It's a good neighborhood for people who need affordable housing, and their kids could walk to school.
Okay.
And I don't know where the school is on.
Thank you. No, we have it right here in front of us on the map. We have it on the map, but thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Whipple, is that you?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Whipple.
I think this is our fourth appearance.
Name and address for the
I'm
record.
sorry.
I know you, and you know me, but
Melvin
everybody
Whipple,
needs-
2816 Merritt Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Yes,
I'm just
Mr.
catty corner from the subject property.
Right.
The only access with the vehicle to this property is Richfield. If this is approved, it's going to make a bad situation there for traffic. And we need to have a decision on this thing. I think it should be dismissed with prejudice.
Okay.
We've just been hassled too much. I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Whipple. For the record, is this your third time down here?
This is the fourth time.
Your fourth time, okay.
Yes.
Thank you. So you're against it because of the traffic, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Good evening, sir. Name and address for the record.
Fred Holder, 2824 Merritt Avenue, Las Vegas, 89102. I've lived there since 1963. At the moment, 2809 is occupied. I'm four houses up from it. It's been occupied more or less for the last couple of months. And like Melvin said, this is our fourth visit. But, and he mentioned the traffic, which would be a problem because the street is gated at its west end, or east end.
Right.
which makes it more or less a cul-de-sac, as is Kingsway and Alcoa. And when people drive down there and they see it's gated, they speed back, even though they might drive, 25 or 30 going in, but they come out quite quickly. I don't think it fits in the neighborhood, but that's my opinion.
All right,
Okay?
thank you very much. If I see no one else, I'll close the public hearing and open it up to planning commissioners. Commissioner,
I've
what?
lived in this neighborhood since the last.
I know, Mr. Whipple.
Okay.
But thank you very much.
Yeah.
We're going to hear from Planning Commissioner Del Salvio now. Let's see what he has to say.
Thank you, Mr. Chairwoman. This is through you to staff. Has there been anybody in support? I see just the cards that are against. Is there any support on this from the community?
No.
Vice Chair, Commissioners, there have been no letters of support at this point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And through you, Ms. Mary, there's no code enforcement violations, are there, on this property?
For the record, Mary McElhone, no, we don't have any code enforcement activity at this property.
Thank you. Does anybody else wish to speak on this item? Nobody? Okay, well, with that, I'll entertain a motion, Commissioner.
Vice Chair, if I might speak to
Sure.
the person in that property right now that one of the protesters were referring to, that's actually a relative of the applicant. She's there with her new baby. They own the property. They're allowing her to stay there. That's why this is such a unique opportunity for the people in the neighborhood. The people that own this home, they've owned this home for some time. It used to be the mother-in-law's home. Unfortunately, she passed away. Now they have this piece of
Right.
property. It's not going to be used as a short-term rental all the time. Obviously, as you just heard, there's a family living in there now. I would just hate to see that, us get denied and the guy next door get approved who doesn't have to worry about that distance separation because he's going to be 43 feet, down the road. And who knows, the owner that's going to, take up that piece of property and how they're going to operate it. They have an opportunity here, and we've tried to explain this to the neighbors. It's rolling the dice. I understand it, on their end. They think that, they're going to get us out and nobody else is going to come in. But as you can see, somebody else is going to establish that use in that neighborhood, and they're not going to have to worry about the distance separation.
Okay.
I really think that this would be the safest bet for this neighborhood.
Thank you very much. With that, I'll entertain a motion from somebody, because it's my ward, Lou.
Okay, Lou DeSalvio for the record. I would like to make a motion for denial on SUP 72419.
The motion on the floor is for denial. Yes vote is for the denial. Thank you, and that motion passes. The denial passes.
Madam Vice Chair, that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10... Madam Vice Chair, that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you very much.
Okay, moving on to item number 39. Okay. Abeyance GPA 72783, applicant Harmony Homes, owner Ver Lane LLC et al. For possible action, request for general plan amendment from SC Service Commercial and MLA to M Medium Density Residential on the east side of Rancho Drive, north of Vegas Drive, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item number 40, abeyance item ZON 72784, possible action request for rezoning from C1 limited commercial and R2 medium low density residential to RTH single family attached, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item number 41, WVR 73060, for possible action request for a waiver to allow 25-foot wide private streets with no sidewalks that terminate in a non-center design behind a gate where 47 feet wide streets are required. Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Item number 42, TMP 73061, for possible action request for a tentative map for a 250-lot, single-family attached residential subdivision, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. The staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the proposed medium-density residential general plan designation is an appropriate transition from commercial to residential uses in this area, and the densities it would allow are similar to those in surrounding parcels. RTH zoning allows for single-family attached units, which would be compatible with the higher-density single-family detached and multifamily apartment uses on the adjacent properties. Moreover, the area east of Rancho Drive, north of Vegas Drive, is primarily residential in character, and there are already adequate and sufficient commercial uses serving residents in this area. Smaller lot residential development is appropriate adjacent to major thoroughfares such as Rancho Drive. Staff therefore recommends approval of the requested general plan amendment and rezoning. The proposed townhome development is designed in such a way that on-street parking and pedestrian access along the proposed streets are not necessary. Emergency access and turning movement requirements will be satisfied by the proposed design. Staff therefore recommends approval of the waiver and tentative map requests. The development as proposed otherwise conforms to Title 19 requirements. Please note there were 3 additional protests and 1 approval received after publication for the waiver and the tentative map items. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Sure. Robert Cunningham, 6030 South Jones Boulevard with Tanny Engineering, representing Harmony Homes here tonight. I'd like to state that we really appreciate working with staff on this application, going back and forth. The item was obeyed so that the tentative map item could be caught up with it, so it was all heard at one hearing. I myself have been working one-on-one with Lenny Scar, who's representing quite a few of the neighbors. I had recently just passed out to you a list of conditions that I understand we had met with the city attorney last week. These are things that we're agreeing to, more of a gentleman's agreement on the property to satisfy some of the neighbors' conditions, but not necessarily can the city adopt these. But I wanted to show you guys that we have gone above and beyond, in my opinion, to try to work with the neighbors in the area. They have quite a few concerns, and I believe some of these conditions really address some of their concerns. I'd like to just read some of them into the record, if I may. So the item 1 says a wall. We've agreed to build up to an 8-foot high wall all the way around the property on the perimeter streets. This is Holly on the north and Rancho, and then on the south. Currently there is a lot of crime in this area. It's felt that a little bit higher wall, the 8-foot high wall, will be a high enough wall to prevent people from jumping over the top of it and prevent crime in the area. We've also agreed that if this requires a variance to get a wall height that high, we will apply for the variance with the city. We also have agreed that the wall color will match or be browns, but not grays or anything in that hue. We've also agreed there was a secondary egress for our site on Holly on the North Street. In conjunction with meeting with the neighbors, we've moved that slightly from where it was planned to line up with the street in the area that is north of ours. This provides better access, as there is a street, there's a house in the middle of the street. It's an odd condition on Holly, blocking some of the view. Also, there's a bus stop in previous area where we were locating it, so we think that works better with the neighborhood. We've agreed to make all the roof tiles concrete instead of asphalt shingles. We have provided, I heard this earlier in another application, open space, and we've agreed to put programmed open space with active and passive amenities. And we actually, even though it wasn't required, have gone through and I have a conceptual landscape plan that I'm working back and forth with the neighbors on, showing the different programmed areas, specifically an area for a tot lot, dog walk park area, barbecue picnic areas, and other outdoor activities, including adult active amenities that we would be adding in there. We've agreed to not paint our buildings gray in color, but to use brown and cream color schemes, which are more conducive to the neighborhood. A big one, and this is a big concern out there, that Harmony Homes is selling the homes. They're attached homes, they're a for sale product, but the concern is they don't want this to grow into a rental community. So one of the things that Harmony Homes has agreed to is that they're not going to sell more than 2 units in the entire community to one individual or one group. And while I know there's ways to work around that, this is at least one hurdle that would make it more difficult for someone to jump through in order to buy more than 2 properties. They've agreed to hire security management companies. I've listed them in these conditions, both reputable companies, and there was some issue about I believe it was Safe Key before school. It's currently not in the area because there's not a demand for it, but the school, in talking with them, they had indicated if there was 5 families that signed up for it, they would be able to restart that program, but there's other adequate childcare in the area. We believe we have a really good project. It's got a lot of parking provided through it. We're asking for the street waiver to 25 foot in street width. It's basically more of an alley look to it, but it has no parking allowed on both sides. But we're providing 113 parking stalls. We have 64 units that have 2-car driveways, so you can actually park in the driveways. We believe that the combination of that, along with 2-car garages for every single unit, provides adequate parking throughout the entire community. We think this is a great project fitting into a area where it needs to be redeveloped a little bit, and we've really worked with the neighbors, and we'll continue to work with the neighbors between now and the City Council. With that, I would recommend or gladly recommend or ask any questions that you need of me, and hopefully you guys can recommend approval to the City Council. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on these items? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing portion, turn it over to the commission for discussion. And I'll start off by saying I can appreciate that you've made a lot of headway with the neighbors. And as I look at this list that was provided, if this has a motion for approval, I don't believe we can instill all, I know we can't put all of these.
I apologize. I guess it took me a little while
Oh,
to get
I'm
from
sorry.
back to get up here.
I apologize. Can I get your name and address for the record? We'll open it up for you.
Lenny Scar, 1833 Crystal Chimes Drive. And if you look at the maps that were sent out on the label where it says Crystal Chimes Drive, that D is in my front yard. So that's how close I am to this property. And I have probably worked the closest with Mr. Cunningham, although he has been generous with his time. I went on a tour, actually, of 3 of the Harmony Homes projects in North Las Vegas and had the opportunity to see for myself the granite countertops that are going to be standard in all of these townhomes, the upgraded kitchen cabinets that are going to be standard in every one of these townhomes, the double sinks in the master baths and in the larger units, even in the second baths, although it is not arranged as a Jack and Jill for bedrooms 2 and 3. Bedrooms 2 and 3 in the 2 larger units both have walk-in closets as well as the master suite. There is an additional extra space, bonus area, whatever you want to call it, on the 2nd floor that is very adequate for a large dollhouse, a place to put Nintendo or a train set or whatever, so that mom and dad do not have to trip over the children's toys when they have company.
So are you here in support of the application? Just for clarity of the...
Many years ago, well, several years ago, I won't make him that old, when Lawrence Weekly was our council person, we came forward and told him that we have 2 apartment complexes that were designated as being built with attachments to them by the city, that they were for low income, and we have another one that was specifically given to a development group on the promise that they would provide very low income. So what we told Councilman Weekly at that time was...
Ma'am, I don't mean to cut you off, but I need to speak specifically about the application. So if you're for the application, just to...
What we wanted was a for-sale market rate project to preserve the value of people like me that have existing single-family homes.
Great.
They are giving us exactly what we asked for me to stand up here and say, we fought for this project and we want it denied. It would be the stupidest thing I could do.
Okay.
To stand here and say, I lied years ago and I'm lying tonight. I saw the quality of their project.
Ma'am, I'm going to have to stop. I'm going to have to stop, and we're going to have to keep this meeting moving. I appreciate your comments. I appreciate that it's for approval. But at this point, I have to ask you to stop, please. please.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Were you here for a public hearing as well?
Yes.
Okay, please come to the microphone, give your name and address to the record.
My name is Dorothy Barroyer. I live at 3453 Anderson Lane, which is a few hundred feet from this project. I only have one big question, and nobody seems to be talking about it. How do the kids get to school? The school, Ollie Detweiler, is on Farrell, which is not a through street at all, because the city chose not, I guess, vacated it to apartments. So in order for the kids to get from this project to that school, they got to go down to on a half street, Cindy Sue, not Cindy Sue, Alwell, Anderson's a half street, Corin's a half street, Allen's a half street, and Holly's a half street. So we have no real ability for traffic flow. Right now, when school gets out of the current population, the cars are parked clear up to Alwell from Farrell. So I don't know how many of you have looked at the maps and how the school situation is going to happen.
Thank you, Dorothy. And are you for or against the project, for the record?
For the project, if you guys can figure out how to get the kids over there.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for your comments. They're appreciated. Did I miss anyone else? I apologize that I went quickly there. No, seeing no one else, we'll close that back up. And I think I left off with the comments, the conditions that were proposed. I understand it was, a lot of this is saying gentleman's agreement, and there's stuff that we can't necessarily enforce. You're going to have to self-police if it's approved. But it seems like there are some conditions on here that could be included, and I'll turn that over to staff to comment on that.
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, we can take a stab at a few of these. We could say that perimeter walls with a minimum height of 8 feet shall be constructed along Rancho Drive, Holly Avenue, and the south property line. Any wall that exceeds code requirements shall require approval of a variance. Another condition is that the emergency access gate to Holly Avenue shall be moved to align with Cindy Sue Street, subject to staff review. The open space area shall be programmed for active adult amenities. We could keep it that broad. A facsimile of a color and material board indicating the range of proposed colors and patterns for the exterior facades and roof tiles of proposed residential buildings shall be submitted to the Department of Planning prior to submittal for a building permit. And no more than 2 units may be sold to any individual unit or group.
That's something we could
Which
condition?
I don't think we can enforce that.
Yeah, I don't think that, doesn't seem like it would be. Pardon?
So, Mr. Chairman, yes, it'd be unenforceable, but it could be included on the map so that it's recorded as a part of it, but I don't believe there's any enforceability by the city on the sale of the units going forward.
Okay, and I heard the active space, the open space can be programmed as active, and that could be a condition on there. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, I think if we leave it that broad and not say exactly what goes in there, just to be programmed, that's sufficient enough to enforce.
Okay, so how do you enforce that? I mean, we're
When we review the final plans, they have to have notations that indicate, and then so through the permitting process, when we go out and do our final inspections, we would verify that any open space that was indicated on the maps and on the plans as active amenity areas has some form of active amenity. So it has picnic table, it has a bocce court, it has a whatever was on the plans versus just being a patch of decomposed granite with a tree.
okay. Thank you for my clarity. Okay, I mean, if this,
If I may, we actually have a preliminary landscape plan with those on it that we would be willing to turn into staff, so it would satisfy exactly what he's saying.
thank you. I'm just trying to understand what can go in if this goes for a motion of approval, just so we do have it on record for the neighborhood if it moves forward. But I'll turn it over to Commissioner Williams.
Thank you, Chairman Cherry. I did meet with Ms. Lenny Scar, and I am grateful for her passionate pursuit of this subdivision. However, there's a new day dawning in Ward 5, and this project is of such high density, it is the beginning of a ghetto. Townhouses today, ghetto tomorrow. We're talking about an average of 14 units on 1 acre of land. That's a lot of people. We're talking about taking commercial land and turning it into residential. How then do we get economic development if there's no commercial involved? Streets 25 feet wide. That's unconscionable. Dirt sidewalks, no sidewalks. Where's the infrastructure? Is the infrastructure under the ground, above the ground? How do we have emergency medical and fire services get into this project? Because you have a gate, literally a gate to go in. They can't come in. Even your disposal service, their trucks are almost 25 feet wide. How do they get in and out? Where do the kids play? I personally think that it's just too many things against this. I know Lenny's, not Lenny, our vice chair son has ADA issues. I know there's school buses that come and they have to drive up to the house and let the person off. How does that happen? I'm very concerned about 2018 when we're trying to do better in Ward 5 that somebody would suggest that we put that many houses on 1 acre of land. And I think I can go on and on, but I don't want to do that. I drove out there twice. I asked someone else to drive and take a look. And on one of the items, you can see where the graffiti is so bad on the wall, it looks like somebody gave them an easel to paint. Well, it is an easel. So where's code enforcement? Where's the law when it comes to that? What is the crime rate? The crime rate has to be all off the chart already. So how can we possibly think about putting that many people into an area where you really don't have good ingress and egress? With that, I'll turn it over to someone else.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Roush?
Again, this is very similar to items 8, 9, and 10 that I spoke on earlier. It's almost a cookie cutter in some ways, other than the elevations are different in the finished materials. Similar to what Commissioner Williams has said, I feel that there's just too many things wrong with this. There's too narrow of streets and no sidewalks. It's attached product. It's basically townhouses that are masquerading as actual apartments. 250 units is squeezing way too much onto the site. It's definitely 10 pounds in a 5-pound sack. I don't like it. It's very much like the Urban Lofts project we just discussed. Schools. I very much appreciate the neighbor that came down and spoke to the fact that how do these kids walk to school? How do they walk through the neighborhood? There's no sidewalk to walk on. They're going to get run over by cars on these 24-foot wide streets with no sidewalks. I just really have concerns about that, and the fact that the school report says that the project's expected to add probably 109 new students. Detweiler Elementary is at 147% of capacity. Western High School's at 136% of capacity. West Prep 110. I could keep going on. You hear me say this at every meeting, and I know that it's not the city's entire responsibility to figure out how we build new schools. It's a combination of factors between the state legislature, the Clark County School District Superintendent, which I hope we get a new and sensible one soon. But it also sends a message in terms of what we decide here. If we keep approving dense housing, dense developments with no plan in the future for schools for these kids, what are we really doing? Today's National Teacher Appreciation Day. I don't think I can
Please,
vote in
please,
good conscience
please,
on
please,
this
please.
in terms of how we're treating our students and how we're treating our neighborhoods. One last comment I have, and then I'll turn it over because I know that other commissioners want to speak. Staff has a comment that that the accessibility and internal streets are not necessary. You know, we talk about walkable communities, we talk about connectivity points, we talk about access to other parts of the neighborhood. This project doesn't address it whatsoever. Lastly, over the course of the past 14 years, staff says, since all of the actions that were taken along Rancho Drive have resulted in no new development for commercial uses, indicating that, one, there is no market for commercial development, and two, that there is sufficient commercial development in the area already to meet market demand. I very seriously disagree with that. I've spent 30 years in commercial real estate, and I will tell you that rooftops drive commercial, not the other way around. The reason there's no commercial in this area is not because there's no demand for it, it's because we need development, but we need the right kind of development. So just because there is no commercial there now doesn't mean that it doesn't need to be there. I would propose that the applicant consider reserving a portion along the Rancho Road frontage for future commercial, reduce the size of this project in terms of residential, and reduce the density. And that would be something that I could support. But as the application stands right now, I cannot support it. I'm sorry.
Thank you for your comments. Any other comments from any other commissioners? And I will say, Commissioner Roush, I appreciate you at the end putting forward what you feel should be there and is a good fit, because a lot of times we tend to just say why we don't want to see it there, but can't offer up a solution, and I've done that myself, and I appreciate that. So anyone else? Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman. You know, I live in Townhome, and I live in the ghetto, and I live on the east side of Fremont, near Eastern, where, you know, one of the townhome communities that's similar to ours got denied tonight, and I have no hard feelings about it getting denied. I just have hard feelings about people not doing their homework and giving, you know, incorrect facts. And, you know, I live in one of these communities, so I know how it is. If you look at this, I mean, there is sidewalks coming in from the street all the way down the main drive. And when the fire department gets there, there'll be a hockey puck underneath that fire truck, which will automatically open that front gate. Trash trucks, same thing. They can get in. They get into our community. Post office gets into our community. We don't have curb and gutter. We have inverted crown streets, and which is a little unique within townhome communities, where the concrete goes all the way across, or it could be asphalt, all the way across the street, and then up into the driveways. And so you're not walking on dirt, you're walking on the actual concrete around the driveways. So I'd invite anybody to come out to my townhome community, see how it's designed. I do appreciate Ms. Williams' comments tonight, and Christina Roush, but I don't feel that townhomes are necessarily ghettos in waiting, or else, you know, due to the fact that I live in one, and I feel that we have raised up the bar in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roush, you wanted to add?
Staff, can you please address the comment of Commissioner Schlotman? Because I did do my research, and I looked at this, and I couldn't see a sidewalk on the site plan, and maybe it is there, but it also looks like there's a waiver that's asking to waive the sidewalks, or did I read that wrong? Please clarify. Thank you.
Sure. Through the chair, at the entrance from Rancho Drive, there is a sidewalk that goes along the entrance near the gates. That does end at the first intersection. The waiver would be for all the other streets on the interior that don't have sidewalks. The idea presumably is that your pedestrian access is actually in between the two buildings that face each other, the two townhome buildings. So you have access throughout the development in between the buildings. So it's kind of like a courtyard situation. Now, rather than use the streets, you're using the interior greenways or green space. And possibly the applicant could speak to that a little bit better than I can.
I brought a markup landscape exhibit that I have here. If you want, I could show you where the sidewalks are planned to be. Is it possible to zoom in a little bit there? There we go. So as Steve Swanton was indicating, these are the front doors of these homes face these open courtyards, and so there's a sidewalk network that goes through the entire community on the, I would call it the non-garage side of the product, and you can see all the sidewalk network would connect through the community in that area, and you would have the ability to come off of this and come into the sidewalk network and walk through the entire community, through the whole sidewalk system, through the entire neighborhood. And so there's open space provided basically from the building to the next building, somewhere in the neighborhood of 25 to 30 feet minimum between there. And there's also porches and front doors provided opening up to these open green spaces that we have throughout the community.
Commissioner Roush?
Through you, Chairman. So there's sidewalks or something happening in between those two sets of buildings, but the children would still have to cross the street where those buildings end and where they have to, I mean, I just see this as a practicality, a practical matter. The kids are going to walk in the streets. That's the way I look at it. I think it's very nice. I'm glad you were very thorough in providing a nice ambient environment for people to have porches or small patios and open green space between. I think that's nice that it's 30 feet between the buildings. That wasn't really clear in our packet, at least not to me. It's very hard to see at the small scale that it was presented. But again, I still have my concerns that kids are going to be walking and playing in the streets. That's my opinion.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Williams?
Chairman Cherry, I'd like to make a motion.
Please do.
I move to deny.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries. Item number 40, Commissioner, we'll go down the line.
I move to deny item number 72784.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
I move to deny.
Let me...
I'm sorry.
It's okay. Let me... that motion carries. Okay.
Okay. Item 73060.
So motion for denial, is that correct?
Denial, yes.
Okay, motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
And last,
That motion carries.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I move to deny item 73061.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. And that motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will go forward to the City Council and be heard at their June 20th, 2018 meeting.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 43, abeyance item VAR 72584, applicant owner 216 Spanish Oaks LLC. For possible action, request for a variance to allow 303 parking spaces where 342 are required for an existing multifamily residential development at 2301 South Valley View Boulevard, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to install security access gates at the two access points for an existing apartment complex on El Camino Avenue. In order to accommodate the access design with gates, 32 parking spaces are proposed to be removed. The most recent plans submitted by the applicant show that the parking lot would be restriped to provide additional compact spaces, but there would still be a 4% deviation from the parking standard for multifamily uses. As the hardship in this case is self-imposed, staff recommends denial of the variance request.
Name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. John Vornsan, 62 Swan Circle, Henderson, representing the application, again standing in for Lucy Stewart this evening in her absence. This is the Spanish Oaks Apartments. The owners are basically requesting to install gates, security gates, on the easternmost and westernmost driveways of the complex. They have had problems with vehicles cutting through, the traffic cutting through this complex, also people wandering in off the streets without the security gates. Because of the setbacks for the call box and so on and the actual security gate itself, some parking spaces do have to be removed. We are providing on the revised plan now a total of 329 parking spaces. The existing code of today requires 342 spaces. When this complex was built over 40 years ago, they actually had 335 spaces that presently exist on this property. With this redesign, there is a net loss of 6 parking spaces. We're providing the 329, 335 presently exist on the property. Ted Edgerton with Loxa Engineering submitted a parking study. That study made 2 findings. First, the ITE publication regarding parking generation recommends a parking demand for this complex at 266 spaces. In addition, a parking analysis was conducted. That parking analysis observed the complex for 2 12-hour periods, both on a weekday and on a Saturday. That analysis found that the maximum usage that was observed was 138 parking stalls occupied. That would be a little over 50% of the parking stalls actually utilized. The apartments right now are 90% occupied. The gates, we feel, will provide added security for the residents of the complex and be an enhancement and upgrade in the neighborhood. The 6 parking space reduction over the existing, we feel, is supported with the traffic study conducted by Loxa Engineering. The demand for parking is just not there. Just a little over 50% of these stalls are being utilized. We agree with staff's, if approved, recommendations and respectfully request your approval.
Thank you very much. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I'll close the public hearing portion. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. I met with Lucy Stewart and John regarding this item. This is a safety issue. This parking lot, although we'll be losing 6 spaces, it will be gaining the security that it needs by the new owner and the gates. And with that, I'll be supporting this item. If there's, does anybody else wish to speak?
I have Commissioner Roush have a comment.
And sorry, Mr. Chairman, someone in the audience was raising their hand just after you closed the public hearing. I'm not sure if they wanted to speak.
Okay, if you'd like to come on up, please. I tend to move a little quickly. We'll just. Hi, can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Brad Priotti, 1355 Claggett Lane. I'm going to bum rush at the end of the meeting objecting to a project to use public notice placed on a closed street and further blocked by the cones by police, thus preventing drive-by or walk-by due to closed street failure to adequately notify the public. And this is about
Sir, I'm sorry, we can't speak from the audience. If you need to speak, you need to come up. But I need to. Are you speaking on item 43?
I need to state my name for the record.
Name and address for the record.
Michael T. Moore, President and General Counsel, Sonic Laborers Union, 8174 Las Vegas Boulevard. The items, I believe, are 12 through 20 on the agenda.
We're on item number 43.
Well, the only public notice was on a closed sidewalk and blocked off for the last 30 days. We just found out this evening.
For item 43?
12 through 20.
Okay, sir, right now we're on item 43.
Okay.
Those
Well-
were all obeyed previously in the meeting, so.
Well, we just found out because the sign was not in public view.
Okay,
and
well,
it
it's
was
been
blocked.
obeyed, and this isn't, that's not, those aren't the items
Okay,
we're
how
talking about.
can we contact you to give us your
If
objections?
you want to step over, and staff will
All
tell
right.
you when it's going to be
Thank you
held
for
at
your
that
time. I'm sorry to come up in this manner,
It's
but we
okay.
just found out.
Okay. So,
Okay, Commissioner Roush, some comments?
Just a little bit of clarification, please. So staff's application summary says that this is a variance for parking of 303 spaces where 342 are required, yet it looks like, according to this study, 338 are being provided.
329.
329 are being provided. And did I hear you say earlier that when the project was originally built, 335 were provided?
That's correct.
So there's a net difference of, what is that, six or
Six.
seven? Six?
6 spaces.
Okay. You know, I took a look at this, I drove by, we met. I had concerns at first, but when I saw the LOXA study, and it shows that the residents really aren't requiring that many parking spaces, and we're only talking about a net difference of 6 spaces, I feel this is a very walkable neighborhood. A lot of the residents in this area, it appears, ride the bus and use other forms of public transit, which is something that we advocate and we're always constantly trying to embrace in this community as we go forward into a denser core. So I'm going to be supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
thank you. Move it, ready for motion?
Please.
Item
Vice
number
Chair.
42,
40
I'm
43.
sorry, 43, want to move right along here. Variance 72584, my motion is for approval.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Thank you, John.
That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Director, did you want to comment?
Yes, sir. So that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. And I see we've been going past our 2 hours where we normally break, and the director is clamoring for a quick break, so we will be right back. Thank you. All right, folks, if we could please be seated, and we're going to kick up this meeting again. Is it 4? Okay, item number 46. Please, folks, if we could have it quiet so everyone can hear, I appreciate it. Thank you. Item number 46, ZON 73049, applicant KB Homes, owner Derek LLC et al., for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RE to C RCL on the east side of Bradley Road, south of Turkey Lane, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 47, WVR 73052, for possible action on a request for a waiver to allow a 77-foot external intersection offset where 220 feet is the minimum distance separation required, and to allow no interior streetlights where such are required for proposed residential subdivision, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 48, VAR 73051, for possible action request for a variance to allow a 1.05 connectivity ratio, or 1.3 is the minimum required, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Item number 49, VAC 73053, for possible action request for a petition to vacate a 50-foot wide portion of a right-of-way located on the east side of Bradley Road, 562 feet south of Turkey Lane, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. And finally, item number 50, TMP 73054, for possible action request for a tentative map for 79-lot single-family residential subdivision with a waiver to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer where 6 feet is the minimum required on the west perimeter, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, these requests include a variance due to the lack of neighborhood connectivity, a waiver to not install interior streetlights, which are customary on lots such as those proposed, that range in size from 3,012 square feet to 6,137 square feet. No interior streetlights are most commonly found on rural residential lots that contain a minimum of 10,000 square feet or more in size. In addition, the developer is proposing to vacate public right-of-way and then rededicate it solely for the purpose of meeting their density limitations. This will cause the city to lose prior rights and be required to make future improvements at the city's expense. The proposed RCL zoning district and overall neighborhood design is not compatible with the adjacent R1 residential developments, and staff is recommending denial of all applications. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here tonight? The applicant wasn't here earlier, and we decided to take this off the abeyance request list, and we're going to hear this item tonight. And I will ask, can I have a show of hands of how many people are here in opposition of this project? That's all? Okay, so okay, so I see quite a few, but here's what I'm going to ask. We pulled it off because your voice is important, and we want everybody to be heard properly, and your time is important, so you didn't have to come back and go back and forth, especially when an applicant isn't here. So I just ask that you be respectful of our time and other applicants' times that are coming forward. So if there's people that can represent groups of people with comments, that would help. If there's people that, please don't be redundant in your comments as you come up. So if you hear something that someone already said, you can walk up and say, I'm in opposition for reasons heard earlier, and we'll take that and understand. And we're going to give each person a minute to come up, state their name, and give us specifically why. If there's someone from a homeowners association that represents a group of people, that would help out as well, and we'll let you speak for 3 minutes to talk a little more and expand on it. So we're at the public meeting portion. I think we covered everything to keep this going, so name and address for the record, please.
So my name is Mitchell Menick. I'm the president of the Meister Park North Homeowners Association. My address is 5409 Verbena Creek Court. We have a 140 home association that is adjacent to the proposed development that the applicant wants to cram 79 homes in a very small area. They want to build on 35-foot lots. And we're an area where we have estate-sized lots, and that's what we bought into, and that's what we live in, is just a wonderful community that is fairly upscale. It's we actually won a couple awards year after year for being one of the best medium-sized HOAs in Las Vegas, because we're a together community. We play together, we have fun together, we talk together, we picnic together. There's a lot of things that we do that are just, you know, really cool, and we love being here. What we love about it is the fact that we can have our estate-sized lots and enjoy the community that has those. Now, KB Homes, what they want to do is have 35-foot lots. And that's, you know, where we have 3 lots to an acre, they want to do 6. It's actually, excuse me, it's 9 lots to the acre. So it's just, it's going to crowd the area. They have one access road going out of their proposed development that would just jam up this Tom Road that would make it just unbearable traffic-wise for what they want to do to that area. We're not used to that. And as far as the schools go, that they're going to bring in a lot of kids there. They need education. Our schools are overcrowded and having a tough time as it is. We're just not really very happy with the proposal, and that's why we have everyone here that is. We took the trouble to come here because it's so important that we prevent this from happening. And we rely on what you do. We know you're here to protect our best interest. We know you love this town, and we are going to make the very best decision possible, and we respect your decision, but we do appeal to you to listen to us and to hear what we're saying and what we're all about. So thank you very much for your time.
Thanks for your comments. And folks, there's 3 microphones, so if we could start making some lines of anyone that wants to go on record, that would help us out quite a bit. You can sit right here in the front, and each person is going to get a minute to talk. So I can get your name and your address for the record, please.
Kevin Bailey, 5216 Hackberry Hill. Okay, my quick questions or concerns on this is, I'm a Clark County firefighter. You look at the access to this for fire issues. They talked about putting in a gate off of Bradley. As a fireman, we've never used those gates. As the City of Las Vegas Station 41 will not be the first fire stations there. Station 56 and Station 55, mutual aid will increase tremendously for the City of Las Vegas. Via Station 55 and 56, that will be the first 2 units that will be there. Lead Middle School, which is just on the other side of the 215 off of Bradley, next year is going to be a 100% magnet school. So half of that area is now going to be going to Seville Middle School. You're going to put another 200-plus kids into an overcrowded middle school or other schools that are there. My main concern is, you know, like everybody said, we are residential estates. We are 3 houses per acre, single stories. You have these houses that they want to build 2 stories that look down into our backyards. It's just not acceptable.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Beverly Jr., 6612 Sycamore View Street, Las Vegas, Nevada. First of all, everything that's been said before, I agree with. The other thing is, high density is going to bring ghetto. Ghetto brings crime. We haven't had to deal with that. I don't want to see that happen, and we don't want to lose our property values. So in addition to what I've just said and everything both Mitch and the gentleman that was here said, I agree with all of that, and there's probably much more to come.
Thank you, Beverly. Appreciate your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Rosemary Witherspoon, 5208 Hackberry Hill Avenue. One of the points I want to make is we had met with KB Homes before, and I asked them specifically, what about the children as far as safety? There is a very short 2-lane road called Tom that goes into the development. There is another 2-lane road that butts up to Tom, which is Rome. There are no sidewalks on either of those streets. You know, what happens to these children coming and going? They've not accounted for any kind of a safe play area for them, a safe way for them to walk anywhere. There's plenty of stores in the area that the children are going to want to go to. What happens to them? When I spoke specifically to KB Homes representative, he said that was not their problem. The safety, the education of the children was not their problem. straight out. That's not how we feel about the people who live in our area. We care about each other.
Thank you, Rosemary. We've gone
Thank you.
past the minute. Thank you for your comments. They're appreciated. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Bob Mara. I got to apologize because I found out you just got married since I was last up here. But anyway, I especially agree with Commissioner Williams and Commissioner Roush on the things they said on the last development, because this place definitely has no sidewalks in it. And that they also, the traffic in that whole area up there, the city, when they repaved all the streets, they turned most normal 5-lane roads, a turn lane in the middle, into a 2-lane road with a bicycle lane that's moved out into 10 foot from the curb, which I don't understand that at all, but this additional traffic would definitely be a problem up in that area.
Thank you, Bob. Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, Leonard Rains, 5201 Blue Evergreen Avenue, Las Vegas, 89131. I live in Meister Park North, and I would like to just compliment Commissioner Roush on her eloquent words a little bit ago about the high-density problems when you're building these kind of developments in and amongst homes like ours. Now, when Mitch was speaking a moment ago about our neighborhood, he failed to mention that we've been around since 2002, and in those 16 years, we've become a very seasoned community, and we'd like to see development, of course. That's what we all would like to see, but stick with the master plan, and you know, don't let the mongrelization of neighborhoods happen in Las Vegas. Stick with the master plan, and I think we'll all be a lot better off. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Leonard. Thank you for your comments. Name and address, please.
My name is Harold Hammond. This is my bride, Lorraine. We live at 6484 Mimosa Valley Street. If you look at the drawing, we are the large pie-shaped piece of property on the right-hand corner, lower right-hand corner, right here. We would have 3 parcels adjacent to our back wall. When we purchased our property, I got to say, we moved down from Northern California, and when we moved into Las Vegas, I had never signed such a large packet of information in my life that stipulated mineral rights, water rights, master plan, blah, 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 that boggled my mind. But part of the security that came with it was there was a vision for the future, that I could buy the house knowing what the city had planned for the environment around us. We watched shopping centers built around us. We had input into the construction of those shopping centers, and we helped construct the environment of our neighborhood. We're not against KB Homes. They have their job. They have a business. What we want to do is allow them to build somewhere else.
Thank you. I understand. Okay. I get it. Thank you, and appreciate your comments.
Yeah, I'm Edward Banka, 6497 Mimosa Valley Street, member of the Meister Park North community, and just wanted to voice my objection to this zoning change based on all the comments from my friends and neighbors. It's a great neighborhood. I love it there.
Thank you, Edward. Thank you for going on the record and being brief. There's 3 microphones. Is there anyone else who would like to talk? Seeing none, we will close this and turn it over to the commission for discussion, starting with Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, Chairman, I just want to say that I'm not for density in every neighborhood, and this particular neighborhood with the large lots around here. I think these compact lots are quite different if you look at the aerial map from everything around the area, and plus, whenever I was reviewing this last night or Sunday night, I had concerns about how the street comes in, curves and goes into the community, and the fire trucks that have to go into the community pull up down one of the interior streets through another cul-de-sac back out, and then back out to Thumb Boulevard. So anyways, I don't know if I could support this tonight, and I don't think I want to keep it at Planning Commission, so hopefully we can make a motion to move it on to City Council.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Commissioner Roush.
I echo what Commissioner Schlottman has said. I think that there needs to be some sort of a buffer design. You know, there's a big right-of-way. It's not fun for those houses to be on a busy street. So I did like the fact that the access was along that right-of-way, but I just think that the lots are too dense. I think it's way too dense, and I don't think it's compatible or harmonious with what's there. And for that reason and others, I probably will not be supporting this tonight, but I did have one question of staff. Is there a reason why the neighborhood couldn't also be accessed by Bradley, so we didn't have that long haul for fire rescue, life safety issues as people try to access the neighborhood to help those in need?
No, I'm sorry, I can't speak from the audience. If staff could please answer.
Yes, through the chair, Lucian Pyatt, Public Works. You know, looking at the Bradley Bridge, doesn't look like they have the site visibility to make that work at that corner. I think it may have been talked about at the pre-app, I'm not sure, but the way the bridge is and being able to see cars coming from Bradley, it just wouldn't work as an entrance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ooh, where do I begin with this one? Okay, first of all, I can tell everybody that's in the audience, Mitch, Beverly, Rosemary, Bob, everybody that spoke, this applicant never once reached out to me, not one time. And I've never heard not one person here say there was even a neighborhood meeting. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to make the motion to deny this. It's not going to happen in that community, period, at the way it is right now. It has to conform.
Folks, please.
Councilwoman Fior, her election ran on keeping this neighborhood R1, keeping it as rural as possible. That's what I'm sure why you guys voted for her if you did. As her planning commissioner, she picked me because I myself live off of Bradley and Grand Teton, and I have the same lot sizes like you guys have. There's a reason why we live out there, and there's a reason why we want it to stay that way. So until something comes forward that matches and is harmonious and compatible, like Councilwoman Rouse said, I will never support nothing like that. So you have my word on that, and if nobody else has any comments, I would make a motion to deny this application.
Please.
Okay. Item number 46, ZON 73049, motion for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Item number 47, WVR 73052.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast
for
your
denial.
vote. Please, folks, we have to kind of go by the rules.
Item
here just to
number
keep things
48, VAR 73051, motion for denial.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Item number 49, VAC 73053, motion for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
And item number 50, TMP 73054, motion for denial.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, those items will go forward to be heard at the City Council meeting on June 20th, 2018.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to item number 51. Thank you, folks. Item number 51, SCD 72989, applicant owner, Las Vegas Police Protection Association. For possible action on a request for major deviation to allow 60 parking spaces where 68 are required at 9330 West Lake Mead Boulevard, Ward 4. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the proposed garage would result in a net loss of 7 parking spaces from 68 spaces to 61. The loss of these spaces does not meet the development standards set forth by the Sun City Summerlin development standards, and staff is recommending denial of the major deviation. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the records, please?
Brian Henley with KGA Architecture, 9075 West Diablo Drive.
Brian Gramis, Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, Police Protective Association, 9330 West Lake Mead.
So thank you for the chance to speak on this item today. What we are proposing to do for the Police Protective Association is to, in the parking lot of their current building, which they own, build a single-stall RV garage for an RV that was purchased by the Police Protective Association. The intent of this unit is to be taken out to locations where there has been a traumatic event involving an officer for support of that officer, and what they'd like to do is build this RV garage so that the RV can be kept at a stable temperature so that it's comfortable for use. It'll also shield the RV from view from the neighbors. The building will be designed to look exactly like the adjacent office building in terms of details and color and materials. And we have also included in the justification letter, which I'm sure is in your packets, we did a parking study for a typical week, and we found that of the 68 stalls that are there today, no more than 20 were used at any given time, based on the way that the LVPPA is using the office building today.
Thank you. Anything else you'd like to add?
No, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I will turn it over to the commission for discussion, starting with Commissioner Rausch.
Thank you, Chair Cherry. This is in Ward 4, and our fellow commissioner in Ward 4 is not here tonight, Donna Toussaint, but this is closest to me. It shares the boundary with Ward 2. I go by this property all the time, and I've been to your building before and seen how you operate. I understand the offices, the setup, the arrangement, and I would concur that every time I drive by, and it's frequently, there's very few, if any, cars even in the parking lot. I have no problem with this. To be able to have a vehicle that can respond to our officers in need, to be able to bring aid to our first responders when they need it, I think it's a wonderful thing, and I'll be supporting it tonight. And if anyone has no other comments, I'll be happy to make a motion.
Please.
Thank you. Item 51, SCD 72989. The motion is for approval tonight.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yep. Item number 52, VAR 72986, applicant 95 Management LLC, owner Sky Canyon Marketplace LLC et al. For possible action request for a variance to allow a sign area of 443 square feet where 328 square feet is the maximum sign area allowed for proposed freestanding sign at the northwest corner of Sky Canyon Drive and Grand Canyon Drive. Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Item number 53, MSP 72987, possible action request for a master sign plan for proposed shopping center, Ward 6, staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the freestanding sign along the west Sky Canyon Park Drive frontage is located approximately 139 feet from an existing single-family development, and therefore is subject to a maximum sign face area of 328 square feet. A sign area of 443 square feet is being proposed, and a variance has been requested to allow for the larger sign area. While it is anticipated that the freestanding sign will have minimal impact due to the sign face being oriented towards the street and not towards the existing single-family development, the applicant has created a self-imposed hardship by proposing a sign face area larger than what is permitted at this location. As such, the request does not meet the threshold for the approval of a variance, and staff recommends denial of both application requests. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Stephanie Allen, 1980 Festival Plaza, here on behalf of the applicant for Sky Canyon. If I could direct your attention to the overhead. As you're familiar, this is this master plan community of Sky Canyon. This particular site is located at the northwest corner of Sky Canyon Park Drive and Grand Canyon. It's planned for commercial, and we've got a great commercial project coming in. It's actually almost 250,000 square feet of commercial on this site, and it'll have one of the new Smith's Market spaces, which is the kind of like the super Targets where you've got more than just grocery shopping at it. So the Smith's Shopping Center will be located right here. The overall sign package, the only portion of the sign package that we are not meeting code relates to the freestanding sign. We're not exceeding the height of the sign, but this is what it'll look like. We've got about 80 square feet more than what would otherwise be required. And the reason is there's residential across the street. As you know, Sky Canyon is a very nice community and has a lot of landscaping. This is pictures from out there. You can see the evergreen trees up and down the street. So to have a little bit more signage, I think will be beneficial for the neighborhood and the folks that are out there to be able to see the signage. The signage does face perpendicular to the street, so it's not going to face the neighborhood. It's facing traffic as they drive up and down the street. And the reality is you could do more signage within the site plan. I think we're only doing about 3% of the wall space along the Smith's Center, the south-facing sign, where you could do up to 20%. So we could do more wall signage. Instead, we think it looks cleaner and nicer to put it all on one freestanding sign so you can see the tenants in the shop without a whole bunch of signs junking up the property. We could also do additional monument signs, I believe, up and down that frontage. So the variance is, as I mentioned, just related to this sign, and it's about 80 square feet that we're asking to exceed. These are the other signs, part of the sign package. These are the monument signs. As I mentioned, we could do additional monuments, but we think it looks nicer putting it all on the freestanding sign. There will be no LED signage other than, I think, on the gas signs. There'll be a little bit of it, but the rest of it are just your normal sign package. So with that said, we would very much appreciate your approval of the sign package and the variance, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Your name and address for the record, please.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road. This is my neighborhood that I live in, and this is a great alternative that they're offering with this sign package, so I'd urge you to approve this. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one else, I will turn it over to the commission. Commissioner DeSalvio.
Yes. I met with Ms. Allen, and one of the concerns was that it wasn't LED, didn't want light pollution in the community. I think it's a beautiful sign. I think it's harmonious and compatible to, it's a beautiful shopping center that's they're proposing. I think it fits the way they placed it. It's not polluting any visible light into communities. I think it works. I think they did a fantastic job with it, and if there's no other person that has any questions, I would definitely entertain a motion for approval.
Okay, I don't see any lights on. Commissioner DeSalvio, please.
Okay, so for item number 52, VAR 72986, motion would be for approval.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
And for item 53, MSP 72987 would be a motion for approval.
This motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, those items are final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 54, VAR 72684, applicant owner Manuel Mangua Vargas and Edelmira Ley de Mangua for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a proposed accessory structure Class 2 carport in front of the primary structure where such is not allowed at 6015 Rio Vista Street, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, Title 19 does not allow for detached accessory structure such as a carport to be located in the front of the principal dwelling. It does allow for a side-loaded garage as long as it does not encroach into the front setback area. As this option was available to the applicant and there are no hardships related to the physical characteristics of the property, staff recommends denial of the requested variance to construct a proposed carport in front of the principal dwelling. Please note there were 5 additional protests and 1 approval received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Is the applicant here tonight on item number 54? Could you please come to the podium? Can you get your name and address for the record, sir?
Yeah. My name is Luis Munguia. I live in 6015 Rio Vista.
Okay.
And I barely bought the house like 2 years ago, or a year ago. And I doing this one now to make my house look worse, or I look better, better. That's why I got engineers doing the floor mats. And we've been denied the permit, but I'm requesting your approval, if it's possible.
Okay, thank you. This was, if you could just stay here for a second, and we'll have a discussion. If you want to state the microphone right here. Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone want to be heard on this in the public? Seeing no one, we'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Roush?
I respect the fact that you went and got a professional drawing, and I can see that you have been here a long time tonight to see this heard through. I took a look at this, and I drove by your property, and I think you have a nice home, and I think that there is a, I'm not going to call it a loophole, but I'm going to say that it's an unusual circumstance that it doesn't conform because it's not a side-loaded carport or garage. I don't have a problem with it. I like it. I think it conforms to the rest of the design of the house. And I'd say that I feel personally that you have a little bit of a hardship because you're on the corner of two very busy streets. So in some ways this acts as kind of a buffer for your home for both noise and traffic, and it gives you a little bit of a feeling of shelter from that traffic coming from Tropical and Rio Vista. So I'm going to be supporting you tonight.
Thank you.
Thanks for your comments.
Are done there too.
Commissioner DeSalvio?
Yes, I too will be supporting this item. I had zero pushback from anybody, and that's, very seldom that happens, but I haven't had any complaints. I too went past the property. I think it fits, it's doable. I wish you the best of luck, but I would definitely entertain a motion for approval.
Please.
We can get approval for VAR 72684. Motion to approve.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 55, VAR 72738, applicant owner Stephen and Doreen Alvarado for possible action or request for a variance to allow proposed accessory structure Class 2 garage with a 7-foot corner side yard setback where 15 is required and a 3-foot distance from the principal dwelling where 6 feet is required at 6761 Rocking Horse Avenue, Ward 5. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
You may. Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to construct an 856-square-foot garage with an attached patio cover with a corner side yard setback of 7 feet and a 3-foot separation from the principal dwelling. The hardship is self-imposed and not related to the physical characteristics of the property. Therefore, staff recommends denial. If approved, a condition has been added to ensure an existing driveway using the corner ADA ramp is not used to access the property. Staff recommends approval. Please note there were denial. There were 2 additional protests and 3 approvals received after publication. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Stephen Alvarado. I live at 6761 Rocking Horse Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Francisco Ibarra, 8829 Saddle Red Avenue, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89143. And as my client was saying, there is an issue about the setbacks for this particular property. We need to stay 15 feet back, 15 setback from the west side, which is from Rainbow. And then we start working with the people at the Star Department, planning. And we decided at the end, and I don't know if you can see this because you might most likely have this information on your lap, which is a setback. We started with a setback of 3 feet from the property line, and then what we did is we went through the neighborhood to check what is the condition of some other situations we have by the neighborhood, like 6700 West Sheffield Drive. What they have is the same situation as we are. They are on the west side of Rainbow and close to our house, and they are like less than 7 feet away from the property line. And they have this is a main house, so they did have the ordinance, the variance or special use permit approved. The same situation happened over at 4320 North Orange Blossom Street. And as you can see on the Craig and Rainbow, the same situation we have. It is, they have, and I'm sorry about this. This is Rainbow. This is the house, and they have an accessory structure big as well. As you can see, they are like four something feet away from the property line. Same scene, and again, the big structure like this, they went through the same process that we're going today. And on Rainbow and in Alexander, we have 3833 North Summer Breeze, again, close to Alexander, close to our property on Rainbow. And what we have is the same situation where 3833 North Summer Breeze, and we are closer than 15 feet to the property line. So we just send this information over to the staff because everything is related to us. And what we did is we went through taking measures with a laser from the sidewalk just to have an idea how close they were. So we moved from our 3 feet setback that we were requesting at the beginning to 7, so we made sure that we were around the average of the neighbors in the property. Besides that, I know if we go through with the process, we don't need to comply with everything the building department will be asking us, like the reason for setbacks usually is like in order to make sure that we mitigate the possibility of a fire between structures and between neighbors, and we're gonna do all of that in our regard to make sure everything they ask, like 1 hour fire rated walls and so on, will be completed. So we will ask you kindly to approve this special use permit or variance or waiver.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, we'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Williams? No? Commissioner Rausch?
I'll just say that, very similar to the last application, you know, this is located on a busy street, Rainbow Boulevard, and, you know, I sympathize with the fact that a lot of the other homes in the neighborhood have been granted that, and although usually I'm not in favor of saying, you know, allowing it to continue just because other people have already received the approval, I drove through the neighborhood, I've looked at your application, I looked at the site plan, and I don't have a problem with the way that the layout is planned. It looks like it's being done responsibly, and I like that you're going to match all the materials, so I'll be supporting you tonight. If there's no other comment, I'll be happy to make a motion, or I'll allow Commissioner Williams to make the motion if she's in support of it.
Commissioner Williams?
I move to approve.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Okay. Item number 56 VAR 72931, applicant owner L. Benjamin LLC, for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a single address for a mixed-use development where one address per building is required at the northeast corner of Bonneville Avenue and 6th Street, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, a mixed-use development consisting of 3 buildings is under construction on the subject property. Rather than having a unique address for each building as required by the street naming and address assignment regulations, the applicant is requesting a single address for the entire project. As the purpose of having separate addresses is a public safety issue in order to facilitate emergency response and reduce confusion, the request to consolidate the buildings under one address is not appropriate, and staff recommends denial.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Good evening. Robert Messiano, 107 East Charleston Boulevard, representing the applicant. This is a project that's currently under construction. It went through planning back in 2016. And while it does consist of 3 separate structures from the street, it appears as if it is one building. There's an L-shaped building in the front that's separated by a breezeway, and then there's a small building tucked in behind that. This building cannot be seen from the street. The ground floor is commercial space, and then there are 12 townhome units above on the second floor. Our problem is with 3 separate street addresses based on the suite naming standards. I'm going to have 3 suite 100s. I'm going to have 3 suite, 200s, 3 suite 201s, 3 suite 202s. And I think it's just going to cause confusion having 3 separate addresses. Also, the building in the back is not visible from the street, and so there's no way to post an address for that building. So if somebody's driving by looking for that address, there's no way to find it. During our pre-app meeting with Dave Klein from the fire department, he was in support of a single address. He felt it was going to be easier for first responders to find it with one single address as opposed to 3 separate addresses. So be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this? Seeing no one from the public, I'll turn it back over to the commission. I will disclose that I have worked with Robert's firm, not directly, but indirectly. I believe it's been well over a year. Have no work with them, with my company, and don't feel like this will affect me in any way. We'll be voting on the application. With that, Commissioner Schlotman.
I'll make the same disclosure that I've worked with Robert with Java Studios in the past, indirectly, not directly, but it's not going to affect my independence and judgment, so I'll be voting on this matter. I do see how, I do see your point, and I'd like to ask the fire department to chime in here and just and see if you heard anything from your office, but I could see how 3 Suite 100s and 3 Suite 200s and so on and so forth could create a little confusion. If I'm going to a place such as this, I mean, and how would you do it if it was like a apartment building? Would you just have one address and then label them building A, B, C, and D? If you could just kind of comment on that real quickly.
For the record, Deputy Fire Marshal Rozier with Las Vegas Fire and Rescue. And you're exactly right. For an apartment complex, we would have building letters or building numbers to identify the different buildings with similar addresses. In this case, I have not talked with Deputy Klein, but I agree with his assessment that it would probably be easier to find this with one single address.
Thank you. And I think with that, I'm ready to make a motion. If nobody else has any comments?
Please do.
Okay. On, Mr. Chairman, on item 56, VAR 72931, move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 57, VAR 72943, applicant owner Carla J. Lalende Trust for possible action on a request for a variance to allow a 23-foot yard setback where 50 feet is required for proposed addition to an existing single-family dwelling at 7417 Doe Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing a home addition that would connect an existing casita to the primary residence, resulting in a 23-foot rear yard setback where 50 feet is required. Staff finds the variance request to be a self-imposed hardship and is recommending denial of the request. Please note additional letters of support have been received since publication. Thank you.
You should name and address for the record, please.
Hi, I'm Javier Burrola. The address is 4051 North Thompson, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89129. So the request for this variance is for Carla. She has her family has grown up, and they have 4 kids. So right now they only have 3 bedrooms, which is the two inside and the master for them, and they have 1 bedroom in the casita. So right now it kind of worry. It's very worry for them, for the kids to go outside to go sleep at the casita. So that's why they want to add a room here and connect the casita with the house. That way they can have the family secure in one main house. And that's the reason we are applying for approval for a variance. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard in this item? Seeing no one, I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Roush.
Calling me out again. Golly. Yeah, I guess I just fail to see what the issue is here. I mean, to me, they're just trying to connect an existing casita to an existing home, right? So we're not asking for any kind of setbacks. Staff, what give me some guidance on why this is denial, because to me, it's like we're just trying to connect a house here that's already a footprint that exists with what is a breezeway now would be one large house. Does that create some kind of a fire life safety issue that I'm unaware of? Or I just maybe don't understand the grounds for the recommendation of denial.
Mr. Chairman, through you, the zoning district is RPD2, which requires 2 units to the acre. So they're the equivalent of an RE lot where you've got, 20,000 square foot lots, which typically have larger setback requirements. A detached structure would have reduced setbacks, typically would be 10 feet from the rear wall in this instance, but once you connect it to the house, you're now looking at the setback for the entire house, which in this particular zoning district would require 50 feet.
So theoretically, by attaching it, it becomes non-conforming, but just to be clear, this property is already zoned RPD2, 2 units to the acre?
Yes, it is.
And the size of the lot is what?
This particular lot,
Is it .47 acres, I think it says? Half an acre?
yeah, not quite half an acre.
So if it's half an acre, and you're saying 2 units to the acre, isn't that kind of the same thing?
Yes, yes. The RPD zoning district was a zoning district that is, we don't have it in our zoning in Title 19 anymore. So when these homes come in for uses such as this or building permits, we have to look at the equivalent. So right now, the equivalent would be the RE zoning district, which
I see.
is a minimum of 20,000 square foot lot.
All right. Well, I have no problem with this, and so unless my fellow commissioners have any comments to add?
No.
I just
no.
want
Go
to
ahead.
say...
Commissioner Schlaven?
Yes, Chairman, through you, sorry. I've worked with Javier when he worked at Make Studios on a project a couple of years ago. He worked as an architect on a particular project indirectly, not directly for me. And so I wanted to make that disclosure and not echo Commissioner Rausch's comments. I feel that since the structures aren't there and it's connecting to, it doesn't really meet code, but is it really going to create a hardship? I don't think so. And there's no protest that I see on this one, so I think I could support this. Thank you.
Thank you. I also will be supporting it. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you, and I'll be supporting it too. Regarding variance 72943, my motion this evening is for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Item number, Director, did you want to?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I did. That item will go forward to City Council and be heard at the June 20th, 2018 meeting.
Thank you. Item number 58, VAR 72988, applicant owner Golden Arch LP for possible action request for a variance to allow proposed 50-foot tall freestanding sign where 40 feet is the maximum height allowed and a 4-foot setback where a 5-foot is required at 4400 East Charleston Boulevard, Ward 3, Coffin. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to replace the existing 40-foot tall sign with one that is 50 feet tall and has presented no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance that would justify the height increase. Therefore, staff is recommending denial of this request. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Scott Hill, 5119 South Cameron Street, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89118. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. And I wasn't at the pre-app meeting, so I apologize. The city is doing a street improvement on that corner, and they're pushing back the street and the existing signal. It's currently about 30 feet away from that existing freestanding sign, and they're going to move it back. We're asking for 4 feet. The current sign is a rotating sign, and it's permitted as such. With the new proposed signal pole, the 16-foot sign would not be able to rotate, and we're not asking to keep it as a rotating sign, but we're asking to move it up to 50 feet because as it stands, the signals will be in direct line of sight of the name of the business. So we're asking for a variance to raise the sign.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this?
No.
Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, I feel that this is a fairly open corner, right there with the Home Depot and the Circle K or whatever gas station and everything within that area. It seems like staff's supporting the request of the 4-foot setback, although they're not supporting the additional 10 feet, which I understand why, because it just doesn't meet code. But I don't think this is going to create any harm to the neighborhood, so therefore I feel that I can support this item.
Okay. Would you like to make is there anyone else who would like to be heard? No?
Okay. Chairman, through you on item 58, VAR 72988. Let me repeat that. 72988. I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Yay. Go, buddy.
That motion carries. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Great. Item number 59, VAR 72993, applicant owner Randy Lee Hale and Shannon Lorraine Hale for possible action on a request for variance to allow a 5-foot corner side yard setback where 10 feet is required at 8932 Saddle Red Avenue, Ward 6. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the subject property is a corner lot located within an established residential subdivision, which requires a 10-foot corner side yard setback for the development. The applicant constructed the attached patio cover without obtaining a building permit and has presented no evidence of a unique or extraordinary circumstance to substantiate the reduced setback, and staff is recommending denial of the variance request due to the request being a self-imposed hardship. Please note additional letters of protest and support have been received since publication. Thank you.
Good evening.
Thank you. Can you give your name and address for the record?
Matthew Lane, Proficient Patios, 3310 South Valley View Boulevard, representing the applicant. So the typical setback that we're used to is a 5-foot setback on any structure or patio cover. So basically, my staff just made a mistake in authorized installation prior. So we didn't realize we didn't have the permit in hand. So we built it with our normal, we build a lot of patio covers, and that's kind of the standard setback. So now knowing that it is actually a 10-foot setback, we're asking for the for the reduced setback to 5 feet as opposed to 10. The patio cover is an aluminum wood patio cover. Matches the colors of the house. It's a pergola design or a lattice design. Most people, I'm sure you guys are pretty familiar with the products.
Okay. Anything else you'd like to add?
That's it.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, we will turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner DeSalvio?
Wow. Okay. So, I mean, I really don't have a problem with the patio cover, to be honest with you, because I haven't received any complaints from the HOA. I haven't received any complaints from, any homeowners that it's an eyesore. The only problem I have is that you're up here begging for mercy and forgiveness. I mean, you're a contractor. You're supposed to know that you need that. So I guess these people got themselves a nice free patio cover.
Sure. In fact, I forgot to mention as well, we do actually have the Homeowners Association approval as well.
Okay. I mean, like I said, I really don't have a problem with it. I think it does fit. I seen it. I looked at it. At first, I couldn't figure out what the applicant was asking for when I seen it on the agenda, so I went and drove by it. Like I said, I'm fine with it. I hope you don't do that again before me. I'll tell you that right now.
Yeah, it's not typical process, of course.
Okay, so if there's no other comments...
No other
Commissioner,
comments.
can we have that turned in for the record, that HOA?
Absolutely.
We're ready for your motion.
And then, yeah, please.
Yep. With that said, I'll make a motion for approval on VAR 72993.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 60, VAR 73015, applicant owner Gabriel Nuno for possible action request for a variance to allow an existing accessory structure, Class 2, which is 69% of the floor area of the principal dwelling, where 50% is the maximum allowed, at 1014 Yucca Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, Title 19 prohibits accessory structures in the R1 zoning district from exceeding 50% of the floor area of the principal dwelling unit. The existing casita meets setback and separation requirements, but through unpermitted additions does not meet the maximum size restriction of Title 19. This is a known code enforcement issue since 2011 that has not been remedied. As the hardship is self-created and not related to the physical characteristics of the property, staff recommends denial. Please note there was one additional approval received after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Gabriel Nuno, 1014 Yucca Avenue. I purchased a home with an accessory structure already built on. From this point, I'm just trying to get it permitted and up to code. So.
Okay. All right. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone else from the public like to be heard in this? Seeing no one, I'll close it and turn it over to the commission for discussion. Just a quick question. So you purchased it when?
2009.
2009.
And from what I understand, the structure in the back originally had a building permit in 1959, but it was designed for a smaller, I guess they grew it in the process.
Okay. Commissioner Schlotman?
Yes, Chairman, through you. I researched this one, and I did notice that it had the building permit issued back in 1959, and that it grew at some point. Not tremendously. I mean, we're talking about still a fairly small structure. So, and it does meet all the setbacks, which is good. And you really can't see it from the street if you're out on Yucca Avenue. I'm just wondering if it, I was wanting to check the conditions real quick to see if we need to get a building permit on this. Yes, condition number 2, all necessary building permits shall be obtained and final inspections shall be completed in compliance with Title 19 and all codes as required by the Department of Building and Safety. I would like to say probably within 120 days. So I'd like to, if I do make a motion, it'd be within 120 days. But I'll see if anybody else has any comments.
Don't see anybody else, Commissioner, if you'd like to make a motion with your amended condition.
Okay. I would like to make a motion on VAR 73015. I move to approve, subject to staff's conditions, and the amended condition number 2, stating that the building permits must be applied for and closed out within 120 days.
Of final action so that it can be at City Council?
Of final action.
Okay.
Motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go on to City Council for their consideration at the June 20th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Item number 61, VAR 73121, applicant Clear Channel Outdoor, owner State of Nevada Department of Transportation. For possible action request for a variance to allow previously existing 65-foot tall, 14 by 48-foot off-premise sign with a proposed 85-foot tall, 14 by 48-foot off-premise sign on the same lot at 192 North Wallace Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, this is the second height increase request for this particular off-premise sign. The first was granted in 2009 to replace a 45-foot tall sign with a 65-foot tall sign for visibility over walls built as part of the widening of US 95. The applicant is requesting another 20-foot increase of the existing sign for the same reason. The height of the sound wall has not increased from the previous approval. Therefore, staff has deemed this a self-imposed hardship and recommends denial. Please note there were 2 additional protests and 3 approvals received after publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Lonnie Jones, representing Clear Channel Outdoor, 7370 Dean Martin Drive. We're here today to request a variance from the commission to increase the height of the existing billboard there. As you can see from the photo I have here, if you can zoom in on that. The power lines there and the wall, this is from the right-hand travel lanes of 95 heading westbound, do create a little bit of a visibility issue, and we think that 20 feet would greatly improve our visibility there, and we're asking for the commission's approval.
Okay. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, I'll turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Roush?
First of all, I need to disclose that I have an existing contract with Clear Channel for a billboard on property that my family owns at 831 West Bonanza, Tenaya Creek Brewery. That said, I'm going to vote on this item as I don't feel that this particular application affects my, or that relationship affects my judgment in any way on this particular application. That said, I do have some concerns on this one. I agree that I don't think that any conditions have changed, that the applicant is just asking for a taller sign. I went and drove the neighborhood because there's also a short-term rental in this same neighborhood, so I got to kill two birds with one stone. This poor neighborhood is just getting assaulted, okay? I'm just going to tell you that, you know, between what's happened at the intersection at Jones and the 95 on-ramp here, the McDonald's, the shopping center across the street, which is all visible from this neighborhood, the way that there's access roads that are right along the 95 that go back up into the neighborhood and into the apartments, and the fact that this is an LED sign that just glows and glows, and it's big, you know, it's big and it's constant. It's day and night. It's 24/7. If I lived there, I would just hate it. I really would. You know, I really feel bad for these residents. These are cute little entry-level homes, starter homes, or homes that families have lived in for a long time. I could see that there's retirees in the neighborhood. It's a neighborhood in transition. You've got a cute house that's well landscaped. You've got one that's not looking so good, but they're fighting the best they can to hang on, I can tell. And I really hope and pray that the neighborhood continues to transition through these changes and continues to be the sweet little neighborhood that it started off being. And for those reasons, I just don't see any reason or hardship to increase the height or size or anything on this sign. In fact, I'd like to see a limitation on the nits so that it's not glowing so brightly for that neighborhood at night. But I'd like to hear what my other commissioners have to say.
Thank you. Commissioner Quinn?
Thank you. So you want to go up the 20 feet, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And, you know, pretty much on the freeway, it's pretty visible. So could we compromise and go 10?
I think that we might be able to compromise with something there.
Okay.
To address the light issue, I do think that, you know, we've done some studies, and increasing the height would decrease the light pollution.
It would decrease the light
residents
pollution
down below
by going
or
up.
near the sign there. So that would be one benefit of the 20 feet there.
So thank you. If there's no other discussion, I don't know if there is, but Paul, could you draft a condition on this so I could ask him if he's agreeing with it, please?
Yes, Chairman, Commissioners, the condition that staff would recommend would be this request shall be amended to be for a maximum height of 75 feet for the proposed sign.
Yeah.
Thank you. So my motion would be to have it be 75 feet, not the 85 feet, and that would be my motion this evening.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, this item will go forward to City Council at their June 20th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you.
Item number 62, SUP 72925, applicant Nevada Auto owner Mayor Carr Corp. for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a motor vehicle sales use with waivers to allow a 16,553 square foot designated site area where 25,000 square feet is required, and to allow 13 customer parking spaces where 15 are required at 1401 East Charleston Boulevard, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a used motor vehicle sales use in the western portion of an existing building, with an auto parts with accessory installation use occupying the eastern portion. In addition to the site area for the used vehicle sales not meeting the 25,000 square foot threshold, Half of the available parking spaces are proposed to be used for display vehicles. The need for waivers of minimum site area and parking in the downtown plan area underscores the unsuitability of the proposed used vehicle sales use at this location. Staff therefore recommends denial. Thank you.
Thank you. Name and address for the record, please.
Naif Nassar, 10162 Bedek Avenue.
Thank you. Would you like to tell us about the application?
Yes, this is a big lot that we have on the corner, and it's been vacant for a long time, and I'd like to utilize this space to make some business in it for a long term, hopefully. And I appreciate your approval on that.
Okay, thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one, we'll turn it over to the commission. And I'll just start off by saying I appreciate you coming forward with an application to try to move a property forward, but you know, I live a couple miles down the road on Las Vegas Boulevard in Charleston, that area, and we've worked hard to, and I'm not in the notification area, but we've worked hard to really kind of watch what's coming into the neighborhood, and used cars is something that there's been quite a bit of opposition to where I live, and this is just a couple miles down the road. So I'm not quite sure how this is going to be a fit for this neighborhood and where it's trying to go. It does need to find a use, though, but I don't think I'll be able to support the application as it sits tonight. Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman, I agree with your comments. I mean, a lot of redevelopment up and down the street, and I'd like to see something happen with this building because, I mean, there's, I think, some broken windows or graffiti and just needs to be painted and everything. But when we're looking at where a designated site area needs to be 25,000 square feet and we only have 16,553 square feet, I mean, we're just a little over halfway's, or I mean, we only have about half the space that we need, a little bit more than half the space that we need. And then plus with additional variances. And, you know, I mean, there's nothing that would keep from parking additional cars and that are being sold in those customer parking spaces. And so I think that's one of the reasons why we would like to see a little bit larger of a footprint, but ultimately it's due to Title 19, and I don't see any particular hardship that where we can, you know, waive this. So anyways, I would, I mean, looks like that's all my comments for now, Chairman. Looks like Commissioner Roush might have some comments.
Commissioner Roush.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I think it's kind of a tight site. I think it's too much to put a car dealership, used car dealership on this site. My concern is that all of the parking spaces get filled up with cars for sale. That forces the employees and customers who come to park onto 14th Street, and I think that ends up being a hardship on the neighborhood. I also think that this property needs to be developed as something. As I go up and down Charleston, I'm disappointed in the signage program. I mean, just really, for lack of a better term, it's just schlocky. Everything just looks really crappy. You know, the signs are old, people don't, you know, upgrade them. I don't know if that's, and I need to get a copy of a code enforcement. Mary, afterward, Mary McElhone, I'd like to get a copy of all the things that aren't in Title 19, which I do have a copy of, but that are rules. Like, for example, is it allowed to paint on windows? You go up and down Charleston, every window's got some kind of thing painted all over it, and I just don't think that's attractive or what the city had intended. That's just one example. There's other things that have come up through the night, so I'll talk with you later about that. But do we allow paint on windows? Does anybody know? We do? Do you require a permit for that? Through you, Mr. Chairman, can I ask staff, do we require a permit to put paint on windows? Is it similar to the sign package program that we require for signage above a tenant space? What is the rule on that? I apologize, I'm not giving staff enough time to look it up, so I'm sorry. So does anybody else, while she's looking that up, because that's really kind of ancillary, but yet when I drove by the property, there was paint in the windows, there's paint on every business up and down Charleston, it seems like. And
Yeah.
I just think it looks terrible.
I understand. In coming back specific to this application, for the applicant, I see you have a portion of the business would be accessories to
Yes.
cars. I mean, I really, that would be something I think I would be more supportive of, and in line with, I realize there's other dealerships, there's one right across the street where
Yes.
someone's selling cars.
Exactly, yes.
but
It's a
it does-
smaller lot.
It's a smaller lot. It
Yes.
doesn't make it right, though, that it's there, and, in my feeling, that it should continue, because it is by a neighborhood. You buy a car, you test drive it, it's much different in setup and nature, but I noticed that you had the accessory portion, which is something I would definitely feel like I could easily get behind, as opposed to the used car sales. So I still, at the moment, the way the application is, and will this go on to city council in every form? No. Okay, so, I mean, it can be appealed if it doesn't go through, but let's see where it goes, because it seems like if it doesn't push forward, there's an opportunity to really relook at it and come back with an application, or take it to city council with a different type of taking some stuff off. But Commissioner Rausch?
And then I'll let Commissioner Schlottman finish up. But I did notice that in the history on the property, and I wanted some clarification from the applicant, it looks like there was a building permit issued for the garage door in March and a business license issued in April of this past year for Car Stereo Express. Is that business still in operation, or it has never opened yet?
Yes, it is. We're trying to do car sales beside this business into the same lot.
What do you think the percentage is of car sales versus the Car Stereo Express use within the building? Is it?
It is related, like what he's saying, that it is accessories for the cars, so they are related businesses.
What do you think your percentage of sales is, or business? Is it a 50-50 ratio? Is it an 80-20?
I would say about 60 to the cars to 40.
Okay.
I would say we do more cars, because that's a very busy section for that.
Sure. Again, it makes me feel better to have a higher percentage of accessory use, just like the chairman said. But again, I'm cautious about the test driving, the parking on the street that's going to happen inevitably because of the size of the site and some other things. But
actually, we have on the side of the building, they sent me an email from the city, Nicole, and she said there was another 5 parkings that I could use if I wanted to. And she drew them, and it is an extra 5 parkings that weren't counted. So now we are not like short 4 or 5 parkings. We are pretty much for the parkings we're
understood. Okay. But you understand my point of view that if you've got all of the lot covered in cars that are for sale, as a showroom almost, if you will, and then your employees are parking on those 5 spots, and then if customers come to park, there's nowhere to park, so they're going to park.
Actually, I have more than 5 spots. I have additional 5 spots to the 13 spots we have for the customers.
I understand.
I think, we do have an issue of square footage that's kind of a big thing. So maybe, Commissioner Schlottman, why don't you finish with your comments so we can keep the meeting kind of flowing?
I'm sorry, Chairman, I didn't have any other comments.
I saw your light on. I apologize. Anyone? Commissioner Rausch, okay. Commissioner Schlottman, would you like to make a motion?
Yes, Chairman, through you on item number 62, SUP 72925, I'd move to deny following staff's recommendation for denial due to the fact that we're not meeting the minimum square footage, the minimum 25,000 square feet that's required, and we don't have the proper number of parking spaces. So for those reasons, I can't support this.
Thank you. Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless it is appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to add that I did get clarification from staff, 25% of the window area is allowed to be painted.
on. Thank you. It's over 10 o'clock, and we've gone past our 2-hour mark. We're going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back for our short-term rentals and finish up quickly. Thank you. All right, we are at 10:17, and we are going to get rolling. Everyone could grab their seats. I do, yeah. Item number 63, SUP 72889, applicant owner Yosef Altafali, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 909 Artesia Way, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting approval of a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use. The existing use was approved and licensed in April 2017 via conditional use verification. Since that time, it has continued to operate without any enforcement action or neighborhood complaints. In June of 2017, Ordinance 6585 was adopted and required all short-term residential rentals meet the current requirements of Title 1912, including a special use permit if applicable. This location requires approval of a special use permit due to the number of bedrooms and the fact that it's not owner-occupied during all rental periods. It does meet the distance separation requirement of 660 feet, as the nearest similar use is over 2,600 feet away, as the use meets all requirements of Title 1912 and has continuously operated since April 2017 with no enforcement issues. Staff is recommending approval. Please note there was an additional letter of concern since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Youssef El Toufali, and I'm 220 Moller Circle. Okay, so yeah, I'm the current owner of the 909 Artesia Way. I've been doing short-term rental. It's been 1 year now. I haven't had any complaint or any like garbage issue or parking issue. I asked my neighbor around, about 5 of them. I have a paper here, and they all pretty much like they all agreed, and they all like okay with it. None of them complained. And
Yosef, could you speak into the microphone so we can hear you clearly, please? Thank you. If you want to turn the mic on there.
This one?
There you go. Perfect.
Okay, so in green are the neighbor that I have asked that I'm gonna do like the short-term rentals, and they all approved. So I didn't really like the neighbor on the back. I couldn't meet them. Some of them they couldn't really answer or respond me. So those people in green have agreed, and I'm just asking for an SUP with your approval, if that's okay.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this application? Name and address for the record, please.
Hi, Megan Wishman, 8694 Lloyd Court. I'm not in his neighborhood, but I want to oppose short-term rentals in the city of Las Vegas, period. Henderson doesn't allow it, Clark County doesn't allow it, North Las Vegas doesn't allow it, and I'm not understanding why the city is allowing it in all of the residential neighborhoods, not just his.
Folks, please, that doesn't make it any better, please.
I just want to make sure that you're addressing the correct one, because up on the screen, it had 64.
We are on
And
63.
SUP 72937. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah, we are on
That's correct.
63, SUP 72889. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? And I will say, please, we have rules for the meeting. If you could just hold your applause. I know there's a lot of passion about short-term rentals and other applications, but we have to look at these applications individually and on the merit that they stand. So if there's no one else from the public, I'd like to turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Rausch.
I'm trying to make sure I understand the situation here. So the applicant, tell me your name again.
Youssef El Toufali.
And you have an existing short-term license in this location, is that correct?
Yes.
So you have the ability to continue to operate regardless of what happens tonight until, when does it expire?
For the record, Mary McElhone, till July
1st of 2019.
July 1st, 2019. And we had one of these last month in my ward, and I'm saying this for the benefit of Ms. Williams, our new planning commissioner, because on these short-term rentals, it's important to differentiate, and it's good for the audience to know as well. When an applicant comes before us, a lot of times they are coming before us because they became aware of the new short-term rental ordinance, and they have to be in compliance with that, but a lot of times they were grandfathered in and had a business license permit already for short-term rental operation through the business licensing division prior to the short-term rental ordinance being created. Is that correct? So one thing that I want to speak to the young lady in the front row is that I was here at a city council meeting, well, more than one, several city council meetings, when Councilwoman Tarkanian, who sponsored this ordinance, spoke. And it was a very frustrating process for her and for many of us in the audience, because she was trying to get the rest of the council to agree to not allow short-term rentals at all. And she couldn't get more than 3 votes of people who would agree with her so that she could pass that. So in the infinite wisdom of the city council, we have short-term rentals that are available, and that is the law until it gets repealed in some other way or retooled in some other way. That said, this council, this commission rather, is very careful what we do approve. So in this particular instance, I'm going to defer to the new commissioner, Commissioner Williams, to get her opinions on this in this neighborhood, and then we'll see how everyone votes.
Thank you for your comments. And I, since the gentleman has an existing short-term rental and obviously meets all of the requirements, I move to approve.
Before we vote, Commissioner Schlattman, did you have any?
All I was going to say, Chairman, was I agree that it's an existing short-term rental. There hasn't been any issues, any code enforcement issues, and there's 6 letters of support, and he has all his immediate neighbors' support, and they all signed off on it, and that means a lot to me when the immediate neighbors sign off on it. So no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Williams.
I move to approve.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action tonight unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Item number 64, SUP 72937, applicant owner Ocean View Family Trust and Alana Ambart Tusmian, TRS, for possible action on a request for a special use permit for a proposed short-term residential use at 8620 Inwood Drive, Ward 2. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval. Please note there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Alana Burns, 8138 Yucca Springs Drive, Las Vegas, 89129. That was my house before, and I moved 15 minutes away with my mom and my son, and I take care of my house. I always there around. I can be there if any possible issue. I can be there very fast. I have good connections with my neighbors. My best friend lives next door. I think I won't cause any issues to the community.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone like from the public can be heard? If you could please sit back in the reserve section. There's people that are coming up to talk. We have 3 microphones. If you could please, ma'am, the applicant, Alona, could you please sit in the front row? We'll get through the public hearing portion. We have 3 microphones. I'm going to give everyone a minute to go through. Please, on the redundancy, we understand it's a passionate item, and you're here late with us. So if we could please get through it quickly, I'd appreciate it. And again, if someone has said something, if we could not repeat it and add something, and you can say you're not opposed to it or for it, great. Start with you. Name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Alita Alexander, and I live at 721 Marialdo Lane. I actually would like to speak for my neighbor, Sharina Cheney. Her grandchildren were so kind to pass on the neurovirus to her, so she couldn't come tonight. but she would like me to read this for her. She said, my retired husband and I were the second residents to move into West Mesa in 1989. We now have an apartment complex that is turned into condominiums with only a 12-foot wall separating the property behind us. And if you can see on this map, right here is where she lives. It says me on it. And right here is where the proposed short-term rental is. This red line here is this 12-foot wall that's directly behind her, Ms. Channing. She says, now a former neighbor who lived across the street from me wants to take a 5-bedroom home she lived in for a short time and turn it into another weekend noise and trash maker. Though she states in her letter to the neighbors that she will have her cell phone, and she lives only 15 minutes from the proposed SUP, she has not yet offered any conversation to any neighbors about her plans, nor has she offered her phone number. Since the beginning of March 2018, there have been a variety of people come and go from her house. We have endured loud noise from parties, excessive traffic there since March 2018. The home is not secluded as she wants you to think. If you notice on the map, there are houses on both sides, behind it, and in front of it. And actually, Ms. Cheney's house is kind of directly across the street from it. There has been a problem with trash there. Visitors set the trash out, but on windy days, it blows all over the street and into residents' yards. We have to clean up that mess. I have never seen her there to check on the place or to pick up after her visitors' trash. So another picture here is that the property isn't actually maintained very well. As you can see on the garage, and this was a picture that was submitted by the applicant, though it may seem minor, it actually is kind of major because this is a business and we want it to look nice and appealing to our neighbors. But one of the window frames is not the same. So that's what she has.
Alita, we've gone well over the minute. If you could please close up with the comments, that would help us. Thank you.
Okay, the other neighbor that couldn't come, she has 4 lines. Could I read that?
Please quickly read it in. Thank you.
Okay. Lorelei Maluki lives next door at 8624 Inwood Drive. She said, I live here in West Mesa Estates for 30 years, the house next door to mine, and they have been using it as a short-term rental with loud, noisy parties night and day, especially due to the large backyard. Tons of trash left on the sidewalk and not picked up non-pickup days, so it blows all over the street. It's a horrible thing living next to this type of neighbor. Please, please, please oppose. Thank you.
Thank you. If you want to turn that into staff here for the record, too, we can take that. Can you get your name and address for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Gene Kraus. I live at 8616 Inwood Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm one of those nearby residents that is 3 houses down from this house. It's a very pleasant neighborhood. We walk our dogs. What we've seen is a huge amount of traffic. There's a lot of cars parked out there all the time. Weekends especially is when they seem to collect up a lot. And I just want to say that I want to oppose this. I think it's not a good idea for our subdivision. We have a lot of senior citizens in our subdivision, and it's been a very quiet place. And this has really been turning out to be a bit of a problem for the general area. Thank you.
Thank you for your brief comments, Gene. Can I get your name and address to the record?
Yes, my name is Keith Alexander. I live at 721 Marialdo Lane in the West Mesa Estates, where the proposed short-term rental on 8628 Inwood is located. I've taken the time to review the applicant's handwritten justification letter and the conditions and staff report and the accompanying supporting documentation. And what I found is that applicant does not give any details, so I assume that details are not presently important. She does not provide any information regarding her advertising platform. She does not provide any details of her operating procedures. She does not give any clue regarding rental screening protocol or property maintenance. The closest thing to what appears to be her version of security is that her neighbors will have a direct access to her via her cell phone since she's only 15 minutes away. Ordinance number 6585, Code Requirements 6.75.040, Section B states with regards to each applicant, the short-term rental license that the applicant shall provide the name, address, telephone number of any property manager or property management firm that will operate the short-term rental residential rental. She did not provide that information, yet staff affirms that she meets all the application requirements. Further, that same code requirement in Section 5G states that the applicant is to provide a list of hosting app platforms that the applicant proposes to use this to market, advertise, offer, solicit customers for, and to make available the commercial use of short-term residential rental apply for. She did not provide that information, and again, the staff recommended...
Keith, we've gone well over the minutes, so if you want to wrap up.
I will close with this.
Thank you.
The applicant has not held a neighborhood meeting. On February 13th, it was made clear by the members of the Planning Commission on a similar issue that the applicant did not have a neighborhood meeting, and as a result, he was found not to be in compliance with the recommended requirement. Furthermore, on March 21st, the City Council meetings, Councilman Soroka made it clear that the neighborhood meetings are required and even directed...
Keith, I have to wrap up. I mean, we could talk about City Council, what we're here on this specific application here at Planning, so I need to move on to the next person to keep it going.
Well, my recommendation is that the facts that I given them, I oppose the request and I ask that the Planning Commission deny the application.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Sir, name and address for the record.
Yeah, I'm Stephen Goldman from 8661 Inwood Drive. You've been provided a copy of a deed restriction for residential lots for the subject property. The deed restriction was voluntarily agreed to by the owner of the property when the property was purchased. The document which you have in front of you states explicitly it deals with all of West Mesa Estates, which this property is with. And it states number 7, no residential building site shall be used for business. In addition to that, if you look at the second page on number 13, it talks about no sign of any kind shall be displayed to the public view on any lot except one professional sign of not more than 1 square foot, one sign of not more than 5 square foot advertising the property for sale or rent. The particular sign that you required them to put on is in violation of our deed restriction. If you look on the third page, and I'm going to move along quickly here, if that's all right. Number 18 on the third page talks about the term. The covenants of this deed restriction originally was for 30 years, and it automatically renews, and we provided the deed restriction for you as recorded in the county recorder's office at Clark County. The only question that comes up is this particular short-term rental a business? And that seems to be a problem for anybody discussing it. So if we look at, for instance, Las Vegas Code of Ordinances, Chapter 6.02, a business means any business, commercial enterprise for the purpose of gain, benefit, or advantage, either direct or indirect. And a license is a permission granted by the licensing authority, that would be you guys,
we're
to
well
engage in
aware of it,
business.
sir.
So as a result, because of our deed restriction we have, she's not allowed to do this business.
Thank you for turning that in for the record. Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
Deborah Bianek. I live at 8621 Dollhouse Drive. And I just want to say I've lived in the neighborhood for 18 years. And when I moved in, it was a great neighborhood with a lot of families. And then after the recession, there were a lot of rentals. Crime went up. My house got robbed, windows broken. But now it's noticeable that it's a neighborhood again. And I'd just like you to oppose the request.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Deborah. Your name and address, please.
Mayhew, I'm at 533 Ampere Lane, and I just wanted to point out that this is a special use permit. It is not a principality permit use, and the applicant has the assumption that they have the right to operate without any regards to the opinions of the neighbors and the rest of the neighborhood and what the neighborhood wants to have done. So I would like to go on record to oppose this as well.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please? For
Yes, my name is Robert Storter. I live at 801 Vantage Lane, Las Vegas, 89145.
My name is Susan Storter, address 801 Vantage Lane.
And we've lived there for 26 years, and I'd just like to share some quick statistics with you, and I'll read it and I'll zip through it.
Thanks.
In February, March of this year, many of us were at the Planning Commission and City Council hearings for proposed short-term rental on the other side of our neighborhood. We thought the Planning Commission's unanimous vote against that application had been a final action, so we had to scramble when we received our public notice postcards for the City Council meeting. In less than 1 week, 240 neighborhood residents signed this petition opposing the application. I have the petition here. And We had more than 90 public notice postcards were returned in opposition. When we transferred that information to the map of our neighborhood, which is right here, it turned out looking like this. The properties in orange oppose the short-term rental application. The properties in yellow were vacant at the time, and here's the short-term application right here. 3 households declined to sign the petition, which is 1%. 81 households were not able to be reached given the short time frame, which is 30%. 184 households signed a petition, which is 69%. These results may be generalized to any short-term rental application in our neighborhood because our residents are against short-term rentals in general, not just those on a specific street. The people here tonight are from many streets throughout the neighborhood, not just Inwood. We're here because we care about protecting peace and stability on a neighborhood-wide basis, and we hope you will give serious consideration to the fact that nearly 70% of the residents in our neighborhood oppose short-term rentals. That's far more than a simple majority. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert and Susan. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Linda Newton. I'm at 500 Ampere Lane. In 2013, September 27th, Vegas came up with a tagline. The tagline was, "What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas." The tagline was produced to produce a mentality throughout the United States that this was a place where people could come, party, be disruptive, have nothing happen to them, and it became a great marketing tool. Well, that marketing tool has built us a tourist destination, and in that destination we have 150,000 hotel rooms. We have 973 hotel rooms in less than a half a mile from this neighborhood. These hotel rooms are facilities that are taken care of by security and staff members, and they monitor behavior 24/7. This doesn't happen in short-term rentals. They are on their own. They're noisy, disruptive. They add to illicit type behaviors and bring it into the community.
Thank you, Linda.
Pardon me?
We've gone well over the minute.
Okay.
If you want to wrap up in closing.
I do want to wrap up.
Please.
Thank you for asking.
Thank you.
Our neighborhood is not a master plan community. It doesn't have an HOA status, and we live in the city of Las Vegas. This makes us a target for short-term rentals. I disagree with any short-term rental, whether it's in my neighborhood or across the street. And I hope that you deny this application and start re-looking at this ordinance altogether.
Thank you for your comments.
You're
Can I get your
welcome.
name and address, please, for the record?
I'm Linda Ramsey, another Linda with a Y, 8632 Blissville. Next door to me, I have a short-term rental, 8636 Blissville. He's a realtor that came in, lied about how he was going to use the property, said he was going to move his mother in there, intended from the beginning to make it a short-term rental. Unfortunately, us as neighbors were not informed as to what our rights were and if I could even complain. And it wasn't until late last summer when the Mexican music was blaring in the backyard with a big Mexican birthday party from about 10 o'clock that night till about 2 o'clock the next afternoon. And finally, getting tired of it, I called, and at that time it hadn't gone to code enforcement. It went to the police department. They did show up, and they had gone to the Mexican fights, so they were gone. So I don't think us as homeowners were properly informed as to what our rights were when this ordinance was put into place. And I still don't really know what our rights are, except that I do know now, City Council said it now has gone to code enforcement, and when we appeared before the City Council before and tried to call code enforcement with some infringements upon it, we were unable to reach them after we were told it's 24
Linda.
hours.
We've gone well over the minute, so if you'd like to wrap up.
Okay, if you could comment on that as to if we can reach them, because we couldn't at that time.
I don't have to comment on them, so I have to keep this moving on. You can come over
Okay.
and talk to business licensing. They'd be happy to talk to you.
You can register me also as opposed. I have paid
Thank you.
taxes there since 19...
Thank you, Linda. We need to keep moving, please.
76.
Thank you. And folks, I don't need to hear specifics about musics and types. I want to hear about the application, please. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Okay, Megan Wishman, 8694 Lloyd Court. I just want to state, they said that this is kind of a retirement community, and I just want to go ahead and say that that is not the case. We have a lot of young couples with families. I have a 3-year-old daughter. My neighbor has a 3-year-old daughter. There's about 4 more families that have just moved in with young children, and they all play on the street. Lloyd Court happens to be a cul-de-sac, and now with these VRBOs and Airbnbs, we see a lot more traffic. People are drinking and driving. They're partying at Tivoli. They're partying at Red Rock, coming and driving through the streets very fast. We don't have speed bumps, and I worry about our kids' safety. I worry about our neighbors' safety. One thing, the applicant was up here and she basically said, I don't feel like my neighbors would have any problem with this. As you can see, we all have a huge problem with it. We absolutely oppose it.
Thank you for your comments, Megan. Name and address for the record.
Laura Kohlberg, 612 Ampere Lane. Just a quick follow-up to something Keith was saying earlier. We're a little confused why the city planning documents say that a neighborhood meeting is not required, and when we've been told that it has been required. So we look forward to clarification of that at some point. And then we just wanted to state that short-term rentals in our neighborhood would put a burden on nearby owners whenever there are issues, which is inevitable because no matter what kind of screening you do, there will be issues with bad renters occasionally. And we don't think nearby neighbors should be put in a position of having to police them and call hotlines and keep track of complaints. We didn't sign up for those responsibilities when we purchased our homes, and we don't want those responsibilities. Our neighborhood receives no benefit from the fact that a short-term rental is operating in our midst. All we get is the consequences and additional responsibilities when things go wrong. So for the best interests of our neighborhood, we hope you'll oppose this permit and side with the people of our neighborhood and not the bottom line of one party.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record, please,
Paul
sir?
Turner, 8628 Hiker Drive. Real quick, we came here from North Carolina 19 years ago. It's the only house we've ever been in. It's the only neighborhood here we've ever lived in. It's a wonderful neighborhood. It's what I'd call a classic middle-class neighborhood. Approval of this kind of activity is a good way to go to destroy it, in my view. It may take a while, but it's on the way if these are approved. I want to see this neighborhood protected. I want to see it's blossoming again, as was said earlier, and I hope you'll see that this is a neighborhood worth protecting. I also think that basically this is something that obviously will affect the property values. But more important to me is, why would anyone want to move in next door to a short-term rental? I wouldn't. I don't think anybody up here would. We want people to want to move into our neighborhood, and I think that's going to turn against us again if this continues. I've walked by this house a number of times, maybe 1,000 with my dog for 19 years, 2 dogs. I've seen a lot of trash lately, and I have no confidence that this place will be anything else than what it purports to be. A good place to have a party, good place to visit if you're partying, not a good place to be if you want to be a real resident of this town and do things to help this town.
Thank you, Mr. Turner, for your comments. Anyone else from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, I'll have the applicant come back up, and I'll give you 3 minutes for a rebuttal.
I sincerely admit my mistake. Do not offer my phone number to the neighbors, and I learned my lesson, and I would offer to everybody who is around my contact information. Since it was no complaint, like police never was called, so I assume, and my friend next door, he called me once. It was like police was looking for somebody, but never was because, and he lived next door, so never was like a party or something. I did had my renter who lived there for a year, and he moved out 2 months ago. That's true. And I decided to try short-time rental. If it's that opposed that much, I will ask, just give me a try and see how I will maintain, since now I know. And I will just go with any decision.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to turn this over to the commission, and I will start by saying that we really, as a commission, look at each one of these applications individually and factors, and of course, neighborhood approval or disapproval is, for me, weighs heavily, and it's clear that this is a neighborhood that has come out in force and has come out in the past and doesn't want it. And maybe there's going to be more applications in the future, and I just, please understand, I understand there's a lot of passion with these applications. There's some neighborhoods where there might be a fit, and some neighborhoods where there's clearly not a fit. At this point for this application, there's not a fit for me on it. And with that, I'll pass it on to Commissioner Schlotman.
Yes, Chairman. I just want to say it kind of resonates with me when we have this many homeowners come out in opposition, trying to protect their neighborhood. I know some people will say that they don't like short-term rentals whatsoever. I love short-term rentals whenever I'm out in Washington, D.C. or Hawaii or other places, but, it's not for every neighborhood. And, I just want to say when there's 25 protests before and 61 received after the agenda come out, and then plus with everybody that come out tonight, it really does resonate. And one last comment, and then I'll turn it over to whoever. The city doesn't look at the CC&Rs, and we can't do anything with the CC&Rs. However, the homeowners can. So those CC&Rs are put in place by developers to protect the homeowners. And so even if the city comes in and approves a special use permit, that doesn't override the CC&Rs, and the homeowners still have, they could take action based on what the CC&Rs say, whether that's a fine or further legal action or whatever. But that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Roush.
Anyone else want to speak before I finish up? You do? Keep it short. Good luck.
It's going to be real short. No. Again, this is, probably nobody on this board knows this neighborhood better than me, seeing that my family lived in, I think it was 8640 Inwood since 1997 until my dad passed away. So I can tell you I know a lot about that community, and it is a growing community, and it does have a tremendous amount of kids. And like the chairman said, short-term rentals do have their places. I just don't think that this community is one of them. So I'm not going to support it.
Thank you. Commissioner Roush.
All right, I will try to keep it brief, but I have several things I want to go on the record to say, especially because this is my ward, this is my neighborhood, these are my people. I've knocked doors in your neighborhood. Many of you know me. I've met with several of you, and I support you. But I need to say a few important things. 702-229-3500. Write it down, memorize it, do whatever you need to. Anyone watching this television program, 702-229-3500. When we get last-minute complaints the week of the hearing, it's not as helpful as if you go on the record because you're having a problem the prior month, the prior year, or whenever it may happen. So please call early and often so we don't have to decipher what happened when and who were the bad actors here. I just got back from the American Planning Association conference in New Orleans along with several of my colleagues here. I attended at least 2 workshops on short-term rentals, and it was very illuminating to me. This is a national epidemic. It is a controversial and evolving topic. And I'm not going to grandstand, but I am going to say that many communities are revisiting their codes to make them more restrictive and protective of neighborhoods. In New Orleans alone, and they are a very tourist-oriented community, they have 4 neighborhoods now where they do not allow them at all, especially areas that are historic, especially areas that are family communities. They don't allow whole house rentals anymore, and they're leaning towards almost exclusively only authorizing short-term rentals in commercial areas, commercial adjacent areas, mixed-use properties, commercial uses, because it's fairly universally now held that these are business uses. They are a business. But I want to speak to that business point. Our city attorney said last month, and I agree with them, citing a business use in your CC&Rs, it may be the one tool that you do have, but it is also a very slippery slope. We don't want to disallow people from having permissible home-based uses. If somebody wants to operate an accounting business in their home, if they sell Avon or Tupperware, something that's restricted to the inside of their home, we don't want to shut them down. But I'm also going to go further and say, those are not invasive uses in a neighborhood. When you have a business use that's a home-based business, it's inside your home, it's your business and your invitees. And unless you have so many invitees that you're impacting the neighborhood's parking, And usually that's an exception, and we might get some code enforcement issues on that occasionally, but we don't usually see folks come before us with that type of complaint. This is different. This is a different animal altogether. It's definitely a business that's a higher intensity use. It's a business that creates nuisances, but if you don't report them, we can't act on them. So that's why I say 702-229-3500. In light of these lessons from other communities, the trends that are evolving in the short-term rental practice, and the fact that this is plain and simple a business operation and consistent with my guiding principle, which is always to try to cause no harm, I will not support this today. I will not support this ever. So you have my support in denying this today. If anyone has any other comments, I'm happy to let them speak. Otherwise, I'm ready to make a motion.
Commissioner Roush, please do.
My motion is for item 64 SUP 72937 for denial, please.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council and be heard by that body on 6/20/2018.
So go to City Council.
Okay, we need to take a application out of order so it can be heard tonight. Item number 71, we're jumping to SUP 72979, applicant owner Zion Yehoshua and Ophir Zur for possible action on a request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 5516 Flower Circle, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval. Please note there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, Zion Yehoshua. I live in 72 Newtonville Ave in Newton, Massachusetts. I'm a little bit nervous. I'm sorry. I didn't expect something like that at all. I mean, I just, me and my cousin, our uncle, his father, fell in love with Las Vegas like 1.5 years ago. So we bought a house for him. So he decided to live here in Vegas. Then my father, the same thing, he wanted to pretty much end his life here in Las Vegas. So we bought this house for him as well. Unfortunately, he can't live by himself. So we start looking for senior housing complex. We saw the other day this place, and few months ago we were advised that we can apply for a short-term rental. And honestly, I didn't know that it's you have this situation here, and actually I feel like a little bit bad because like I saw all of them, they're nice people, but I didn't know. I didn't expect something like that, so we just, I called, and there was very nice in the city. Everybody were really nice. We filled up all this information, and we took a flight and we came here. So it's pretty much, we decided to do that just to cover costs because my father can't live by himself. So we decided to do that, and pretty much like he's going to live in senior housing. So to use that, pretty much rent from here to pay rent over there. So not really too much into that. I know that I've noticed that it's pretty intense here, this issue, so I'm apologizing. I mean, also to these community people, really great people. I don't want them to think like we came out of state looking to make money or things like that. Completely not. It just...
Is there anything specific more to the application you want to add, why it should be approved?
So yeah, I mean, actually I was like, we were checking with the city about, with the inspector doing the application. So he said before we start doing that, and he said that it's going to cost $1,000, you know, to get an idea about that. And he said that there is a good chance to do that. That's why we started, because he said it's like on it's a corner lot, and there is nothing around. I think it's 660 square feet. And he said that on the other side, it's a lot of commercial property, so there's no really too much interference to neighbors. Down the road, I think like less than a quarter of a mile, there is another corner lot exactly like this my house there, that is also like a business. So he said that it's pretty much like just, process application, and he thinks that we can have a good chance to get it. So.
All right. Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? If you could please, Diane, sit in the front, and we'll go through the public hearing portion. There's 3 microphones. I see 2 people here to speak on this item. Can I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Neil Maynard. I live at 5304 Easy Place, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89107. I'm completely opposed to this short-term rental in my neighborhood. The other short-term rental in my neighborhood is at 516 Easy Street. We've had gunfire coming from the place. The landlord also supplied them with a stereo system that I can hear from my house 300 feet away. There's no reason. This is a residential neighborhood, not a business neighborhood. If you want to call it a business neighborhood, fine, then reduce my taxes.
Thank you, Neil. Is there any other comments specific to the application?
Yes, from his own admission, what you've seen on his pictures, you can see how that home is in disrepair still. Here's one of the pictures of the flower garden along the house. Don't even cut down his weeds. He's not responsible.
You have to wait. Okay. Neil, anything else?
Nope, here's another picture of the front. Yeah, as you can see, that's in disrepair, needs paint. Something simple.
Yep.
Irresponsible.
Thank you, Neil.
One of the problems I had in my neighborhood with 516 is they fired guns, and I sleep in the front of my house.
I understand, Neil.
I'm
I
already
have to keep
crippled.
it specific to this application. I appreciate the extra.
And I have a list of people that oppose it right here, too.
Would you like to turn it in for the,
Yes, I
for the
will.
record, please? Thank you. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for your comments. Sir, can I get your name and address for the record?
Yes, sir. Rick Kitchen. I live at 5521 Flower Circle, right across the street from the subject. My daughter was here earlier. She was going to speak. She's an attorney with the district attorney's office, so I wasn't planning on speaking, and I'm not an orator. But from what he's told you, when they bought this house, this has been their plan all along. They totally rehabbed the house. They refurbished it. They had contractors over there. I've talked to these people from across the street. I went over and I tried to welcome them to the neighborhood. They never said anything about a short-term rental. There's a school right across the street. You can see you see it on your map there. I don't know how to shine this stuff, but from the front of his house, you can see. Can you see this? Where you put it? Right here.
Right in the middle there. There you go.
Okay. That's a view from the front of his house. You can see the school right across the street. The kids are by there every morning, every evening coming home from school. And on these short-term rentals, there's no, my daughter told me what word to use. There's nothing to keep the sex offenders from renting them. I mean, and they could shop on the internet and find one close to a school, from what I can see. Every neighbor has opposed this. I turned in the cards. I came down to the planning commission and I gave them to you. Every single neighbor that joins near this house is opposed to it. There was 2 families in here earlier. They have children. They get up at daylight to go to work, so they couldn't stay. My daughter had to go home because she takes care of her kids and she's got a trial in the morning. But no, we're all against it. And like I say, I've got pictures of the weeds here too. Right here where it's signed. They didn't put the sign up till last Saturday, which gave us about 5 business days to oppose this. I had to bring cards down because I didn't want to trust the mail to get them there fast enough. But every neighbor that adjoins to him is opposed to this.
All right. Thank you, Rick, for coming down and going on the record. I appreciate it. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else from the public that wants to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing portion and we'll allow you to a minute
Yeah,
to rebut this.
So, I mean, I never met them, so I'm apologizing, but honestly, I feel like care. It's like, when I didn't do anything like intentionally or honestly, because also, I'm not really live here in Vegas. If there's anything that we can do like that to, again, I don't know how it works, but like if we can do anything to confirm that, to reduce any concerns that they might have, I would be more than happy to do that. Anything that is necessary, that's no problem, even if it's involved pretty much anything, because like, obviously, like this nice gentleman and the neighbors, the last thing I would want is to create any problem or something. I understand completely their concerns. If there is anything that we can do, I'm going to do that. It's,
Okay.
But the last thing I want, honestly, is to like, especially because I don't live here, my father and my uncle, that I'm trying to be this hotel mogul and trying to make money and create problems to the neighbors. Completely not, like, just for the record. And if there's anything, even if it's involved like expenses or whatever, we can do that. I mean,
I appreciate that.
Sure.
Okay, we're going to close it up and turn it over to commission. I'll start by saying that there's, you've seen the commission go both ways with it fits, it doesn't fit. And I'll be honest with you, I thought at first there might be a fit here, but I see pictures, and I don't know why I think in my mind that, you know, short-term rentals where they fit, they're going to clean up a house, you know, and some of them do. They go through, but I'll be honest with you, the pictures I saw in our backup, what was put forward, and I don't need a response at this point. It didn't sit well with me. It's not something that makes sense for me from a business that's trying to now profit in a neighborhood, and then additionally being across from a school weighs into me as well. So I'm just, unfortunately on this one, I'm personally not going to
yeah, but if
be
I
able
can
to,
just,
Zion, I can't
just
right now.
about the weeds.
No, it's closed at this point, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, but
I have to
Thank
keep
you.
going.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, let's move this along. Regarding item number 71.
I think Commissioner Roush.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Commissioner Roush, you had your light
I'll
on.
keep it very brief. I just
Thank
was going to
you.
say that in addition to my prior comments, one thing that I meant to mention that's always very much on my mind, and I know it's on yours as well, is what type of operator is this? What's his experience? What's a process for screening applicants? What's the process for monitoring? You're not in this town. You live very far away. And it's something that we always consider. And so whether it fits in the neighborhood or not is a consideration, who the operator is, how they conduct the property, how the property's maintained, and what the screening process is, and what the response rate is. And so I didn't hear any of that tonight, and so I won't be able to support it.
yeah, I mean, I can
Zion, please,
address that, but
I
was
can't,
not
we can't
asked.
address it at this point. I'm sorry. We're done at that point. But I will say, if this will come for a motion, and if it is denied, it would be final action, but you have an opportunity to appeal it, and then I would recommend that you get with your neighborhood if you feel like you want to push forward with something. And you've heard comments from your neighbors now for the first time. I know you're a little shocked about it. I get it. You've heard comments now from the commission at this point, but we'll see how it's going to land. Commissioner Quinn, please.
Here's how it's going to land. I'm going to make a motion tonight for denial of SCP 72979 for the simple reason it's too close to a school. For the simple reason that, you know, nobody wants them in any of our, nobody wants to be these neighbors anywhere. But the fact that it's so close to a school is reason enough for me not to approve this in my ward this evening. So my motion's for denial.
So motion on the floor, please
Thank
cast
you.
your vote.
It's a yes.
Yes vote is for denial.
Okay, that's it.
That motion carries.
Okay. Last thing, if you don't mind, that's completely fine. But as a feedback, it would have been great to get, no, really.
I'm
because-
sorry, we're done with the conversation at this point. There is a process, we have to go through it. We do the same thing for everybody, so thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action unless the applicant appeals within 10 days to the city clerk.
And that was when we were trying to help to catch a flight.
So now we're back to
65. Item 65, SUP 72940, applicant Mark Del Rosario, owner Misako Brooks. for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential use at 6657 Prospect Claim Court, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval. Please note there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Hi, I'm Mark Del Rosario. I live in 1526 Cole Lane, Upland, California. Yeah, my wife, Crystal.
Thank you. Would you like to tell us about the application?
Sure. My wife and I are planning to move to Las Vegas area. We actually already bought a multi-unit complex about a year ago. Over the last 20 years, we're here like 20% of the time. We usually get together at my parents' house, but now that all the kids are older, we're kind of getting there's too many of us to fit in there. So we do plan to move here for retirement. However, our kids are still in their teenage years, so once in the next 4 or 5 years, once they go to college, we expect to occupy this home full-time. We're hoping over the next 3 to 5 years, we're able to generate some income from partially renting it out. We plan to utilize this house. We spent a lot of money on renovating it, improving it to our specs because we want to live in it down the road. We were just hoping to get some supplemental income, renting it out when we're not using it to help cover the cost of maintaining dual mortgages, as that becomes pretty expensive. Again, we've made an investment in the city already. We intend to move here in the next few years and make this our home.
Thank you.
We've reached out also to the neighbors. We circulated a letter to the neighbors notifying them of our intentions and giving them our contact information in case they had any questions or if they had any concerns.
Okay. Anything else? No. Thank you for the presentation. This was noticed as a public hearing. If there's anyone here to speak on it, please come up. We have 3 microphones. I'll give each person 2 minutes here to talk. Can I get your name and address for the record?
6672 Prospect Lane Court, Adrian De La Torre. And I opposed to this application because the amount, like everybody else said, the amount of probably noise, traffic. We live in a cul-de-sac, as you see. I'm actually the middle in the cul-de-sac. And I just think that this is not a good fit for our community. It is a more family-oriented community where we have children, around the community, and I feel that it's going to be like a party house. So I don't think it's a good fit for our community.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address, sir, for the record?
Hi, I'm Robert Fisher. I live at 1409 Nugget Creek Drive. We had 3 other people that live in the cul-de-sac next to these people that bought the home, and they oppose of it. I have their things here. I'm a head of Neighborhood Watch, and I went around the community, and everybody opposes this in our development. We've been there since 1995. We've been there a long time, and I have we're afraid that what's going to happen. I have a neighbor next door to me that's running an automobile business, Mercedes and BMW. And this is the stack of paperwork that I've been dealing with since 2016 on him not having a business license. And I was in court yesterday. And we're afraid that the police are going to be back and forth, and it's going to bring problems in our neighborhood. It's a quiet, nice neighborhood. And these are a lot of older people. And the man that lives next door that had to leave, he's on dialysis. And he doesn't want to hear the noise or partying. So,
okay. Thank you, Mr. Fisher, for your comments. Thank you. Anybody else? Seeing no one else, we'll close the public hearing. If you'd like to come up and have a minute to rebut, please do.
We definitely understand the concerns about a party house. In fact, that was the primary content of our letter, assuring our neighbors that that's not our intention. We were hoping with a short-term rental, we can actually monitor the type of people who would rent our place. If we did a long-term rental and we had a bad renter, it would be much more difficult to evict that person. Again, we're trying to do this part-time so that we can use the house more frequently. Also, we did reach out to our neighbors. The Neighborhood Watch head in our street actually sent her approval of our application, and so did another neighbor in our street. So we did reach out to our immediate neighbors. I don't know if we reached far enough to some of the other neighbors, but we did reach out to 20, 30 of the closest neighbors to make sure that if they had any concerns, we left them our cell phone number to reach us with. We have security cameras in the house for the outside, of course not inside. You know, we don't want to monitor the renters coming in, but this way we could see who's coming in and out of the house. And we've let people know that if we have bad renters, loud renters, that feel free to give us a call and we will boot them out right away. We expect to live in this house. We use it a lot. We put a putting green in the backyard because I love to golf, and we have Angel Park right around the corner from us. So we love this area. We want to move here. We want to live in this house. We don't want it thrashed as a party house.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, I will turn this over to the commission for discussion, and I see Commissioner Quinn's.
Thank you.
I've closed the public hearing.
Thank you. This body and this planning commission knows that I follow the 660-foot distance separation to a letter of the law, which my councilwoman wrote. So with that, I'm going to follow staff's recommendations this evening for denial because of the distance separation. Thank you. Oh, well, I'm going to, oh, there's not. I'm sorry, number 66. I'm on 65. Well, let me listen to my other, I jumped one, so let me listen to my other commissioners for a
Commissioner
second
Roush.
and rethink it here. Roush?
Yeah,
I jumped ahead. Sorry.
my concern is always with applicants that are from out of town, or that are continuing to reside out of town. This short-term rental business is a very active management business, and it's something not to be undertaken lightly. It's not the intent of this body to try to figure out how to pay your mortgage for you or subsidize your mortgage expenses so that you can move here someday in the future. To me, these are privileged licenses. As I mentioned earlier, I continue to evolve my thinking on how we want to manage this process. I'm continuing to lean more and more towards taking these out of the suburban neighborhoods. I'm not in favor of disrupting neighborhoods. I'm not in favor of disrupting the neighbors who want to seek the quiet enjoyment of their home. And for those reasons, especially the absentee ownership, absentee management perspective, I'm really having a hard time supporting this one. I'm probably not going to be able to support you tonight.
Thank you, Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you, Commissioner Roush, for doing my homework on that. I jumped ahead of it. And I'm going to go with the denial this evening on this application as well, special use permit 72940.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, item 65 will move forward to the City Council and be heard at the 6/20/2018 City Council meeting.
Thank you. Item number 66, SUP 72945, applicant owner Thomas Weaver, for possible action on the request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 238-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 2900 Gilmary Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There is one other short-term residential rental unit within the separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Additional letters of what? Protest?
That's correct.
Thank you. This is the applicant here tonight. Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing and turn it over to the commission. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. Seeing no one here, I'd like to follow staff's recommendation this evening for the denial on Gilmary, being that it doesn't meet the 660. And this is, I'm going to go with the denial.
So motion on the floor. Please cast your votes.
Applicant or not. There you go.
Motion's for denial. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 67, SUP 72948, applicant Jarrett Campbell, owner Jarrett Campbell et al. For possible action on a request for special use permit for proposed short-term residential use at 613 Stark Street, Ward 5. Staff recommends approval. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval. Please note there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Jarrett Sean Campbell, 613 Starks Drive, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89107. We stand here humble before this council, and we're asking for a license for our home to rent a one-bedroom for our guest. As I'm a Marine and a block captain for our neighborhood, we would run a quiet, clean, cozy, smoke-free room to our guest. We bought the house in '98, and it's not an investment property. We are living in the house and will continue to live in the house and greet each guest personally. The people that we want to rent to are good, quiet people, nice people that are looking for a nice, quiet place to stay. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Raiko, 613 Starks Drive. I have letters that I like to turn in from, or just directly around our neighborhood that have all approved the short-term rental and know what we were doing. And I have them all except the one neighbor who's right directly next to. He just lost his wife after 65 years and not having a very good time now. And I also have gone to the neighbors down the street and passed them a letter of what we were doing, that we're just doing the one room. And we're only doing the one room in our house. It's not a big business for us, but I did take the certification, the STR certification class that we took so I could learn to better occupy our house, and I have a copy of that for you too. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, this was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? See two people. We have 3 microphones if there's anybody else. No? Name and address for the record, please.
Ashley Wilson. I'm at 721 Starks Drive. I'm just right down the street. I've lived there for 30 years. Known them forever. Babysat him since he was a baby. I have no issue with him renting out a room. You honestly don't even know that someone's even there, like a renter. So I'm all good.
Thanks for coming out tonight. Thank you. Can I get your name and address, please?
Mary Lynn Riggs, 404 Horn Street. I've known the Campbells for 17 years. We've been in the same neighborhood, and we totally approve of them having this business. We've seen what's been happening as it's been going on. It's very quiet. We've never heard a single complaint, so I approve.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public like to be heard? Seeing no one else, if there's anything the applicant needs to add, it sounds like we don't have any opposition here tonight. Okay. If you'd like to come up, and you can stand at the dais here. Turn it over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Roush, you want to start?
I'll start and then I'll let Commissioner Williams finish. I look at these types of applications completely differently. I mean, this is a situation, and I think other jurisdictions that I heard at the APA conference say the same thing. This is a situation where you have the homeowners there present at all times. And they're the ones that are the first line of attack and the ones that are going to be getting it the worst if there's a bad actor that you rent to. So I don't have any issue with it, and I think that it's the first line of enforcement is you. And so thank you for coming before us, and I don't have any other questions. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Williams.
Yes, thank you. I am gratified that you actually are living in your house and you're going to offer a room for someone. And we know that you'll police them well. Your neighbors say that you're good neighbors and you have met all of the requirements. So I have no problem supporting you in this effort. I move to approve.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry.
members of the commission, I apologize. discussing it with staff. While their justification letter states that they would be only renting one room and they would be occupying the structure at those times, unless there's a condition that's put on this, the use permit would allow them to exceed that. So if that is the choice of this commission to place a condition as such onto the use permit to limit that, that may be something that check with the applicant to make sure that they agree with that condition. But
The applicant, do you agree with that condition?
Yeah, we have no problem with that.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Williams?
So that would be to approve with the condition.
Thank you. Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 69, SUP 72960, applicant owner Hideo Miyashita for possible action on request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use at 6216 Clarice Avenue, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that meets all minimum special use permit requirements of Title 1912. Staff is recommending approval. Please note there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Mr. Chairman, Nathan Taylor, 8414 West Farm Road, representing the applicant here today. We would respectfully ask that you follow staff's recommendations for approval. I've given you a handout. This property owner spent some considerable money trying to make the property look better and improve the aesthetics, as well as making the inside of the home very, very comfortable for the guests. They also have a property manager and a maintenance technician, so if something breaks in the house or something needs to be taken care of with landscaping or the yard, it will be taken care of. They do know the rules. They're not going to be a party house. It's stated in there. They do not allow smoking. And a number of things. There are security measures that they've taken that I've talked to you about on other applications I've represented. And with that, I'm just here to answer any questions.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing portion and turn it over to the commission for discussion. And
Thank you. Regarding item number 69, I'm going to follow staff's recommendation this evening for approval, putting a 6-month review, Paul, a 6-month review on the application. Is that okay with you, Mr. Taylor?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
this motion on the floor. Please cast your vote.
What time is it, Nathan?
Mr. Chairman, if I could
Stop
just
looking.
clarify that motion, that the added condition would be a 6-month review from time of issuance of license?
Yes, that's exactly what it would be. Thank you, Mr. Summerfield.
Motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item
Thank you,
will go,
Commissioners.
will go forward to City Council and be heard at the 6/20/2018 City Council meeting.
Item number 70, SUP 72975, applicant owner Sandy French Hospitality LLC for possible action request for a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use at 2200 Diamond Bar Drive, Ward 1. Staff recommends approval. Staff report.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is requesting approval of a special use permit for an existing short-term residential rental use. The existing use was approved and licensed in March 2017 via conditional use verification. Since that time, it has continued to operate without any enforcement action or neighborhood complaints. In June of 2017, Ordinance 6585 was adopted and required all short-term residential rentals meet the current requirements of Title 1912, including a special use permit if applicable. This location requires approval of a special use permit due to the number of bedrooms and the fact that it is not owner-occupied during all rental periods. It does meet the distance separation requirements of 660 feet, as the nearest similar use is over 1,276 feet away. As the use meets all requirements of Title 1912 and has been licensed since March 2017 with no enforcement issues, staff is recommending approval. If this license is denied, or excuse me, if this application is denied, the applicant may continue to operate with their existing business license until July 1st, 2019. Please note there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. And for correction, it's 2220 Diamond Bar Drive. I misstated the address. Can I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Sandrine Lindsay, and my address is 2220 Diamond Bar Drive. And thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak about my business. My primary language is French, so excuse me my accent.
Could you spell your last name for us, please, Sandy?
Lindsay, L-E-N-Z-I.
Okay, Lanzi. Thank
And
you.
Sandy French Hospitality is the name of my LLC.
Thank you.
Okay. Mhm. So I come from France, and I run a family hotel for 30 years. And I know I have a lot of experience in the hospitality business, so I did that all my life. I always wanted to open a business in Las Vegas. So before, I was looking for a house, and before buying this house, I go to the license bureau, and if it's this address could have a short-term license, and they say yes, you can have a short-term license. You just have to do an application and an inspection, and I did all the works in this house about the security, the safety, everything. The inspector came, and everything was fine, and I got my license for my short-term rental, so everything was good for my business. So the house was not in very good condition, so I did a lot of work inside and outside the house, and now it's a beautiful house. You can see the pictures.
This is the back.
And there is only 4 rooms, so I don't allow no more than 10% in the house. 10 people. I start my business only 3 weeks ago, and my customers were very, very nice people, because this is a beautiful house, and I welcome them every time. I show them the house rules. There is rules: no party, no events, no more than 10 people inside the house, quiet hours, no cars on the streets, no garbage around the property, no smoking. And I ask them to sign a paper like an agreement. My license has been renewed in March 2018. And I can understand people, I can understand why they don't want a short rental close to their house. Because the rental is like a hospitality, is a real business. I work on it for years. You have to take care of your customers, you have to take care of your neighbors.
I'm sorry to interrupt. We totally understand all that portion.
Yeah.
If there's anything specific to your application,
Okay.
Anything more for why you should feel it should
Okay.
be approved, that would be great. That would help us.
Okay, my goal is just to maintain this place quiet and to ensure that my business is transparent to my community and everybody is happy with me.
Thank you. Thank you for the
That's it.
presentation. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone else from the public like to be heard?
No.
Okay, I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people coming down. If I could just have you sit right here in the front. We have 3 microphones, folks. If we could give every person a minute to tell us if they're in opposition or for it. And And please don't be redundant if you don't mind. We'd appreciate it.
I'll
Thank
try
you.
not to be redundant.
Thank you,
We've heard
sir.
enough of that
Well, you're the
today.
first, yeah. So name and address, please.
So we know what the deal's about. We're all here about the rental situation. My name is Dennis Harrison. I live at 2031 Diamond Bar Drive, and I'm opposed to short-term rentals. I didn't move into this neighborhood for that. You've heard all that before. This is a prestigious neighborhood. Some of the founders of the community built houses there, and I bought one of them. The Thomases, the Tabertis, all the names that you know of that helped build the city were on this street at one time. We don't want short-term rentals.
Thank you for your comments, Dennis. Name and address, please.
Good evening. My name is Barbara Harrison. I live at 2031 Diamond Bar Drive. Again, reiterating what my husband said, we purchased these homes, as you saw from the pictures. I mean, this is a very Tony neighborhood, and it's zoned as a residential neighborhood, not as a business park. And I am opposed to short-term rental. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, for your comments. Can I get your name and address, please, for the record?
I'm Patricia Morelli, 2231 Diamond Bar Drive. You have a letter from my husband and I on file. We're probably one of the longest residents in the neighborhood. We have lived there for 22 years. I appreciate the commission's compliance to rules, regulations, and I heard all night how you stand towards that. There are a lot of regulations with the CCR and zoning that is against this. As a compliance officer for over 22 years, I question whether or not the due diligence is done on the people who are renting this property. We have been there 22 years. We have never, ever had an incident, and on Sunday night, our home was broken into. And I did file a police report. If the commission would like it, I will provide that. In addition, there are parties that go on there, as stated in our letter. In April, my husband and I had come home. There were cars lined up on the street. Our driveway was blocked, and we had to park over on another street and walk to our home to get into it. There are more than 10 people in that home. In April, we noticed that there was a wedding party. There were several people outside smoking in our street, drinking and sitting on the patio and listening to music. The cars that were renting do zip up and down that cul-de-sac when they come around the corner after partying at Red Rock or wherever they have gone. That is all I have to say, and I am opposed.
Would you like to hand that in for the record?
The letter?
Yeah.
Okay, we did file it.
Okay. So, well, just so we have it, just so it's on the record, that would help. Can I get your name and address, please? For the
Sure, it's Hal Jones, 7811 Dana Point Court. I'm actually going to speak on behalf of Dr. Stephanie Davidson, who's my next-door neighbor. My wife is going to speak for us. Actually, Stephanie's an anesthesiologist, and I know her hours are really early and really late. Her husband is actually also a surgeon, and his hours are just as bad. Quite a few of us in the neighborhood actually help keep an eye on their house, pick up their paper, packages, things like that. They've been broken in since I've lived there for the last 5 years, 3 times. And we've seen a great deal more traffic come up down that street today since this has started with the Airbnb, people checking it out. I wanted to show you a couple things, and I know it's late. Well, we've been here also 6 hours waiting to speak. And this is our neighborhood. I don't know if you can see it or not, what's on the screen. It's a small neighborhood. We don't have 100 some odd people in our neighborhood. There's like 21 houses, that's it. And there's probably only 2 houses in this neighborhood that would want to have Airbnb, and one was just closed down a couple of months ago by this committee because it was a party house. And there was another one that's a little bit farther down the road that I know you saw the plaques, someone's birthday party, they had 70 cars around it. Okay? She's barely been operating for a month, a little over a month, and we've already had an incident with the parties. Now, the number that you mentioned, I appreciate that number in the email. I've emailed basically the enforcement people with copies of advertisements of Airbnbs that aren't licensed, never heard anything back. I've called.
I need to keep it specific to
I know,
this
but I'm trying to
application, because we've gone well over the minute.
I
so.
appreciate that, but you asked us to call. I'm giving you feedback. I've called, I've emailed, and I've had zero response. And there are other Airbnbs operating without any kind of business license or
Okay,
license.
I need you to wrap up, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I appreciate it.
understand. I know
But-
you're passionate right now.
but-
I get it.
Speaking for Stephanie and her husband, they are opposed to this. This is a disruption for them and their business that they do.
Thank you for staying with us tonight. I know it's been a long night for everyone. Oop.
Hi, I'm Chris Jones. It's 7811 Dana Point Court, and we're right around the corner from the applicant. And I know that a lot of people have spoken to various things on this, but I guess what I want to speak to mostly is that we did come into this neighborhood. These are residential estates, so they're either half acre or bigger. Property values are up in the 10 millions to, a couple million, whatever that may be. We have strong neighborhood watch. We're very focused with the Las Vegas Police, Spring Valley Command. And as we've said, the thing about that is, and I want to speak to this house, is with the traffic going in and out of people checking this property out to see if perhaps they want to rent it, I'm not sure, is we know who our neighbors are. We know their cars, we know their kids, we know their dogs, everything. And then when you introduce into this neighborhood of this community these cars and people that we don't even know, we don't know if they're good guys or bad guys. And I will tell you specifically, personally, that I have chased people down her street that were in a car, and I didn't know they had any good, they were going up and down every cul-de-sac. So am I to believe that that's somebody checking out her property, or is that somebody up to no good? And I just feel like with this enforcement and stuff, you're putting the burden on us as the community to watch these Airbnbs or these short-term rentals. I'm just recently retired. I don't want that job. Really, I don't. But I do want my community to stay the way it is. So I am opposed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Can I get your
Hi,
name and address?
Dina, D-I-N-A, Cianchetti, C-I-A-N-C-H-E-T-T-I.
Thank you for spelling.
2241 Diamond Bar Drive, also neighborhood watch captain. Since this house has come into play, we've had cars outside the house every single weekend, 5, 6, 7 cars. First weekend, carrying in 3 cases of beer to go in there. There's all kinds of traffic in there. And Sandy, when you had us to your house, you said that your house only slept 8.
Dina, I need to speak to us.
They only slept 8. It sleeps 13. She's converting the garage into 2 extra rooms. Yes.
You guys, I need to, please.
So anyway, she's converting 2 other rooms in the garage. The house sleeps 13, it's advertised for 13 people. It shows 13, like how many beds, how many sofas. We walked through the house. She said she was going to be on property every morning to make breakfast for everybody. She's not been there one time over the weekend. She said there would be no cars in the driveway, that she would pick everybody up from the airport and drive them there. Every weekend, there's 5, 6, 7 cars outside of that house, every weekend.
Thank you for your comments.
And I oppose it. And I'm also speaking for Suzanne and Stefano, who's our other neighbors too. That couldn't
Thank
be
you
here
for your
tonight.
comments, for being here.
Terry Lawrence, 2241 Diamond Bar Drive.
Is the microphone?
Well, it may be.
There we go. There we go.
But I have a loud voice, and I strongly oppose. She's not operating a business. She's running a hotel in our neighborhood, or trying to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being brief. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else from the public who would like to be heard on this item? Okay, can I have the applicant please come back up again? And I'm going to give you 2 minutes for a rebuttal, and then we're going to turn this over to the commission for discussion.
Okay, can I speak real quick?
Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Okay, I'll be real brief. First off.
I need your name and address for the record.
I'm sorry, James Northup, 10128 Amana Oaks Avenue.
Thanks, James.
Miss Lindsay purchased this house almost a year ago, and she could have rented it out immediately because she had her license. She did not. She spent the last year improving a 30-year-old home, so it now looks modern, and it actually has increased the value of the neighborhood. She has not had parties in her house. She did have one incident, I will say that. 2 weeks ago, she had one incident, and there were cars in the driveway. The neighbor called her and informed her about it, said, don't worry about it, just let your next customer know. But Sandrine responded immediately, went over there and took care of it. The cars were moved immediately. She has hands-on attention to the house every weekend that she has customers in there, and she's only had 3 customers in there, so it hasn't been every weekend. But she's in there to greet her customers, explain all the rules and requirements of the house, and she checks them out. So it's not a party house. It is truly a business that, and like I said, if it was a cash cow for her, she could have opened it up a year ago just to make money, but she didn't. And she's not trying to, she doesn't want to bring the type of clientele into the neighborhood that would run down the neighborhood. She's only wants the people that are there, that are going to keep the neighborhood quiet and peaceful as it is. She has no intention on disrupting the neighborhood as it currently is.
Okay, thank you. We will turn this over to the commission for discussion. Commissioner Quinn.
Thank you. To the applicant, I find it really hard to believe that 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 7 neighbors would sit down here till 20 minutes to midnight to lie to us. So I tend to believe the neighbors, and I thank you for sitting with us and staying with us. It's important, because had you not shown up, I would have probably let it go through. So with that, I'm going to offer a motion for denial this evening of SUP 72975 because of the neighbors. Thank you very much.
There's a motion on the floor. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council for their consideration at the June 20th, 2018 City Council meeting.
Okay, item number 73, SUP 7308, applicant owner Mimi Chang Brown for possible action on request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 57-foot distance separation for a similar use where 660 feet is required at 1400 Housells Avenue, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There are 2 other short-term residential rental units within this separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note there are additional letters of protest and support since publication.
Thank you. Is the applicant here tonight for the short-term rental of item number 73? Is the applicant here tonight? The applicant is not here tonight. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? Please come up to the microphones. We have 3 microphones. I'll give you 15 seconds apiece if you oppose it, and we'll...
Austin found.
Yeah, we'll keep it here. You'll each get a minute. Please name and address for the record.
Mike Brown Sestero, Brown like the color, -CESTERO, 1411 South 9th Street. I'm opposed due to the distance requirement.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street, the long-suffering president of the John S. Park Historic Neighborhood. There's a bit of a fatigue in the neighborhood from the applicants who continue to apply for this variance on the waiver. We were very active and out in full force for the Tarkanian Compromise, SUP. We supported her, thinking that if we are stuck with these as the law, that at least it would have some solace and notice requirements for the neighbors. And so as the president, they come to me over and over and require that I come in their stead for the hundreds of residents in the neighborhood to reaffirm our opposition for a number of reasons, many of which the commission has heard already this evening. And so we do, in fact, oppose the one on Housells as well.
Thank you, Mr. Figler. Can I get your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, I'm Joshua Rogers, 1608 Housells Avenue. I'm also here representing Courtney Mooney, same address. We are strongly opposed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for being brief. I will turn this over to the commission with Commissioner Schlottman.
Yes, Chairman, I think this is a very sensitive neighborhood, and even if it wasn't a sensitive neighborhood with such a strong community support throughout John S. Park and Beverly Green and Huntridge and Marycrest, even if it wasn't in this neighborhood, I couldn't support a 57-foot distance separation. So if there's no other comments, I'd like to go ahead and make a motion.
Please do.
On item number 73, SUP 73008, move to deny per staff's recommendation.
Motion on the floor. Thank you. Motion on the floor, sorry. Please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item is final action this evening unless appealed to the city clerk's office within 10 days.
Thank you. Item number 75, SUP 73013, applicant owner Richard Graves, for possible action on request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow a 521-foot distance separation from a similar use where 660 feet is required at 8521 Crest Hill Avenue, Ward 2. Staff recommends denial. Can I get the staff report, please?
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There are two other short-term residential rental units within the separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Can I get your names and addresses for the record, please?
Richard Graves, 10,004 West Cherokee Avenue.
Thank you.
Ravonia Graves, 10,004 West Cherokee Avenue.
Thank you.
Me and my wife have been a resident in Las Vegas for 5 years. We plan on raising a family in this community. We have the best interests at heart of our neighbors, and we understand that they have rights, and we're mindful of that. We want to be compassionate and develop a greater level of trust with them. We're firm believers in these regulations on the STRs because we understand that those that do not follow the guidelines put a bad reputation on the owners that operated in a professional, ethical manner. We purchased intentionally in this area in August 2016 when it was legal. We began the application process in September 2017, 9 months ago, and we believe we were ahead of some of these other candidates that have been approved. We screen our tenants, specifically trying to get families and business-purposed groups in there. We've never rented to groups greater than 8. And we've discovered that a ratio of the guests to the nightly rate kind of keeps the riffraff out of the neighborhood. So, you got anything you want to add?
I'm not sure if they can see some of the interior photos or not, but
We can see them on the overhead there.
Okay, I don't know if it'll turn, but, so that's the backyard, outside, inside. So I purposely designed this house to attract a certain kind of guest to come in. It's a very nice house, so we definitely do not want people in there throwing parties to destroy the inside of the house that we take great pride in. I am actually a realtor, and I do believe in screening guests and trying to make sure that we get the right people in there. As he said, we don't allow any groups larger than 8. If they ask us, we are very strict about it. Even if it's children, we won't allow more than 8 people. Some of the other houses that have been approved, we do know that they list their properties allowing up to 14 people in the house.
Okay.
And one of the last things to note is that our residence is less than 5 miles away, so I think we're available.
And as far as the application process, the reason why we've been trying since September is because I personally went down to the Las Vegas Business Licensing Department, and I handed them all of the documents to upload for me. They uploaded it, and we never received any notification about what was the next step. I went back another 2 times to upload it again. He uploaded it a fourth time, and then we received notice that it had been accepted, and then we got to this part where we are now.
Okay, thank you very much. This is noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard? We have 3 microphones. Again, you've probably heard this all night. If you could be brief and not redundant, I would appreciate it. I know the commission would too. Can I get your name and
You
address?
saved the best for last.
Yeah.
My name is Joan Marcotte, and I live at 8528 Crest Hill Avenue, diagonally across the street from this house. Our development is also known as Angel Park Ranch, and I'm here to ask you to reject this variance. Week after week, I see different people staying in the house, and it's scary to think people are coming into our neighborhood, and we have no clue who they are or what they're doing. There are no background checks done on these tenants like they would be elsewhere. Are they sex offenders? Are they pedophiles? Are they making bombs in there?
Joan,
Are they
I gotta
stockpiling
keep it. Let's keep
guns?
it on the application, please.
Well, these are my fears.
Okay, we've got 10 more seconds.
2 weeks ago, I noticed a couple making out in the driveway. Other things I won't go into then, but these are our homes. They're our biggest investment. Our property values will certainly be affected by having, excuse me, these party houses in our neighborhood. Would you buy a home next to one of these party houses? How will we be able to sell our homes if we ever wanted to? These party houses are nothing but commercial businesses, and we're a family, single-family neighborhood. They should not be allowed. Airbnb shows that 25% of hosts list more than one property. We have 4 homes for sale in our development, and I'm worried that more will come in.
I'm going to have to ask you to wrap up, please. We've gone well beyond. Please.
Yes, and we're homeowners, we're taxpayers, and we vote. So please do not allow this variance. Thank you.
Thank you for being here tonight and your comments. Can I get your name?
My
and address?
name's Neil Maynard. I live at 5304 Easy Place, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89107. I'm opposed to this because there's too many too close together.
Thank you, Neil. Thank you for your comments. Name and
Dolores Bannerman, 8641 Crest Hill. I oppose the house at 8521 because I live by the one at Crest Hill and Obsidian. And they go off the balcony at night, jump into the pool, they're screaming, they're carrying on. I can't even get out of my driveway because the cars are so close to my driveway that I have to get out and check the cars, make sure I'm not going to hit anything, and be extremely careful. The street is full of cars, day and night. So I really oppose this. Please help us with this.
Thank you, Dolores.
I
appreciate your help.
Thank you for your comments.
Bless you all.
Thank you, Dolores. Can I get your name and address for the record?
My name is Arlene Williams. I live at 8537 Highland View Avenue. I oppose this here short-term rental. Number one, if the city approved this, you have the power as commissioners to deny all the special use permits. Everybody has the same story here all night long. You heard the same thing. My mission is to go to all the casinos, since these people are taking away businesses from the casino, which they have to pay salaries, they have to pay insurance and everything else, and they have to pay security. My mission is to contact all the casinos in town and tell them what's going on, because they are taking businesses away from them.
Thank you.
That's
Elaine.
it.
Thank you for your comments. Appreciate
Thank you.
it. Anyone else? Seeing no one else, we will close the public here. Oh, we have one more. Is there anybody else who would like to come up? We have 3 microphones.
Didn't know I'd be coming last. Steve Tarian, 8536 Summer Vista. I'm opposed to it. I'm part of the Neighborhood Watch, and most of the neighbors are seniors. We only had a few days to put together a group and get our letters and everything in. There were quite a few that didn't end up coming to our neighborhood meeting because it poured down rain that day, but we were able to go through and grab all of the cards that came out, and we got those in best as we could. The neighbors do not want this. We have them already in our neighborhood. We're not happy they're there. They cause a bunch of trouble. So I am opposed, along with many of the neighbors.
Thank you for your comments, sir. Thank you.
Hello, my name's Patty Kelly, and I'm a Neighborhood Watch captain, and I'm 8560 Summer Vista Avenue. And I don't know if anybody told you, but we're right across from West Mesa, which we have the same problem. We're directly across the street, so we have the same problems they do. And I've been there 24 years almost in my neighborhood, done neighborhood watch, and I've just had a lot of complaints about all of this the last couple years, really bad.
Okay.
That's
So,
about it.
Patty, you're in opposition.
I think I'm it.
Thank you.
Night, night.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no one else, we will close the public hearing portion. I'll ask the applicant to come back up. I'll give you 2 minutes for a quick rebuttal if you want to add something to it, and then we'll turn it over to the commission for discussion.
Okay, so I guess I just want to say that some of the protesters are concerned with not knowing who's in the house and saying that there aren't any background checks being done. And I guess they consider Airbnbs just as short-term rentals. Even if we do change it to where we only rent by 30 days, we're still listing it on the same site, Airbnb, and the same people are still coming through there, and they're still being required to show 2 forms of ID and use their credit card for that reason. Also, the issue of is it a sex offender or pedophile there, we actually feel like there's a greater risk when they're there for 30 days. I'm sorry.
I guess I feel like as an operator, we feel like we have more control and we can frequently get in there and check the guests in and out, as opposed to letting them stay for 2 months where they may feel like they have more freedom to disrupt the neighborhood.
Okay. Thank you. And listen, I understand, and it's very emotional for you. It's very emotional for the crowd and passionate. We have to look at it strictly as a land use application, and I'll turn it over to the commission now. Commissioner Roush.
Question for staff, for Mary McElhone. I heard the comment earlier that they had a lot of trouble getting their application in. Can you tell me, and just clarify so that they can hear as well, there's 2 other existing business licenses that predated this that are in the, is it 2 or 1, that are in the radius? I thought we said. She said that she felt that they kind of were preempted, I think was the comment. Yeah, there's 2. There's one on, hang on, I got to twist this because I need to rotate it, and I don't have my glasses on. 8541 Belterra Court, and the other one is, it looks like a condo on Durango Drive. Can you tell me, do you happen to know, or do you need to look it up when those were given business licenses? Those remind me of an existing business license that was grandfathered in before the ordinance. Is that correct?
Commissioner Roush, for the record, Mary McElhone. If you give me a minute, I can look those up.
Sure, and then I have some other comments while you do
their
that.
licenses.
Okay, and the reason I'm bringing this up is I think it is important for the neighborhood to understand, because I'm very passionate about this issue as well, and I don't want to repeat anything that I've already said, because you've all been here all night and you've heard what I've had to say. The applicant, you seem like you're organized, and you seem like really nice people, and you seem like you're doing all the right things. And it is an unfortunate set of circumstances where you're coming in for an application where there's already 2 existing business licenses that predate you. And the reason I'm asking Ms. McElhone to pull those is because I have a feeling that they actually predate you by quite a bit, regardless of the issues of trying to get it uploaded and the several months that you've spent. And I've had to have that problem myself. I have an Apple computer, and it doesn't play well with the city's uploading system, the E-Plan system, and all of the stuff that you have to upload. So I've been there, I've done it, I get it. But that said, I do want you to know that had you come to us in a different neighborhood or a different location, we might have approved you tonight, because you finally did something that almost nobody did tonight or even last month or the month before, which is show us pictures of the inside, show us how well you've done in keeping the house and in your screening process, and talk about how you operate. And so, you know, I applaud you for that. It's just maybe sometimes it's the right operator in the wrong location, if you will. So I really want to make sure that you know that. And Mary, did you get a chance to pull that or not quite yet?
Yeah, I can't read the addresses,
But
so-
you're- but they
so
are
we're
existing
pulling the
business
addresses so I can
licenses.
enter them in the system.
Maybe
so.
you can speak with them afterwards. I don't want them to feel bad that they missed it by an eyelash when they probably missed it by a mile, but...
Mr. Chairman, I can, through you, the one on Durango Drive was issued on April 4th of 2017, and the one on Bella Terra was issued on August 11th of 2016.
So as you can see, they've been in action for quite a while. So that said, plus a slew of other things, this is almost a textbook issue for denial because the property's within 660 feet of 2 other STRs. It seems like there has been at least one code enforcement violation for an existing short-term rental back in February of 18, or was it March? March of 18. We're now in May. Many protests, 65 protests from the neighborhood, which I just can't abide by, unfortunately. And, you know, a lot of other things and a lot of other complaints. So that being the case, I'm going to have to make a motion for denial. I apologize.
There's a motion on the floor. Please
gotta be-
cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will go forward to City Council and be heard at the June 20th, 2018 council meeting.
Item number 76, SUP 73016, applicant owner Asaf Bendor for possible action on a request for a special use permit for proposed short-term residential rental use with a waiver to allow 532-foot distance separation where 660 feet is required at 2117 Alhambra Circle, Ward 3. Staff recommends denial. Staff report, please.
Mr. Chairman, the applicant is proposing to operate a short-term residential rental unit that does not meet the minimum required distance separation of 660 feet from a similar use. There is one other short-term residential rental unit within the separation radius. Due to the required waiver, staff is recommending denial of the use as incompatible. Please note there are additional letters of protest since publication.
Thank you. Name and address for the records, please.
Good evening. My name is Asaf Bendor, and the address is 2117 Alhambra Circle, Las Vegas, the same address as on the petition.
My name is Ahmed Tran, A-M-A, first name, last name T-R-A-N, same address. And we petitioned for the special use permit because we are engaged to be married on June 2nd. And on July 2nd, I will be attending Touro University in Henderson for the physician assistant program. And it is a very rigorous program, and I will not be able to work. And we would like to have this short special use permit to supplement our income. I want to emphasize that this will not be a party house, as I will be living here and studying here full-time.
Yes, and if we can get the overhead camera, please. I'd like to present Ahmed's acceptance letter to Touro University. I also like to mention that, as Ahmed said, we will make sure there's no parties, no disturbance to the neighbors, no excessive noise. I have some experience in enforcing rules and regulations as a previous sergeant in the U.S. Army. I have that experience to make sure that everything is run smoothly. Also, if I can have your attention on the map here. If you look at this is the house that's proposed, the short-term residential permit. If you look around, it's pretty much office, commercial areas. It's very low density here. It's a lot of empty lots as well. The houses in around has large lots, so there's no problem of small crowded lots as well. And the house is not on the main street. It's tucked away in a cul-de-sac, which gives it doesn't interfere with any traffic. And also the front door of the house here faces a wall. It doesn't face any of the other neighbors. And the house itself, you know, we keep it nice, quiet. We have 2 cats, you know, definitely like a family home. And another point I would like to make, please, is although I know it's 532 feet linear distance, but if you would actually drive it, it will be 0.4 miles, which is a little bit over 2,000 feet, because here there's an island and you can't turn left, so anybody driving it would definitely have to go 2,000 feet. Thank you.
Thank you. This was noticed as a public hearing. Anyone from the public like to be heard on this item? If I could have you guys step aside quickly. We have a few folks that want to speak. Get your name and address for the record.
Mike Brown Sestero, Brown like the color, -CESTERO, 1411 South 9th Street. I'm opposed to the project not only for the distance separation, but also, as he pointed out on the map, to get out of that neighborhood, you have to cross over St. Louis. This home is just a few hundred yards west of middle school. Hundreds, literally hundreds of kids walk to and from that school every day. So a situation where renters are going to have to be crossing St. Louis. There's already a lot of speeding there. There was a major traffic accident there last week. It's just not conducive. The neighborhood in general, but I think this location in particular, not conducive for a short-term rental property. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street, president of the adjacent John S. Park historic neighborhood. We're in opposition primarily because of the distance requirements, to have a thoughtful consistency with regard to that. Also the concerns of anything that's too close to John C. Freeman over there because of the inordinate amount of foot traffic from the students and their families that come early morning hours, and nearby Baker Park as well. If the commission here is in any way inclined, because one of the tenets from our neighborhood and our philosophy is that we want to keep the affordable housing stock available in the neighborhood, and that short-term rentals are an opposite to that, because we want nice families like this to be there. So if you're even considering the application, though we do oppose it, that a condition that they do reside in it would be appropriate, but that it is opposition on our position. Thanks.
Thank you. Neil?
Neil Maynard, 5304 Easy Place, Las Vegas, Nevada. I'm opposed to this because they're within the 660 feet. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. If I could have the applicant come back up. I'll give you a minute for a rebuttal.
Well, we would like to mention that we will be living there. And as far as the speeding on the street, I know there's a school down the road, not anywhere near the property. However, most people that do come to visit in this town, they fly in, they don't drive. There's more chance of speeding from actual, let's say the room was rented on a long-term lease or 30 days. There's much more chance of that person having a car and speeding than people that come here for the weekend. They normally drive, they don't take a car. And so as far as the distance separation, I mean, as I've shown earlier on the map, it is most of the area, it is empty, lots, commercials. So there's no crowded, or there's no, it's a very low density area.
I also wanted to add that we've talked to the majority of our neighbors on Alhambra Circle and some of the neighbors that are close to us on Alhambra Drive, and they do not have any opposition to it.
Thank you. I will turn this over to the commission. One question quickly. Did you say you would be living there if this was approved?
Yes,
and,
we are
and how many
currently-
rooms would be part of a rental?
2 rooms. 2 rooms out of the 3.
2 out of the 3 would be up for a rental. Okay, thank you.
And the reason why we wanted to do short-term rentals is because we would have the opportunity to close it off during my exam times and not have a really long-term renter that it would be difficult for us to kick them out if we had any issues with them, for my school schedule.
I understand. Thank you. Commissioner Roush?
You know, as we continue to evolve through this process, I think one of the things that I'm really giving a lot of weight to is when they're owner-occupied. And if there's ever something that I can approve with regard to a short-term rental, it's one where the owner is present. I especially liked your answer about being not only selective about who you're going to have there and that you're studying, but your justification of wanting to be able to limit who's in the house while you're doing your studying and that sort of thing. It tells me you're very conscientious, so I'm actually in favor of this.
Chairman?
Commissioner Schlaven, please.
Yes. And I do appreciate what Commissioner Roush was saying, because I kind of felt the same way earlier. However, on other applications, but one of the things that I'm having a concern with is how do you regulate that? How do we know if they're in the house, if they're not in the house, if they're leasing the place out when they go out in town? So, I mean, for me, it's not if they, I mean, we got rid of the bed and breakfast. I mean, if there's the bed and breakfast, then we could regulate that, but we don't have the bed and breakfast anymore. It's just a short-term rental. And so it becomes very difficult to regulate. And I stand strong in the neighborhoods, Beverly Green and John S. Park and Marycrest and Hunts Ridge, and this neighborhood, it's a very strong neighborhood and with very strong bond. And when we're looking at trying to waive those distance separations, even if it's 557 feet where 660 feet is required, I just can't support it myself. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion, item 76, based on testimony given today, SUP 73016, move to deny, subject to, or...
So motion on the floor, please cast your vote. That motion carries.
Mr. Chairman, that item will move forward to the City Council and be heard at the June 20th, 2018 meeting.
Okay, moving on to the citizens' participation. I see we have a crowd still. 78. Citizens' participation, public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No subject may be acted upon on the Planning Commission unless the subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, come to the podium, give your name for the record. The amount of discussion of any single subject as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited.
Thank you. David Figler, 1302 South 6th Street, president of historic John S. Park neighborhood. For Commissioner Roush, I know that you mentioned a couple of times the 671-3500 number. I would love to be able to find some time to meet with you. There's been a number
229.
That's what I'm sorry. I said 671 because I'm always calling the district attorney's office and not 229, which is the city attorney, so I'm sorry about that. 229-3500. There have been some neighbor concerns about the efficacy of it. It seems to be sourced to an out-of-state vendor who responds on the phone, and they don't have the dispatch ability. If that's not true, because we got
Mary
calls back.
McElhone is your contact for all things with the Party House line.
So what happened with the Party House line was that it was being sourced through a company that was actually based out of California.
Right.
That contract was signed back in August, and they started operating and answering our phone calls. We initially didn't have any problems with them, and then I don't remember exactly when it happened, but I believe it was sometime in February. We had 2 weekends where the line was not picked up. What ended up happening was the company ended up going under, and they did not contact us. And how we found out was because we got all these complaints where the line was not being answered. And
we got them at our neighborhood meeting, but thanks.
Right. So that's what ended up happening there. So right now what's happening is it is being answered by our staff, and we have a phone, and the phone is being passed around. And so we're actively looking for another company that can take over the service. What happens sometimes we have found is that, well, if you call the line, there's a recording and says, please leave a message. It's only a cell phone number. So if the person is already on the line, they can't pick it up. So a lot of people are not patient. They don't want to leave a message. And so that kind of complicates that issue. But at this point in time, that's the only solution we have. But usually the message, and we have somebody on call. So guess what? If they're in the bathroom, they probably are not picking up the phone either, and they'll call back. So we have a bit of a dilemma going on, but it's the best solution that we have right now. We're looking for a company that can take over. So, like I said, we're looking, and, we hope to have a solution where it's a true answering service.
I don't know if you knew that or information or not, but I think that as far as it being a panacea, it does have some tweaks that need to happen, and we, as a neighborhood, be more than happy to talk to you or anyone else about our concerns about it, but thank you.
Absolutely. No, we very much appreciate that.
Thank you. Neil, this better be good.
Neil Maynard, 5304 Easy Place, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89107. And my comment is about 229-3500. 25% of our population in Las Vegas are Spanish. We only have English-speaking operators. What's wrong with this program? Please fix it. My Spanish-speaking old lady neighbor that's all crippled can't call about the house next door where the party house is because she can't communicate. We need somebody that's bilingual.
Thank you, Neil. I'm sure you'll help her out. Thank you for your comments. Can I get your name and address for the record?
Mike Brown Sestero, Brown like the color, -CESTERO, 1411 South 9th Street. As a follow-up to the phone thing, for a while I worked in the alarm industry, and if you have a home alarm, when your alarm goes off, it's probably not your alarm company that's calling you. It's a professional call center. That's all they do. They're manned 24/7, 365. That might be an avenue to explore. That's already the business they're in, is taking phone calls all day and night. I actually came up to speak very quickly about, I wanted to see if, based on some of the comments that Commissioner Rausch had made and Vice Chair Quinn and Commissioner Williams, that perhaps it might be time, and it may already be happening, for this August body, or perhaps a subcommittee thereof, to consider looking at a moratorium on short-term rental license issuing till we catch up with the process, because it kind of seems like maybe this thing has gotten a little bit away from us. Case in point, this is the map here downloaded today from the city showing the area bounded by Las Vegas Boulevard Eastern, Charleston to the north, and St. Louis to the south for short-term rentals. It shows 23 active short-term rentals, 3 that are in process of being approved, which oddly enough didn't include the 3 that were here tonight. So a total of 29. But if, as of yesterday, when you go to Airbnb, and this is just Airbnb for that same area, we're showing 47 rentals. I think it might be time to just stop the short-term rental process, 90 days, 180 days, and at least do a little catching up, let code enforcement back off of new applications, focus on the ones that are breaking the law, dig into those, sort that out, and then maybe we restart, maybe we don't. Maybe we restart with much stricter rules. But anyway, that was just a suggestion. Don't know if you want either of these for the record, if anybody wants to look at them.
Thank you. Yes, I do.
You're welcome. That are my comments. Thanks for staying up with me tonight.
Thanks for coming with a proposal. And the meeting is adjourned. Commissioner Williams, thanks for our first meeting. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.